Jonah Coleman looking fantastic. Limited usage, but unbelievable, and a lot more to go. A lot more time to impress. But this guy is phenomenal, and at some point he will have a shot at taking over this backfield in Denver and league winning. League winning is what Jonah Coleman. This is the picture of a league winner. You look up league winner in the dictionary, this is what you will find. And DJ Moore, for those of you wondering how is he hurt, Smitty? I heard he got banged up. He did get banged up, very, very minor injury. According to Joe Brady, he said DJ Moore was good to go after suffering the ankle injury in Saturday's preseason game against the Panthers after he caught a football and he was running wide open downfield. And he looks at the defenders while he's running and he goes, while he's running, and just takes him on. This guy has a chip on his shoulder. He's never had a quarterback like this in his life. There's a good chance that DJ Moore, in hindsight, ends up being the most overlooked player in fantasy football, even on this channel where we love him, like we like him. But he might, no matter how much you like him, in retrospect, the entire fantasy football world, in retrospect, no matter how much you like him, because of the de facto rankings of other players, that it makes it so hard to vault him up, but we'll all be looking back on DJ Moore saying, wow, that was something that the whole world just kind of let happen, him fall so far. And you compare him with Josh Allen very easily. Maybe tonight we'll draft him together. We're going to go on Underdog, promo code Smitty in a little bit. So hit that link that's pinned in the live chat, the link that's in the description of the video. Code Smitty will get it done as well. So get ready to draft. Maybe we'll draft a little DJ Moore and Josh Allen stackage and take care of business that way. Would you say you lost out on Coleman? Game, this is your own fault. Before I hit the intro, I got to read this. Smitty, I lost out on Coleman, 17th round. Why would you wait until the 17th round? Game, you got to jump ahead, man. You got to jump, like, especially when you get into like round 13 or 14, and it like ADP doesn't matter anymore. Make sure you get your guys. You wait till the 17th round. That is really, really far. We're breaking it all down and more. You got another draft. You can draft him in another draft, my boy. Husseini coming in with the super chat, $20 super chat. We'll hit that on the other side. We'll also play the Cyrus Allen video. Any $20 super chat tonight gets on the Cyrus Allen video tonight. Little discount sponsorship of the videos. The Fantasy Football Show Graveyard Edition begins right now. File on in.
You're watching a
Graveyard Stream.
live from the FantasyFootballShow.com studios. It's the Fantasy Football Show live Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Smitty is also live whenever news breaks.
So Jonah Coleman, actually DJ Moore, real quickly, just to wrap this up because there's not much to go over here. But DJ Moore was fantastic in this. You know, short. Everybody played a little bit. Like you didn't. You know, you see Coleman out there. You see Moore out there. You see Cyrus Allen out there. Boy, Cyrus Allen's amazing. We're gonna be so right on Cyrus Allen. I'm not saying Rice is gonna be bad. We love Rice. I love Rice at the 2-3 turn. I'm still drafting that, but I'll tell you, man, there is a chance that we're all talking about Cyrus Allen as the lead wide receiver, like by, the end of the season or something. But even if it isn't the case, he's still a fantastic prospect and amazing late round grab. And, we can't draft Stribling and Cyrus Allen too early just because we're excited, and Jonah Coleman for that matter. You gotta do what you gotta get away with what you can get away with. You can't just shove these guys into like round 8, because you get excited. So take advantage. You can get Stribling late. He's going higher and higher though. Cyrus Allen's not going that high. Maybe tonight's video footage, and I'll show you that in a second. I got it right here. Maybe tonight's video footage will potentially move him up a little bit. It's hard to say what the ADPs are going to do, because not everybody's even fully watching right now, which is so weird, right? We're in this thing freaking in the weeds, just digging around for information. We're going live when news breaks. We're breaking down the injuries. People that don't sit here and absorb like you guys, like this channel does, they don't know DJ Moore's fine. They're so far behind. Everybody's a step behind. Some people are finding out DJ Moore got banged up in the game. And then those people have no idea that DJ Moore's already been deemed good to go, and it's not even a big deal. It's like, that's, if I post something about DJ Moore, like on Instagram, 4 or 5 comments will say, oh, but what about the ankle? And like, people are so far behind. It's kind of like you stop and tap me on the shoulder and ask me a stupid question. Like, well, aren't you worried about the ankle? I don't even want to waste words. I'm just like, okay, let's move on. Bro, go back there or something. And then like even the Jeremiah Love stuff, like people are like, oh, he's hurt now. He's going to be fine. He's going to sit out a week or so. He could sit out the entire rest of the preseason for all I care. We saw what we needed to see. We didn't even need to see that, but I think the whole world needed to see it to get on the same page as we have been, the page we've been on. But, it is what it is as far as DJ Moore too, and his upside risk and value. Like, if you don't understand what you're getting in DJ Moore, then you just don't understand value, because he's not going some crazy ADP. His ADP is ridiculously low in this 5.7, sometimes in grandma leagues in the top of round 6, like in a buddy league. Not a hardcore crazy league. You're in viral clips. If you're out there, please dial in at any time for viral clips. The phone lines will be open in a little bit. But Viral was trying to get in the other night, and I couldn't fit him in. And he was dropping super chats trying to get in. And by the time I got around to opening the phone line for him, he was already gone. So Viral, if you're out there, dial in. DJ Moore in your grandma league is going to be like top of 6 or whatever. 10-man league, he might be late 6, could even be 7.1. In a shark-infested environment like on an underdog where wide receivers go so early, you see DJ Moore go right around this territory, which is still a steal, especially if you were to grab Josh Allen in a very similar ADP column, right? You're getting Josh Allen right where DJ Moore is, straight down. So it's very, very easy to cuff the two together. And if you have, let's say, let's throw around JSN, let's go Pickens, Josh Allen, and then ETN and DJ Moore. Like, that's a good team. Why are people not drafting that team more? I don't know. Let's write it on the board here. Okay, so JSN, Pickens, and let me show you Josh Allen. Kittle, what are you doing there? Jeez, Kittle, you calm down. You're gonna tear an Achilles. JSN, Pickens, Allen, what did I say right here? ETN, and then DJ Moore. Like, that's a really good team. If you wanted to go along the lines of like Genty even early, I don't care, Genty or JT, whichever one tickles your fancy there. Genty, Pickens, Josh Allen, and 4 you could get. I mean, damn, you could go 100 different ways. You could go Loveland if you wanted. Loveland, DJ Moore, Allen, Pickens, Genty. Like, that's a phenomenal team. Don't like Genty again. Let's put JT there for those of you that just don't like Genty for whatever reason. That's unbelievable. Taylor, Pickens, Allen, Loveland, DJ Moore. Such balance, such amazing balance. Balance is a key component in building really good teams. And DJ Moore is probably, again, I can't emphasize enough. Let me get Husseini's super chat on screen here first. Husseini says Jonah Coleman will be a clear back by week 5 in Denver. The clear back. Dobbins is a joke, and Harvey isn't a true back. He's a gadget player. Coleman has the vision, frame, size, strength to be a true bell cow. I will agree that Jonah Coleman is by far and away the better suited player to do all of the things, if, let's say, a running back in Sean Payton's offense, and Davis Webb's, by the way. Because, we have a tendency to think Sean Payton controls everything right now. But Davis Webb is taken over as play caller. And while Sean Payton's going to have a lot of pull and be included in the play calls, and, hey, Webb, do this now, and Webb will do it. But keep in mind that we might see a little bit different running back usage than we're used to. But I disagree, Husseini, in that Harvey couldn't be the every down back. I mean, he didn't have good blocking last year for the most part, honestly, and it's one of the best offensive lines in the league. Davis Webb will get that stuff going with the increased, efficiency and pass in the passing department, which he's going to do a lot of like quick, no huddle, get the play in quick. Nix is going to just deliver the football fast and speedy. You've got Waddle stretching the field. The defense is going to be spread out, and then Coleman and Harvey and JK will all have more room to run. So I disagree in that judging Harvey's rushing abilities last year is a little harsh, just like judging Sutton's like capabilities, full capabilities last year is harsh because the environment wasn't what it was supposed to be, and that's why Davis Webb has taken over as play caller. So we got to remember that things did not go perfectly in Denver, which is why Davis Webb's been elevated and put in that spot. But Jonah Coleman's the most talented back on the roster. If anybody's going to likely take over everything and change the way things are done in the Denver backfield, and I don't think Harvey goes away. What I think ends up happening, Husseini, is, and I know you don't want this to be the case, but it ends up starting out something like this. J.K. Dobbins gets injured. He's already injured. And Coleman goes in and becomes the first down, second down back. And then Harvey stays in the wide receiver or the running back 3 or running back 2 role, the change of pace role, the third down role. And Harvey's probably going to thrive for as long as he stays healthy because the man scored 12 touchdowns last year, looked phenomenal, would have been a lot better runner had the line block for him. Let's say Coleman gets hurt because he's a rookie, misses 4 games, and JK's out, Harvey could thrive. And I think he'd do so much better between the tackles. I don't think writing him off is smart. I think the smartest thing you could do is ignore J.K. Dobbins at the cost, too. And even if J.K. lasts half a year and looks different than even I expect for half a season, he's already injured, though, then it's no harm, no foul because I'm taking another player at J.K.'s value. I'm not even sweating it. But I just don't want him. But if you're going to draft Coleman, it's my advice to 80%, 75% of the time, grab Harvey too, because Harvey is so cheap and you're grabbing both these guys as cuff value players. You're not grabbing one as a starter value and the other as a cuff. They're both handcuff players. Handcuff them together. And this right here almost guarantees you, Husseini, a top 12 running back once JK's removed from the equation. You have a top 8 to 12 running back potentially. It is a gold mine. It's why you see me and hear me say the duo, the Harvey Coleman duo. I can't scream it enough. I've screamed it since Coleman was drafted on the squad. You just can't ignore the value that the duo can bring you. Not to say you can't grab standalone Jonah Coleman shares. I've done it pretty much the entire offseason. But appreciate you, Husseini. It's a $20 super chat. Let's play that Cyrus Allen video in tribute to our boy Husseini. Cyrus Allen, do it live.
Cyrus, the virus. Cyrus, the virus.
And I'm going to put these two gentlemen on the screen. $20 holler by Wolf and $20 holler by Ahmad. You guys get on the Cyrus Allen video as well for dropping the $20 haulers. I think I messed up on dragging that one over. Hold on one second. Let me see if it's this one right here. Where the hell is it? There it is. Ahmad, thank you very much. Thank you, Wolf. You guys are both in that video. Anybody tonight that drops a $20 super chat, I'll play it and I'll throw your super chat on there. Thank you, Husseini, again. Ahmad, thank you for your super chat. Hammer, thank you again for your $20 super chat. Ahmad, thank you for yours. This one says, rate and help. I need to drop someone for a defense. I don't have a defense. Chase, AJ, love that combo, bro. AJ being Chase with love is just so good from that 2 or 3 pick, the 1 pick, the 2 pick, the 3 pick. Someone, let's see here. You got McConkey, love that. Hendo, Tootin, love that. Christian Watson, Michael Wilson, Manungai, Reed, Brooks. This is easy. I mean, if your starting tight end is Dulcich, you're kind of in trouble there. I don't know what do you mean tight ends got sniped? You're telling me you sat there and like 3 of them get sniped, 4 of them, another one gets sniped. Then when you get to like a Conquo, he's sniped. Go after Parkinson if he's available. He scored 8 touchdowns last year. I'd be much more comfortable with Parkinson versus Dulcich personally. But a lot of people like Dulcich. I just don't. I'm dropping without a hesitation, and I don't say this because I don't like him, but you have no other choice. There is not a player on this list that is different than the others in terms of like there's no guarantees or I just don't want to release these other players. It's Reed. I love Reed. Green Bay doesn't use him right. I'm not dropping another player you've listed unless Dulcich is your backup, but he looks like your starter. Drop Dulcich for Parkinson or tell me Conquo's not there. Tell me AJ Barner's not there. You're starting Dulcich over AJ Barner and then Parkinson. I'd put AJ Barner ahead of Parkinson maybe. But it's Reed. Kick Reed to the curb is as much as I hate to say that because I've always loved Reed. That's an easy call. Wolfman says Cyrus Allen today, Cyrus Allen tomorrow. Cyrus Allen in 60% of my teams as wide receiver 5, which feels crazy. This guy is going to another solar system down the road. But for now, we can enjoy his moon landing. Thank you, Wolfman. I appreciate you very much. I'm glad you're on the Cyrus Allen video. Pick 1.5, best picks at that spot, rounds 1 through 6. Okay, you are the best, Smitty. I'm between Amon-Ra and McCaffrey or JSN. I'm not taking McCaffrey. So if you want to do that, that's fine. I'm not going to stray you away from that, but I'm not doing that. I'm never going to do that at 5 or 6 this year. I would take him in weeklies, but I'm not going to take him even in Best Ball Mania or anything at that pick. I've taken him before, like at 8, 9 or something like that, but I'm not going to grab him here. I have to grab JT or grab JSN, then JT, or JSN, then Amon-Ra if you want to go that route. 1 through 6. Let me roll through 1 through 6 for you. Let me just get the super chat out of the way here. Half PPR, 1 QB keeper. 1 QB keeper can keep players max 3 years. Pick the last 3 keepers. Pick my last 3 keepers. Josh Allen, 3rd, 3 years left. Olave. I don't know. Can keep players max 3 years. Pick my last keeper. Okay, I'm sorry. I was seeing 3 and I was thinking that 3 keepers. 3's everywhere. It was confusing me. If it's 1 QB, Allen's not a steal in round 3. He's very good, but it's not 2 QB or anything. So you got to look at Olave probably right now in the 8th round gives you. I like Nico in 12, but that's a one year deal, 1 year situation for you. And the 8th round's so late, I'm kind of okay with having the 8th round versus 12th. That difference not really being that big of a factor in going Nico, but I love Nico. I'd probably go Olave with the 3 years of keeping him in the 8th round. Now, if it goes down 2 rounds each year, though, then I'd keep Nico because he's further away. Oh, no, you can only keep him for 1 year. So, but I'd still probably keep Nico because Olave in the 6th round next year, I'm not sure that even matters. You know what I mean? So, as long as it's the 8th round and it stays, I'd probably go Olave. If that's 1 QB. And then you can just draft another quarterback. And then I have Cyrus, the virus. Let's go, Scotty. Appreciate you, Scotty. Thank you. All right, this one guy wanted me to do, what was it? The 1.5 pick. Okay, so if we go to the ADP board, 1.5, I'd say in general, and then I'll go back to the news. From the 1.5, JSN usually falls. He really does. It's pretty easy to get him there. And if not, I mean, I'm going Hookah or JT if it's redraft. Bowers, I love. Would I take Pickens or AJB over Bowers? I could. Achane, I could. I could go any direction, bro. If you go JSN, I'm leaning toward Achane or Walker or Chase Brown versus going with the wide receiver. However, if you think Jeremiah Love will fall to this pick, you could be mad at yourself if you passed on like a JSN Pickens or a JSN, AJB, and then you got Jeremiah Love as a running back 1 right here. It'd be an unbelievable draft. McBride's also good here. Pickens, Rice, all these players. I'm grabbing like a combo of those 3 guys. Obviously, London would be involved in that, but Achane and JSN would be the ideal with McBride, the ideal start probably, bro, or Jeremiah Love. JSN, Achane, McBride, or JSN, Achane, Jeremiah Love. That would probably be my ideal pick for you. If you don't go tight end early, you could think about Loveland here. I like Garrett Wilson a lot here. Josh Allen, if he falls, like it's so crazy he falls there. In the 4th round, I'd say I like Adams, Tootin, Evans, Hendy. It kind of just depends. Quarterbacks are the best pick here. If not, you're going like Warren or Price. Jonathan Brooks, I love in 7 right now. That's kind of how I take your team, bro. Appreciate you very much. And then this final super chat here for the moment, at least, and then back to the news. And then I'll open phone lines in a few minutes here, so hang tight. Viral, if you're out there calling early. 12-man PPR, 2 flex, one offensive player here. QB. Let's see here. QB's Josh Allen, Stroud, Genty, Chase Brown, Harvey, Corum, Mike Washington, AJB, Nico Evans, Parker Washington, Coker, Cyrus Allen. I like the team. Josh Allen, Genty, Chase Brown, sick. I wish you had Jonah Coleman. He's so easy to get. You have Harvey. I don't know. Are you the one that said you missed out in the later round? AJB, Nico Evans is sick. Parker Washington. I'd be very tempted to move, like, I don't think you're going to be able to move Evans right now. Parker Washington or Nico. Parker Washington and Nico for like a JSN or high. Like, I would try. It's hard to trade 2 wide receivers for 1, but I don't really want you to trade Genty or Chase Brown. I guess I would try and get Gibbs maybe, like Nico and Chase Brown for Gibbs or something like that. That's the only other thing I could think of. But I think I'd try to trade the 2 wide receivers for 1. A, because I'd trust AJB Evans and then that wide receiver you get. And you also have Coker and Cyrus Allen. I think that would be an interesting way to go about it, but that's a really good team. I don't think you got to do anything. You drafted really well. And for the most part, I like every one of your players, so I'm not like eager to get rid of one. Rate my team, 12-man, half PPR, 1 QB, Herbert, Dak, 2 wide receivers, Buka, Moore, Terry, Michael Wilson, Concepcion, Wicks, 2 running backs, Hampton, Love, Tootin, love that. 1 tight end, okay? I like it. That's a really, really good squad. Quarterbacks are fantastic. Buka and Moore are very, very good. I think I'm trying to trade Terry and Hampton to go bigger at running back 1. That's what I'd do. Or upgrade your quarterback. Terry to upgrade Herbert and Dak. And I like Herbert and Dak, but you could upgrade them and go get like Josh Allen. Okay, thanks again for all the super chats. Thank you again, Hammer. Thank you again for the super chats, everyone, especially Wolf and Ahmad and Husseini dropping those $20 super chats. $20 super chats. We'll get on the Rice video and we'll play it. So DJ Moore, sum total is fine. The ankle injury is not a big deal. He looks dominant. He's going to be all over the field. Remember that DJ Moore is going to probably be the number 1 receiver in the league in catching footballs from behind the line of scrimmage and accumulating yardage from behind the line of scrimmage, which will give him about 150 to 200 total yards in like wide back value. And then he's probably going to have 1 or 2 touchdowns, maybe 3 in that capacity. So from a wide back, catching the football, stepping back or on the line of scrimmage, and Josh Allen slinging the rock to him. And sometimes he might get it behind Josh Allen, which will count as a run. So you're probably going to get a sum total of like 175 to 250 rushing and reception or receiving yards from behind the line of scrimmage. So that means that he's getting all that a lot of other receivers aren't. And he's probably still going to have, if I had to guess, like 900 more out in open space. And I would say he's a strong bet with those 2 or 3 close touchdowns, 2 of which could be runs, end arounds, jet sweeps. He'll get 2 or 3 touchdowns that way and get another 6, 7, maybe even 8. Maybe he has 12 touchdowns, maybe he has 7. Hard to say. Probably a player that has the biggest range of like 7 to 12 touchdowns in his territory of value. Love DJ Moore this year. He's going to be dominant. And people that are writing him off, they're typically like, you don't even know who's saying it. You're just reading a comment, and those comments can mount. Like when you go on Amazon and you're looking at a power supply or something, or a plug. Let's say it's an automatic timer plug, and it's like, great. It's got 5.5 out of 6-star reviews, 4,000 purchases. You're like, okay, this is really good. These are good numbers. Amazing. I got it from my grandma. She loves it. Amazing. This is the best ever. You're like, I'm buying this thing. And then there's the one comment. The one comment says, this caught on fire. And you're like, oh, I'm out. And you don't even know if that person's telling the truth. You don't know if it's a competitor putting up a fake review, but you're out anyway. Some people in the comments will say something that might not even be a person with good intelligence. Might not be a person you even recognize, but they say something like, yeah, DJ Moore's washed. And then it sticks with someone. They're like, oh, it's like, you guys, you got to stop reading some random person's comment, even in my own live stream, and letting it affect you. And someone saying like, oh, he lost his step, or, whatever. He has not lost his step. He looks phenomenal. They misused him in Chicago, and he did not like playing with Caleb. He was interviewed about 5 or 6 days ago, and they asked him about Caleb, and he just totally disregarded Caleb in so many ways. He said, yeah, he's getting there. The guy goes, what do you mean by that? It was Kyle Brandt interviewing him. He says, what do you mean by that? He's like, the Madden cover, the good kudos for him. And he's like, he's getting there. It was very dismissive. DJ Moore's the smartest wide receiver in that room. And he knew what he was dealing with, taking off his helmet, slamming it down. This guy's never been handed a quarterback as talented as Josh Allen. It's going to be magical on the field, absolute magic. And to wrap this up, go to the other super chats, then open the phone line. Jonah Coleman is not going to start week 1. Like, that's just not a realistic expectation, unless injuries strike. If injuries strike, of course, he vaults right away. But he might get more work than you think in week 1. And even if he didn't, and I'm not predicting him to get 12 carries in week 1 or anything. But even if he doesn't, that's not what you're drafting him for. You're not even expecting him at his ADP of 145 to 155. 100 and even if you reach for him, 135 to like 155. You're not expecting someone to be starting week 1. This is a guy that you expect before midseason, but by midseason, on his horse, all cylinders go, and this guy's cranking out massive production and winning you a league. It could take some time. It might not if an injury shows up. It could take some time, but that you've got to be prepared for that. But what's so beautiful about this type of scenario is everybody acts tough. They stand up straight. They go, yeah, even people in here that are touting, Coleman to the moon. About 20% of you are putting up a facade right now. And I'm trying to get you not to think this way later. Moment there's any sort of struggle. The moment this guy in week 1 gets 2 carries, what are we doing with Coleman? And we're going to look at you in the live chat and say, whoa. You were in here a week ago touting Coleman. Yeah. Guess you're not using Coleman, Smitty. Guess you're wrong about Coleman. Or what are we doing with? I hate that phrase, and I love it all at the same time, because what are we doing with Coleman means this person, if he's in my league, is trading Coleman to me or cutting him. There's a chance that this guy gets cut in fantasy leagues, and we have to stay on our toes about it because people are expecting too much. He will get there, but it might not happen right away. But he will win leagues when the time comes. He is such an amazing running back, and powerful and smooth, and people are going to regret not buying in. Would you trade? Thank you, Simi. Would you trade away Evans for Chiga Conco and a 2.5 and a tight end premium? I don't think so, because a 2.5 rookie pick, because Chika Conco shouldn't have this much value, even in premium. People don't really know what's in store for him, and they're not so I would say I'm not opposed to it, but I don't think you're getting a good value. I think you're overpaying. I think it could work out. It'd be like buying a $300,000 house for $400, and then the next month or two it does go to $400. But if you just would have bought it at the appraisal amount, you'd be so much further ahead. And even though you're making out like a bandit at the end of the day, I think Chig's going to be great. But I think you're buying him high because there's not a guarantee. Told you about Caleb Douglas. Did you see that catch? Yeah, I mean, Kiko, we did not like Caleb Douglas. All love to my boy Smitty. What's up with BTJ? Drafted Jonah in Dynasty. Have Harvey and Dobbins. Thanks, Smitty. I love, no offense, Kiko, but I love a lot of people come in and go, told you about, we never disliked them. So you're just the way that's worded. But Kiko, appreciate you. Kiko to the moon. BTJ, what's up with BTJ? I want him to be traded if they don't use him properly through week 2, 3, or 4. That's what's up with BTJ. We don't want him to get buried. I would say at this moment, Parker Washington is the guy you want over BTJ.
Dropping loads
doesn't mean there's not more upside with BTJ, who we've seen finishes wide receiver 4 or 5 in his rookie season. But Parker Washington, there's just too much evidence. We love both of them. I hope that they get split, like a stock splitting, and BTJ gets traded and then goes up, and Parker Washington will go up even more. But Parker Washington is by far the safer guy for sure. Thank you very much, Kiko, for the $20 super chat. And Kiko, you for a $20 super chat, get on the Cyrus Allen video, my friend. Let me drop it like it's hot. Put it up there right now. Cyrus to the moon.
Cyrus, the virus. Cyrus, the virus.
God, Cyrus is good. Kiko, thank you very much for the $20 super chat, my boy. Let's see here. Dial into the show. Phone line is open, and I'll answer any super chats.
Call into the show. Call into the show.
In which they are received. Dial in. If you guys want to talk about any other sleepers, like Jacoby Lane looked really, really good. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. We haven't done much on that yet, but we can talk about him freely here, but we might do like some sort of video potentially on it. But Jacoby Lane looked really, really, really good. I feel like he's probably, let me get Rock Out in here. Rock Out, hold on, mute yourself, Rock Out. I think I got Travis on the line. Jacoby Lane probably is in a good position to really piss off some Flowers owners. I know some of you Flowers owners are going to get mad. I'm not suggesting that he'll unseat him, but this might be more of a complication, and he could be a value. Now, it's preseason. He might not get as much action. You know, he might be a guy that doesn't do anything for 3 or 4 weeks, too. We got to be careful not to see preseason and say, oh, this will translate right away. But, boy, is Jacoby looking good. Just like Jonah Coleman. He's looking good, by the way. Have I mentioned that he's looking good? And Hammer's dropping another Jonah Coleman message. Hammer wants you to know he has him in every league.
It's hammer time.
Hammer says the following, Sean Payton, you see enough of it and you're like, all right, I'm pulling him early. And that's another thing that indicates, by the way, that a player is going to play early on in some rotation or capacity with the ones, meaning he's not a bench player. That's what I was saying earlier. Doubters might be very surprised how much he can play, but doesn't mean he's unseating JK. Now, here's the thing, injuries. If JK is not ready for week 1, guess who's starting week 1? Jonah Coleman. Injuries will open the door. Harvey will probably co-start, right? And in theory, like, Harvey could start, right? But Jonah Coleman will be out there, like, as a co-starter. So, right now, the way that the offense is going to work in Denver, JK's healthy, he's starting. There's no debate about that. Doesn't mean he doesn't get unseated. It doesn't mean he'll stay healthy for even one quarter. But if J.K. Dobbins' injury right now, and I'll check on the status of it, if he ends up not being able to suit up for week 1, Jonah Coleman and Harvey will be co-starters, and they're going to be fantastic. But there's no way that Harvey... Now, again, if Harvey's hurt, and J.K.'s hurt, and we've seen stranger things happen like that, then guess what? You know, we're going to see... Coleman go to the moon in week 1. Let me see if I can find this. I'm going to jump into an underdog draft right now as well. Best Ball Mania, if anybody wants to jump in one as well. Let me go over to Travis real quickly. And Hammer's. I read Hammer's super chat. Thank you, Hammer. Can't wait to come in here for the Jonah Coleman celebration shows. We're going to have them. I just don't know what week, but we're going to have them. And let me just show you this. This has been here since the day the man was drafted.
Quadruple J and Consultants.
Did you make a mess on the field? Don't fret. Call the cleanup crew. Call Quadruple J and Consultants.
Locations on Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter.
And this has really become what's six tuple? What is 6, Travis? Because we actually have 6. Six tuple.
Yep.
6 tuple and associates. we're gonna have to create a new audio on that. I mean, Genti's the owner of the business for sure, but Jonathan Brooks has joined the Triple the quadruple J, which is now sextuple J.
Quadruple J and Consultants.
Did you make a mess on the field? Don't fret. Call the cleanup crew. Call Quadruple J and Consultants.
Location.
Travis, you are live, young man. And then over to Rockout. The phone lines are open if anybody would like to dial in.
Yeah, so like with Jacoby Lane, like it looks like his game is going to translate well to the NFL. In terms of fantasy, we just have to see, because the people who are saying like, oh, he's a monster in fantasy, I've seen some people say, oh, he can be the next Puka, this or that. If that's the case, then like you said, he's going to reign all over Zay's parade. And I don't see that happening. What I do see is,
Oh, hold on one second. Mute yourself real quick. Sorry, go ahead. Travis, repeat that last part, Travis.
I just said that, like, Jacoby Lane is definitely their number 2. You know, I think he's already kind of wrapped that up.
Yeah,
so he's going to have opportunity, but
Flowers would have to get
it's gonna
injured.
Be hard for him to reign on Flowers parade. Yeah,
he's not going to rain on it, but he could pull him down a little bit, because I don't think Lamar under center in a different offense, I don't think is going to. I don't think he's going to. The best way to word this, replicate what he did last year, which was the most optimal, ideal situation. And now you had no other pass catchers, and now you have a pretty exciting kid that can pull, I don't know, let's say he pulls in like 704 or 3 or something like that. That's enough numbers where you're not going to have the same offense, passing wise. Lamar's going to run a lot more. So
that's the feeling I have.
Yeah. So it's gonna be tough. All right. Troy says, Smitty, we're so back. You might be back. We've been here the whole offseason, but glad to have you back. Wanted to get a brief overview on the site, thinking of getting the season pass. You should look into the lifetime too, because then you never have to pay again. The Moon Man, Saturn Man, Jupiter Man, yeah, they're gonna be posted. I'll do graphics of it, but essentially, you know, the bold predictions on the site are kind of the Moon Man, Mars Man, Saturn Man anyway, with explanations. So, but I'll try and put some photos up there as well. But yes, they'll be up there. But there's so much content on thefantasyfootballshow.com. You will not be disappointed. Sometimes I'm crazy, I think, for having a price at the price point I have, because there's so much information on here. This is it's a crazy website. Just go look at thefantasyfootballshow.com and then try and convince yourself not to purchase it. I think that's the sales pitch is just looking at it, honestly. What else you got, Travis? How you feeling about the way Coleman looked? I'm not on the clock yet. I'll go. The way Coleman looked in his short stint. I'll put his numbers up on screen. He only had 4 carries, but he looked really, really good.
Yeah, like I said to Hussein, I know Hussein and I butt heads over Harvey, and it's fine. But like I think Coleman has an inside track to that, you know, full-time job, whatever you want to call it. And because he's doing what the scouting report said about him, and with the contact balance, and you know, he's not going to burn anyone. Speed isn't his game, but he's got enough of it. But he's just, you know, he's like a bowling ball. He's just going to contact balance. He's going to run people over. He's going to get the extra 2 or 3 yards that you need, you know. So seeing him do that is just, you know.
You know who he reminds me of? Like a little Marshawn Lynch meets, God, what's a running back we could use? And I'm trying to think of one that's
like
in the...
Michael Turner.
Yeah. Michael Turner's a good one. And some of you might not know who that is or barely remember, but
I'm dating myself.
Atlanta Falcons.
Michael the Burner Turner traded to the Titans. Oh, but the deal doesn't go through. It got it was 1 hour late. Hold on 1 second, boys. Let me just draft this real quick. You see who I've got on screen here. I've been drafting a lot of Garrett Wilson the last month, and I'm doing even more of it. He looks really good. I feel like they're going to move the ball enough. He's going to be the focal point. I just worry about a guy like Garrett Wilson. The Jets are the one team that need the quarterback the most. And so if they get to the end of the year, he is very much one of the most likely players to be sat. And you just got to understand that and realize that if he has bruised ribs or a pinky toe bruise or something, or an ingrown hair on his left thumb, I mean, they could sit him for the last 2 games or something, because look at Max Crosby. It's not so much with teams that have a quarterback and are losing. It's when this team has a chance for the 1 or 2 or 3 pick, and there's a lot of quarterbacks coming out. So we might see more teams doing that, even vying for the 2nd overall, the 3rd overall, the 4th overall, when they don't have a shot necessarily at the 1, if the Jets are playing better than expectation. But there is that chance. The best hope you have is the Jets win more games than anybody thinks, even though they're not going to be playoff bound, and they're not worried about the 1 pick or something. But I just, that's my only fear. But I love Garrett Wilson right now. I think this is a really strong 4. Genty, AJB, Garrett Wilson, ETN. I think it's really strong.
And someone actually relating to Garrett Wilson, someone asked,
thank you, Troy.
Why Garrett Wilson over DJ Moore? The person said, I'm leaning DJ Moore. I guess he thinks in his home draft they'll be able to get them both in the 5th round.
Yeah. I don't mind DJ Moore, but look, Garrett Wilson I took in the 3rd round, bro. DJ Moore's going in 5, so you're asking the wrong question. That's not even a like why am I eating a salad that's an amazing salad right before instead of a steak? And speaking of eating a salad, speaking of having a salad before a steak, Ron Navy just has 2 steaks instead of 1 salad and a steak. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you're asking the wrong question. Why Garrett Wilson over DJ Moore? You just draft both of them. Or if you can't draft both of them, you're drafting DJ Moore in round 5. It's just not. They're not even close. It doesn't mean that DJ Moore can't outscore him. It just means it's not a conversation you should be having, because they're nowhere close to an ADP. You can grab another player and then cost of entry go get DJ Moore. That conversation makes a lot of sense. Like, hey, I'm in the 3rd round. Do I take, I don't know. Do I take ETN or do I take Josh Allen in the 3rd round instead of going with Garrett Wilson? And then in round 5, you get DJ Moore with Josh Allen. DJ Moore in 5, Josh Allen in 3. That makes sense. If that makes sense. Ron Navy is live. Then I'll go back to Rock, or actually Rock Out. Do you mind if I go to Rock Out first, Ron? I got 3 Marsmen on the phone.
Yeah, you can go Navy if you want. It don't matter.
Yeah.
I'm good. Rock Out. Go.
All right. Good to hear from you.
No, you first.
Go ahead, Ron. There's DJ Moore.
Another player tonight that played well, and he's not going to be starting, but Milroe.
Yeah, I talk about him every month.
I know you talk about him a lot.
Yeah,
he looked really, really good.
Yeah, he's quick, man. He's so elusive. Hammer loves him too. Hammer loved him in college. I always talk about him. Milroe to me would be better than Sam Darnold easily. He's not going to unseat him, but if Sam gets hurt or plays bad or something happens, then once Milroe goes in, Milroe doesn't come out if he's playing multiple games. And Milton looked really good too. And Milton gets a bad rap.
Yeah, Milton looked good.
Because whenever Milton goes in there, he's playing with backups and never catches the football, and they don't run the right routes. He just throws these missiles, and he has interceptions left and right when he goes in without competent starting wide receivers. So, real quickly, boys, let me just draft this pick here. This is a unbelievable team. I don't know if I'm going to get sniped here on this pick. I don't think. Yeah, there we go. So Drake May, Henderson. I'm going upward, reading it from the bottom. Drake May, Henderson, ETN, Garrett Wilson, AJB, Genty. Woo! This is a best ball mania. That's disgusting. That is a disgusting team. Wow. Travis, do you think this team is one of the better ones, or am I not looking at it properly? I got Kool-Aid.
No, I love it. Yeah. No, I was looking up different running backs trying to figure out who Coleman is kind of like.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, no, it's good. I like it.
Ron, what else you got, Ron? And then over to Rock Out. You got Milrow. What about Jonah Coleman? You liking what you see there? And then DJ Moore. Ron, you're a very big underdog kind of guy too. Like there are a lot of people on this channel that they root for the underdog person, not underdog fantasy, promo code Smitty, but like an underdog player. And it seems like DJ Moore would be in your wheelhouse. You know, people.
Yeah, I like DJ. He just hasn't been given the opportunities and the quarterbacks that he needs to do well. But
did you see it? Did you see him earlier today?
Yeah.
Caught that ball and he's running. Bring it while he's running. I say it was like remember when Henderson was running that touchdown, he broke off to the left side of the field, that 50-yard scamper or whatever, 40-yard, 50, whatever it was, and then he was looking over at his coach and he was talking to him. He goes, "Do I down it? You want me to go down right now?" He's running this breakaway touchdown run. It was kind of that reminded me a little bit of DJ Moore's. You know, catches the ball and as he's running, he's like bring it on. It was like crazy. Having these conversations and FaceTiming people while they're running down the field. But DJ Moore,
it's going to be so good for Allen too to finally, have that receiver that
Iron Bowl.
I mean, Shakir, but Shakir's always been he's been the number one receiver, but he's really a number two receiver.
And not to mention, Ron, DJ Moore is him and Debo are by far the best wide backs in the league, catching the ball at or behind the line of scrimmage and then advancing it forward and accumulating yardage from behind the line of scrimmage. Debo was number one last year, despite all the injuries. JD5 going down. Debo was still number one in the league last year in yards accumulated from behind the line of scrimmage when they're caught behind the line of scrimmage. But Shakir has been in the top four pretty much his whole stint in Buffalo. And you're right, he's not even good enough for that role. But because Buffalo put him in it, he's good, but he's not good enough to be Debo in that role. DJ Moore might actually outperform Debo, in some ways in that role. Not necessarily going to replicate that 2021 season, 2020, 2021, which one was it? I don't know if he'll replicate the full line, but just being a weapon, just dangerous in what it does for Buffalo and what they need him to do. This is going to be an extension of the run. Much like Rashee Rice is for the Chiefs and Mahomes, he's an extension of the run game. It's what makes Rashee Rice so amazing. We're looking at DJ Moore maybe as the biggest regret that I think majority of fantasy football owners have when they're having conversations like that at the end of the year. It's like, I really wish I would have invested in DJ Moore and more. I think we're going to hear people say that, and it's going to, oh, God, it just timed out on Jaden Reed. Are you kidding me?
Could be worse.
Oh, my God.
Like what I did the other day. At least you didn't do what I did the other day when we drafted. Hey, I did my one. I signed up for the Corgi, my one thing I did a slow draft. My first three rounds. Well, the first three picks I had, I was number 2 spot. So I got Bijan, then came around and got Pickett, then got Love. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good, Ron, but damn it, I'm pissed off right now.
I'm trying to make you feel better.
That doesn't. Oh, this was the team. I would have got Cortland Sutton. I would have grabbed Cortland Sutton. I would have been so happy about that. What in the hell am I doing? Jeez.
Hey, you're multitasking. That's what you're doing. So you're slipping up now and then.
Damn it. Reed isn't horrible. It could be worse. All right.
Oh.
Jeez, man. That pisses me off. This team's still
thank God at the end of the year. Thank God that Reed picked.
Wouldn't that be great if Reed wins and I'm like, we told you! We told you! We told you. Smitty, I remember being on that stream. You auto-drafted Jaden Reed. You're wrong. You're wrong. I remember taking him. We were like, Jaden Reed's the pick. Doing it live, Jaden Reed style. We had like, not to be funny and do some sort of like, we told you thing with it, but we've loved Jaden Reed like on this channel for years, but I have not gone into this season loving him at all. It's not that he can't earn my love back, but it's just Green Bay's ruined him. Keeping him off the field. Quarterback, but not being consistently, delivering the football, keeping him off the field. I want to say the 2 years before last year, because last year I was out. The 2 years prior I was in, but those 2 years prior to last year, I think he played like 10 snaps in 3 wide receiver sets. Like it was diabolical that they never used him. And so they just don't know what they have in Reed. But maybe Reed gets like, let's say I was to take Cortland Sutton and he gets 1,007. Maybe Reed will have like 805, and it's not a big deal. Well, damn it. I thought I could shake it, but I'm still not. Rock out. What do you got? What do you hear? What do you say? You're live.
So are you thinking about KC for the Browns? That it looks like they're going to use him as with Army knife.
Casey Concepcion, yeah, he had his leg rolled up on pretty bad. Travis, do you see anything like what the report is on that?
Let's see. I'll look it up.
Yeah, it looked like his leg got rolled up on. Might not be anything, but
I don't know if it's that serious, but we'll see.
Simi Valley likes Reed. He says he's gonna get a couple rushing touchdowns. Look, he should. I've always loved him. I can't trust his role. But they have said that he's been playing the number 2 wide receiver role this year. So, it could. Ron Navy in the house. We got a lot of OGs in the house tonight. Ron Navy's in the house. Ron Navy says, "What's up, Golf?"
Yeah. I'm new here.
Ron's been here for... Ron, how long have you been here for now?
Oh, God.
Remember we celebrate... Oh, I'm on the clock.
Look. A milestone. There it is. 49 months.
Nice.
I just posted it in 49 months.
49 months.
I think I'm just a little bit ahead of Travis.
Yeah, I think so. Couple months.
I'm in like the 49 months too.
Yeah, because you were here. I think you were probably here before me, Rock Out. I think. But we were close.
Yeah.
I almost timed out again on that Wandell pick. I didn't even really want Wandell. I like him though. He's not bad, but I just I needed to grab someone that I liked in a decent fashion. But I love the Keaton Mitchell pick here. I think that could be league winning. My wide receiver 3 ended up not shaking out like I had planned. Man, I really screwed up on that pick, because that would have let me. I'm kind of behind right now. That would have let me get Debo. Then I would have got Debo and Stribling. And then having Debo and Stribling as my wide receiver 3 was the secret sauce for this team. And I really royally jacked that up. But that's okay. That is all right. We will figure it out.
Anything about Casey Concepcion. Just some of the replays, and it looks like he got lucky the way it rolled. It was like,
well, I didn't say he was
away for the ankle and leg to bend. So
I didn't say he got injured per se, like that they were saying anything. That's why I was asking Travis to look, because there's nothing on it. So I was just making sure there wasn't some sort of like Scotty, just mute yourself real quick. There wasn't some sort of like news report that's surfacing now. Like I saw Jeremiah Love get his ankle rolled on, and I immediately said, he's injured, and everyone's like celebrating, and I was celebrating too, but I'm like just waiting. And of course it's like, he has an injured ankle. Like you could see it from a mile away. So the way Casey Concepcion's ankle got rolled on, it looked very similar. So I was just waiting for some report. Maybe tomorrow we hear that he's got a little bit of an ankle sprain, but he definitely escaped it breaking or fracturing or anything like that because of the way that it ended up happening. But Casey Concepcion, he's fantastic. He's so elusive.
I like him. I mean, the Browns, if they can ever get a quarterback, maybe Shador will be all right. But because David Boston looks pretty good, and there's probably some limitations to his game and what he can do. But man, to get those two guys, then they both fit so well with Fannin. They've done well. They're building something. If they can just put it all together, that's a big if.
Yeah, Boston, a good big body catcher for the Cleveland.
Deebo Samuel has been consistently going below Stribling now, which is a shift that we've seen the last week happen, which is kind of crazy because we saw Stribling going after Deebo, but now Stribling's getting taken so high, he's going around 9 or 10, and it's warranted, and it's still not out of the realm of him being able to blow away the value. So don't think that that's climbed too high or anything. I mean, I like Stribling over Worthy. He's around higher. I love Stribling over Pittman. Ron, put your earmuffs on. I love Stribling over... Honestly, maybe I should have just grabbed Stribling here. In hindsight, I didn't know he was going to go that earlier, but I should have just grabbed Stribling and Deebo, and it would have been okay. Debo's still there, so I grabbed Deebo. So I'd rather have Stribling than Wandale in hindsight, and just worth grabbing him early. But his ADP is hard to predict right now because people are reaching way above it, and we won't see the actual ADP until the adjustments happen. And so right now he's unpredictable where he's going. The hype is so crazy, people are just taking him a round and a half early. So if I could do this over again, I'd grab Stribling instead of Wandale. I'd grab Deebo here, and I would feel very comfortable even about my timeout with Reed. So that kind of sucked. But that said, do I have a backup QB yet? I do not. So let's go with my boy. I do like Chiga Conquo here, though. I'm going to start getting to the point where I'm not going to be able to grab a tight end that's got a big... Well, I could grab Gadsden later. Let's do that. So I'm going to grab Malik Willis here just to get myself in a good position with my backup QB with a different bye week, of course, which is good. Pretty good squad so far. Timeout sucked, I admit, but Genty, AJB, Garrett Wilson. This is from the 10 pick. Genty, AJB, Garrett Wilson, ETN, Trevion Henderson, Drake May, timed out on Jaden Reed, Corum, Wandale, Keaton Mitchell, Deebo Samuel, and Malik Willis. So only one misstep, and Reed's not that bad. It just sucks when you don't get to draft your own player. Yeah. Iron Bull.
With I heard you talking about it on the earlier show when how Dart is appalled that they put him in the 10 and stuff. From a dynasty standpoint, it every time him and Scatabo open their mouth, it makes me trust them less and less. What's your feelings on Dart in dynasty?
Yeah, so let me just keep. I gotta keep an eye.
I know the upside.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on my pick this time when I go back over to the screen. Last time, I trust myself. That's why I don't like. Let me auto cue somebody here just in case I time out. Who do I like here? I'll go Kamara in case I time out because then I'll back up ETN. No, I'll go Gadsden. That's who I'm probably going to pick anyway. Yeah, Dart. For anybody that doesn't know what happened with Dart today, Dart got popped. He got popped, and I think
looked like he was dead.
I think he got knocked
on the ground.
Yeah, I think he got knocked out, and he's never
got knocked out.
He's the kind of guy that's not going to admit it. He's just because he doesn't want to get taken off the field. He doesn't want to lose the opportunity to play football, and I'm sure he thinks that that's going to mount. You're talking about contracts, and every concussion you get, more people are concerned. And if he ends up facing more and more concussions down the road, he can have less of them mounting to that. And he looked, when you get hit and you're not moving for 2 or 3 seconds, you can be knocked out for 2 or 3 seconds, wake up 3. It seems like an eternity too. When you get knocked out, because I've been knocked out 7 times. when you get knocked out, you wake up and you could hear like sometimes you'll hear like helicopter sounds because the audio is coming in and out of your ear, and it's disorienting. But when you get knocked out a lot, you start getting used to it. You can pop back up. I remember I got elbowed right in the eyeball one time, and I went straight down. Hold on, let me see. Go Tank. I might go Tank Bigsby here. I could just cuff Kamara, but
I like Tank.
I think I'm going to take a different swing and not worry about cuffing and just say, give me a home run right there. And then Gadsden is queued up for this next pick. But I got hit in the eyeball, straight dead. Not even the elbow didn't even hit any of my eye socket. It just went straight to my eye. And I remember I just went, boom, I went down. And everybody went down the court. And I remember it seemed like an eternity. And I remember just like waking up and everything spins. And you hear like helicopter sounds. And it's so dizzy. And I remember getting up barely and seeing blurry people down at the other side of the court. And they're like, here's the ball. And they throw it to me. Like they had no idea I was knocked out cold because it's really like 2 or 3 seconds. And I grabbed the ball and I shot and made a basket. And I was just like down. I was like down at the other end. They thought I was just waiting down there, not playing defense. But Dart looked like he was laying on the ground. He got hit and he was just sitting there and he wasn't moving. He was just face down. And it was like 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. Not a single movement. And then he goes and he rolls over or whatever. And then Dart goes to the podium talking to the reporters about it. And he looks all like upset and disgusted. He's like, I don't understand why I end up in the tent. You know, you get hit. I'm just trying to. And he's like fumbling with his words. He's not even being clear. Watching it, if you don't know what happened or you just saw the replay and then heard him talk without any context, you're thinking he's almost like confused about something you're not even sure of yet. You're like, is he confused because he's wondering why his offensive line is not blocking for him and why he's always in the 10? Or is he saying like, and we know what he's trying to say, but I'm just saying like somebody would be confused because he wasn't even being very clear about what he was trying to say. And he didn't even know what he's trying to say. But what he was kind of hinting at is that he thinks that it's an overreaction by the league. Whenever you get hit, you just go straight to the tent. But I'm just saying his words weren't even clear about it. And everyone's just watching going, what do you mean, bro? You got leveled and your neck went back like that, which is what causes the concussion. It doesn't have to hit the ground. And so he got hit and his neck went like that. And then he went straight into the ground. Yeah, whiplash, and then he went straight into the ground, which could also cause the concussion because he could have like literally been disoriented to hit the ground. And he's like, I don't understand why, I'm just in the tent, and it's like, I don't know, like I just trying to like, I think so many words comprehend, like, I don't know, it's just like trying to figure it out, and it's you're watching, you're like, what the hell is he trying to argue? Like, what's his point? He got leveled, and they're checking him out because you have to protect the player from themselves. Because they'll keep going out there. And then later on, everyone's like, the NFL needs to do something about it. I mean, they are trying. I'm not saying that it's perfect. But, like, you should check them out. You should check them out, especially when you got concussion concerns. And these guys disregard for their own safety. Like, instead of Dart saying, no, I appreciate the league, making sure I'm okay and that I'm going to have a long life and be able to play with my kids. No, instead he's complaining about how they're looking out for his health. And like Travis just said, I don't trust Dart at all. But I will say this. He goes out there, probably disoriented, probably doesn't even know Malachi Fields' name at that point because he's so disoriented, throws a dime touchdown pass to Malachi Fields. And it's like, this guy's so good. He is so good, for sure.
On the field, I love him. But long term, it's hard to trust. And the funny thing is, it's like, when you watch a hit, I'm watching it on a loop right now, like, a lot of people will say, oh, his head didn't hit the ground. But like you said, his head whiplashes so hard.
Then it goes straight
in. So one of two things happened there. It's like you went out for a second, or you got the wind knocked out of you. And if you got the wind knocked out of him, he would have said that, because that's an obvious feeling. Like, he would have just said, I don't know why I was in the tent. I got the wind knocked out of me. There's nothing. And, so like his answer, like you said, kind of led on that there was something more there.
Yeah, it's crazy. But we'll see how it all shakes out. Let me see what my team is real quick, guys. Hold on 1 second. We're in round 16. I got Willis and Drake. I think that's Rod. I think that's rock out. Genti, ETN,
Thanks, Rocco.
Cyrus. I need 2 tight ends, and then I think I might swing away on a potential running back gem. But let me just go to Njoku. Just cuff up the Gadsden and Njoku combo, which I still like, but unfortunately Kohler throws a wrench into it. You just got to ask yourself, do you take all 3 of them and then eat the bye week? And then you have Mike McDaniel's tight end, Jonah Smith. You got Waller. So it's something to consider and not worry so much about the bye week. The bye week's 1 week, and having the whole thing locked up on the year might get me that same 4 points that, let's say I picked right now. That's what's so funny is people aren't thinking that deeply about this stuff sometimes when they go, oh, you drafted all your 3 tight ends are on the same bye. It's like, I know, bro. But if I grab, let's say, even if I grab Gunnar Helm, who is a good pick here if he's hanging around, I don't know that he will be, but he's available now. If I took Gunnar Helm here, who we like, there's a chance he scores 5 points, 4 points. And if I have Kohler, let's say, and let's say I don't like Kohler, but let's say I did grab Kohler, I'm just in for argument's sake, and I had Gadsden and Njoku and Kohler instead of getting a player for my bye week, there's a chance that throughout the 17 weeks, that having Kohler gets me a net of the same amount at least or more than I got, by having, Helm. So I don't know. It just depends on the offense too. Like, do you think that Gunnar Helm's going to outscore Gadsden and Njoku Kohler, the one that's the guy? How many weeks will you gain points there with Gunnar Helm too? You got to look at all that. But I don't mind doing it. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to take Colby Parkinson instead. But it it crosses my mind as a decent play. But Parkinson I love so much, I'm going to take him. Hammer, thanks again for the 20 and the 50. What? Who's talking in the background? Who's that? Is that Rock Out again?
I'm
Rock
on
out?
mute.
Oh, okay.
I'm on mute.
Oh, okay.
I've been on mute too.
Let's see. Who's making all the noise? Is that Scotty Do?
What's up, man?
What's up, Scotty? You live?
Hey, I'm just enjoying this. I'm live. Yeah, I'm live here in Hawaii. We're just in the middle of Category 1 hurricane.
Oh, man.
Freaking wild, bro. 60
Keep
miles
safe.
an hour wind.
That's about as fast as Cyrus Allen.
Dude. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, my comment earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I like them, but I just feel like we've been down this road before with Xavier Worthy, Royals. Who else? Like, oh, this guy's gonna be great, and then they don't ever do nothing.
Yeah, but ask yourself the question though, bro. Have you seen any of those guys look like this and have this much attention and be this productive in preseason games? Because they talk a big game about Royals, they talked a big game about Burchard, talked a big game about this and that, but like, do you see Cyrus Allen? And not to mention, there's just so much concern about, and I'm not saying it's legitimate, but so much concern about Rice and all that right now. Like, is he going to get up to speed? He looks slow. Well, like they're prepared is what they're doing. They're ready to go in case there's anything. They're not going to wait for Rice again. Like they're ready to rumble. They've got Rice's replacement if Rice doesn't step up, and they're not going to try and get him ready to go later. He's ready to go now. And you're just going to have both of them. If Rice steps up, then you have 2 monster potential wide receivers. But this has got to feel different. Plus, Scotty, you can't just look. Sometimes the history of the coaching decision-making and the way they talk about player then pull back is definitely something you can call a pattern. But I think in some cases you can't just say, oh, it happened this way in the past, it's going to happen this way again. You got to be able to see the differences that might be there and present. And there's a lot of differences for Cyrus Allen. Not to mention we really liked him as a prospect. Him and Caldwell were 2 very intriguing wide receiver additions by the Chiefs because Caldwell was an undrafted free agent ad, and they have a lot less draft capital and the investment's not quite there, but he's still very intriguing. And then Cyrus Allen. The 2 of those guys, between one of them, we thought there was a good chance we'd be talking about really heavily, and look at where we're at right now. But, I doubt it all you want. He's going so late. Look where I got him, bro. You're talking about like round 15, round 16. Who cares?
No, everything you said makes sense, dude. I totally understand. He's a great talent. He's worth grabbing late, stash him, especially if you grab Rice. I grab Rice everywhere, pretty much, this year. So, and Mahomes definitely needs another receiver to throw to and rely on. So, everything you say makes sense. Sometimes I just like to bust your balls and be the negative Nancy every now and then.
Well, you're busting your own, doesn't do anything to me. But hold on, Scotty, don't go anywhere. You enjoy the show right there. Hold on. Let me go around the phone line. I got a couple other people on the phone line. The 282, then over to Chuck. 282, you're live real quick.
262, I believe. Or no?
Yeah, I'm sorry. 262. It's 262. My monitor's like this big, so I have to look over in the corner.
Yeah, I just been listening and observing and stuff. What do you think of it? I know you probably talked about him because when I mention players, sometimes say I brought him up. But what do you think about that Lane kid from on the Ravens?
Yeah, we just talked about him for like 15 minutes.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
Well, yeah. Well, I did.
Yeah, Travis brought him up. I like him too.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I like him. He's good.
We're talking about him for like 10 minutes.
Who's 262?
Okay.
What's your name?
Jacoby Lane. Yeah. Baltimore Ravens. Yeah.
Hold on. Everybody mute yourself. I got too many people cross talking. 262. What's your name?
Eric.
Eric. Okay. Eric, what did I yell at you about last time?
The stats thing.
The what?
When I was asking what was more important, the stats or like coaching staff, and then you took it as like I was saying you didn't like use stats at all, which I didn't.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't.
But I
didn't. Okay, yeah,
what's more important? Like, what do you observe more, like the coaching staff, or do you reach more into the stat? Because I know a lot of times you're talking about new coaches and game plans for people. Like. Yeah,
you were trying to give me a compliment, I think, and I was trying to fight against it, going, I am a stat guy, like. Okay, but anyway, yeah, we did talk about Jacoby Lane. I know you think we didn't, but we did. The answer is I really like him, but there's only so much you can do in that role, and he will probably hamper Flowers a little bit, in my opinion. I think we got a couple differing opinions to the degree of that, but I think there is a chance that you're going to have Lamar having a down passing year and an increased rushing production year, and then you're just going to have trouble for Flowers anyway replicating last two seasons because he's been inclining. You take away Munkin and the system that made Lamar unlocked. Like, that system unlocked Lamar, and now you're going to change the system on him. He's going to run a lot more, which is going to increase injury risk, and he's going to be under center, which could be good, but it also is unknown, so I don't know that it'll be super ultra consistent. They could struggle early on. Then you got to rely on Derrick Henry staying, healthy and being good for another year, which can happen, but these are a lot of, unknowns, and you need a lot of things to happen at once. And then all of a sudden, Jacoby Lane comes in and starts taking, let's say, even 604, 705 touchdowns, 704. I don't think he'll be really, really good in non-best ball because, he could, but Lamar's never produced top 20 wide receivers until he just did it with Flowers. So it's hard to trust him feeding two wide receivers when for the first time he's finally got a guy inside the top 10, but really struggled to do it his whole career top 20. So two wide receivers is hard to imagine thriving in Baltimore. And we do know Flowers is the number one. I'm not saying that Jacoby Lane's taking Flowers out. I just think that you won't see Flowers return to top 7 or 8 or 9 wide receiver value, which is why he's a bad pick in the third round.
But do you think with his height and his weight, he could kind of take over because Mark Andrews is slowing down and they got rid of Likely, that he could fill in a bigger, maybe he could support it? You know how he's supporting Flowers and Andrews a little bit. You think they could turn into that Lane guy and then maybe Flowers?
Well, from what I just said, no. But I would say there's going to be, he's good. He's really good. What I said earlier when we first talked about him was that he was really impressive and I like him a lot. I just don't know that it's somebody in fantasy you can use yet. Dynasty, I think we could talk about it. But if you're starting him in fantasy, you're probably going to get a lot of inconsistency. You're going to put him in the wrong games. He's going to lose you a league if you're just throwing him in there to jump. Like, let it play out. He could be a waiver wire guy, too, where we're like week 4. Like, okay, now there's injury or something happens. The situation has to change a little bit. But a rookie as a number 3 option, maybe Andrews falls to the wayside, and then he needs to become the 2. But there's still other options there, and I don't know that you're going to have Lamar looking as potent as a passer this year because he's going to be running a lot more. What, Travis?
No, I was just gonna say with Lane, like the book on him is that like he can do all the spectacular things. He's a big body, good red zone. He can make spectacular catches. He needs to polish his game up a little bit. And I mean, for what it's worth, again, I like Lane. I think he's gonna be their number 2. For what it's worth, though, you know, Surratt went 6 for 66 today, so you know he had a good game as well. He fumbled, which doesn't help his cause, but you know, so he's not just like guaranteed to explode as a fantasy option, like Smitty said right away.
Yeah, you gotta remember. You gotta remember
a good game too.
Yeah, you gotta remember that this is kind of like Casey Concepcion of Denzel Boston. You know, where you got 2 players that are coming in to cannibalize each other a little bit. Surratt is somebody that I don't think is like amazing, but he's going to command like the same kind of looks as Jacoby Lane. So not only is Flowers ahead in the pecking order, of course, they're going to throw a little more to Derrick Henry, we hear. I hope so. We've always wanted that. And then, you know, if Andrews does have touchdown potential, at least he'll get some of that and take that away from Jacoby Lane. So it's kind of like, you know, if you had him in best ball as your very last pick, maybe he gets you a start on your roster like twice or once, and that could help you. But I think there are safer players to pick, bro, when you have him vying for the 3rd option on his team with Surratt. Like, that's just not conducive to winning in redraft in best ball, you know?
Right, and the reason why...
No, go ahead.
The reason why I call in is because I'm in a few leagues, to be honest, but one of them's it's an auction league, and if you get a guy, his salary doubles or triples. So if I get him for $1 next year, and I could get like somebody like, you know, that can take over a position, I'm always looking for guys.
Get Cyrus Allen.
Some good foresight.
Yeah, get Cyrus
Allen.
Yeah,
he's on my list because of you. Yeah, and then I was looking maybe like that Randall kid too. From I don't know if he could take over Derrick Henry's position next year. I don't know. Because they're same size, same time, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
He had a touchdown tonight, too, so.
Yeah, he's okay. He's somebody to monitor for sure. I think that we come out of week 1. Let me go. I'm going to go JT here. This is a puppy 3. And real quick, hitter's question. Keep 3, 1 QB. Hitter, you still here? I'm sorry about the wait. Keep 3, 1 QB. Hold on, Eric. 3, 1 QB basic PPR. Neighbors, second. Scotty, dude, you can call back in if you want. I mean, it's a packed phone line, so if you had to go, there's no problem. Neighbors, 2nd round. Agbuka, 6th round. Judkins, 9. Scott, 10. Loveland, 11. I don't think he said tight end premium anywhere. 2 and 13, May 14th.
Got $100 from Hammer.
$100 for Hammer? Okay, let me go swing over on that.
Hammer wants to talk about DJ Moore.
Okay. Neighbors, 2nd. What do you think on this one, Travis? Neighbors, and Ron, what do you think on this? Neighbors, 2nd round keeper. He's got to pick 3. Neighbors, 2nd round keeper. Buka, 6. I don't care about Judkins or Scat. Honestly, with these options, they're just too good. 11 for Loveland. Tootin, 13. Drake May, 14. Man, I don't know if you like keep that value. You weren't clear about it. So we're going to assume that it doesn't go up 2 rounds every year. If it does, it could change it. But I would say give me Neighbors, give me Buka, and give me probably either May or Loveland. But I think I might lean Loveland because I can get a quarterback like Burrow or May still drafted back. And Tootin, I can still draft in 5 or 6 or 4 or whatever the hell it looks like with your board. I love Tootin at that value, but I just think Loveland and Agbuka and Neighbors are just rock solid long term.
I think because it's a 1 QB, I mean, make sure like all the good QBs aren't kept, so May's going to fly off the board or something. But as long as you can get one of those top 8 QBs or whatever back.
Yeah.
Smitty.
Thank you, Hammer. I got JT already. Let me read Hammer's message after I draft here. I got 13 seconds. 13 seconds. Yell it out. I got JT already. Achane, Bowers, or Pickens, or Neighbors.
Achane.
Oh my God! It didn't go. It's freezing. It went on Achane. Let's try and get wide receiver here. It's freezing
again.
You don't
see Taylor and Achane together too often, I feel like. I don't know.
I think it's doing what it did to Ron the other night, because I have it updated too, and it's still doing it. Okay. Let me get Hammer's super chat here and then read it. Hammer, thank you for the super chat. People forget DJ Moore and his ties to the mastermind Joe Brady. I'm taking him higher than most, and I think he finishes ahead of guys like Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle. Yeah, DJ Moore.
I agree.
I'll easily put DJ Moore against Devontae Smith. Oh my God! Like, that's easy. That's light work. I know that if Luis is listening, he'll want to challenge that, I'm sure, which is fine by me. DJ Moore, I'd much rather have.
I don't know. Maybe he did this in case he leaves. I don't know. Hammer. He said it meant to be an extender after the draft.
Okay. Let's see here.
We should maybe we could do a little maybe versus like with DJ Moore.
Yeah. DJ Hammer, you gonna be here? DJ Moore versus, and then we'll just go through like shocking comparables, like not DJ Moore.
I think it's a good one.
We all know Pickens is gonna
be a good one.
Man, this is a tough place to be for me because, man, McBride, if McBride falls here and I have no wide receivers, jeez, man. Do I go Buka or McBride? I got Achane and Taylor. Buka or McBride?
McBride is like, but you got other guys you can get that's cheaper. I'd get him Buka.
Let's try it. Let's try it. It's a puppy. It's $5. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if this is possible. This is where best player available fights with position of need, and it can backfire on you. But let's see what we can do, because if we could get like Devontae Adams and Evans and BTJ, are we happy? I mean, if we got JT, Achane, McBride, Devontae Adams, Evans, and BTJ, like, are we happy with that receiver room?
Yeah, I think so.
I'd say no.
Wait, say the first one again. Sorry.
Like, let's say we have JT, Achane, and McBride. They're phenomenal picks. Yep. We're just really, pushing our luck at wide receiver. Are we happy with our wide receiver room, considering we have Achane, JT, and McBride? Like Adams, Evans, and BTJ. Like that's a really good receiving room, considering.
Yeah.
Like, it's a give and a take. Like when people say your receivers are weak, it's like, bro, why don't you talk about my running backs and tight end? Of course my receivers don't look as good as Pickens and Neighbors, but I also don't have the one pick.
Adams was wide receiver 9 last year. He was a top 10 wide receiver. So
Luther Burden's there. McLaurin's going to be there. Garrett Wilson probably won't unless the tides, turn here real quickly. But McLaurin will be there. Mike Evans will for sure be there. Devontae Adams may or may not. DJ Moore will. So DJ Moore will be an interesting pick that we can snag. Garrett Wilson did go.
I like Terry McLaurin more than DJ Moore. Just throwing it up there.
Do I go Mike Evans or Terry McLaurin here? Or Adams, if I got to pick one now. 10 seconds.
I'd go Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin.
Terry.
He's number one plus.
Let's try it. And then maybe
from San Fran.
Maybe we'll get JD5 with it. Although I'm probably going to need to slam wide receiver here, but maybe we take a pit stop. Pull JD5 in. Because, I mean, honestly, JD5 and McLaurin with McBride, Achane, and Taylor sounds disgustingly good. Like, even if you're, if we grab Debo and Stribling later, and then we might piecemeal our wide receiver 3 together in a way that we're like, damn, this is actually pretty crafty. So we'll see. Right now, it's looking like Adams will be 2 picks too early, but DJ Moore will be there most likely. We won't get Adams. We will probably get DJ Moore. Parker Washington will be available at the next pick, but probably not the next. BTJ could be there for the next pick. And then JD5 might be there for the 6.7. So we'll see what happens here on this flip around. But yeah, Adams just went. I got to say right now, I feel pretty good about it. I don't feel like my team is crazy, like disgusting in the wide receiver room yet. I think if DJ Moore makes it, I'll be really excited about this build, actually. DJ Moore and McLaurin's pretty decent. Like, they could both be like 9 and 12, or something. You never know.
I like Christian Watson anytime in the 5th round. I think he's going to have a big year.
This is a little early for me, but I did make him my bold prediction. So
I think he was a top 15 wideout when he came back for the rest of the year with Love.
Who are you talking about?
Christian Watson. I think he was a top 15 wideout when he came back last year.
Yeah,
when,
it's
he was
hard.
Fully healthy.
Oh, Mike Evans made it. I got to go Mike Evans here. I like DJ Moore, though. DJ Moore, Mike Evans, guys.
DJ Moore, the man of the hour.
DJ Moore, Mike Evans, injury prone.
DJ Moore. Hey,
Do it
what's
live.
from the
Man of the hour. The show's about DJ Moore, so we'll tribute to him. I like Mike Evans is pretty good though. Like that felt pretty solid to have him there, but that's okay. DJ Moore is great there, and honestly, it feels probably
injury
more
prone?
Yeah, it feels more
Don't want
secure.
anybody on San Francisco.
The only thing though I thought about, I didn't get a chance to vocalize it, is that if I got Evans, then I got Debo, then I got Stribling. It's like I'm guaranteed at that wide receiver 2 spot, But I can still do it without Evans and not worry about it.
Smitty, what do you think about Christian Watson this year? You like him or no?
I've always liked him, bro. I mean, we were huge on Watson. I don't know if you remember, he was on the Moon Man list. We were like his rookie year. This guy's unbelievable. His speed, his ability to catch the football and attack it at the jump point and everything. And, the injuries have been pretty bad. They definitely put about $20K into looking into it, researching it, figured out very obvious thing that they could have figured out with a tape measure. That his one thigh was 30% smaller than his other thigh. Took $20,000 to figure that out. But it is a good medical team, by the way. And they go ahead and Hammer, you like the wide receivers there? Hammer, DJ Moore, and McLaurin. How you feeling about that? I feel like he doesn't like McLaurin, though, if I remember correctly. But the DJ Moore pick, anyway. So I'm excited about him staying healthy, but at the same time, I don't trust Green Bay. And I don't trust Jordan Love, and I don't like that the system is changing. But at the same time, him and Kraft are just going to be the 2 guys that I'm fine going and getting because they're going to be playing from behind. So, JD5 boys, or do I go with DK Metcalf?
JD5 for sure. DK is going to be the number 2. DK is going to be the number 2 there.
Pretty good looking, guys. I don't know.
I don't know how confidently I'd say DK is the number 2. So I mean,
yeah.
You're a Pittman.
Behind who?
I would say DK is number 2 behind
DK
Pittman.
number 2 behind who? No way.
DK doesn't
no way.
run routes.
Pittman hasn't even done anything in the camp.
I agree with Ron. I'm a little bit more like this.
And
is
not only that, Rodgers doesn't throw it down the field as much. He thinks over the middle a lot, and Pittman's going to be getting all those over the middle. It's going to be Pittman all day out there.
No, he's not. Let's just go all in the middle.
I don't think so. Let me merge Hammer in here.
I
don't.
That's the narrative people watch.
Big body Pittman going right over the middle.
It'll be combination of Roman Wilson and Bernard.
No.
Well,
I think Pittman will have. I think Pittman will have a role, but I don't think Pittman's beating down DK. If DK stays healthy, I think DK's
I'd be willing to bet.
Well,
I think.
Okay, let's bet.
I think Pittman can do what he did last year, which was like wide receiver.
What's up?
I'm a Green Bay fan. I've watched Rodgers my whole
we get
life.
that.
I don't know.
Yeah. Here we go.
I just know how.
All right. Hey, hold on.
It comes out. It comes out.
All right, hold on. Everybody mute yourself. We got a little. We can do a cross talking in a second, but mute yourself. Let me just go around the phone line because I want to make sure everybody gets a chance. Hammer, then Chuck Nasty. Hammer, go. You're live. Thank you for the super chats, Hammer.
Yeah, real quick. I was Christian Watson. I don't want any part of that offense at all. I think Jordan Love just might be one of the most overrated quarterbacks in the league. I'm just not sure what he's accomplished. I'm smashing DK Metcalf. He's the number one, and I think he gets you 910.
I'm about to get him right here.
Aaron Rodgers is, if you like a guy, you like a guy, and that was his guy. I'm not really worried about Michael Pittman.
I don't know why. I don't know why we're even having this conversation about DK. I get Pittman's got some intangibles that make him an attractive player for a team, a number 2 wide receiver for a team. But there was a reason why you heard me say Pittman's gonna bust. Pittman's the most overrated wide receiver 1 in fantasy football history. And people were drafting him not as a wide receiver 2. Pittman, there was a time. Travis, what was the earliest didn't he breach round 2? I think it was the year.
I was gonna say I know he was in round 3. He was probably breaching round 2.
Yeah, it was kind of like Devontae Smith. It was on the turn, and then he kept breaching 2 in some drafts, and we're like, what are you doing? This is not a wide receiver 1. Just because he plays wide receiver 1 fictionally for his team, he's not a wide receiver 1, and he'll never be.
His ADP was 34.
Mm-hmm. But that was cemented in later. It was earlier. I think it fluctuated.
Right,
I know he went in the 24.
That's the third round. So
yeah, but I know he went in the 24-25 range at one point. And he's just not. He's not that guy. He's not that guy. With McCarthy, DK is going to be the best version of himself that I think we've seen in a while. Could he be the best version ever that we've seen? Maybe, but he's getting older, so who knows? But this is a guy that gets, I think, devalued in a lot of analysts' eyes because they say he can't do this or he can't do that, or he's very limited his route tree. But McCarthy might unlock him in ways we've seen McCarthy unlock other people. And McCarthy's offenses are always, and I said this the other night, Ron, when you were on the phone line. Then I'm gonna go back to Hammer for the rebuttal. I said this on the phone line. I said if Ron's here, he'd be happy to hear me say this. I think maybe I'm hanging on to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who they are, because we've seen it for so long. But this will be a different team, and it might be way different than we expect. And I don't know. 1 second, guys. I'm on the clock here. Do I have a tight end? Yes. Oh, I have McBride. God, when I do multiple drafts, I don't remember who I have. I'm going to go. I only have 2 running backs. So I'm going to go Harvey and Coleman here in this draft. What do you guys think of this team so far? And then over to Hammer. Taylor, Achane, McBride. We did a big risky move here. Then we got McLaurin, DJ Moore, JD5, and Metcalf, and Harvey. It worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I like it. And then the way you draft at the end too, the sleepers you get, you put in some nice pieces at the end.
Yeah, it should be pretty good.
I like the main guys. I like the main guys you got.
Hammer.
I'd probably just hammer right out.
Yeah, Hammer. What else you got on tonight's topic, or DK or DJ?
Yeah, I mean, when you saw last year when DK was out, that little span of games, the offense just didn't operate the same. He still is productive, even though he's old, he's big, he's limited. He still gets it done, and he's just he's just a force on the field. And again, when he was out, that offense just couldn't move the ball. Just couldn't at all.
I think he could have what's a line we can expect? A realistic line.
I think he has 8 to 900 yards and 10 touchdowns.
I think that's where it's going to be, where it's the touchdowns that have to make him the value. 900 to 1,000. I think you get 1,000. 10-10, 10-90, something like that. And then maybe it's 9 to 10 touchdowns that really makes him valuable.
Like in 2021, he had 75 catches, 967 yards, 12 touchdowns. Wide receiver 14. Something along those lines.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that could be definitely the case. Guys, I'm going to probably grab Stribling. I just grabbed Debo. I was going to grab Stribling ahead, but the ADP still shows Stribling decent amount below him. The only problem with this move is you trigger somebody into going Stribling even earlier because they see it and they're like, "Oh, here we go," and then they're on their toes about it. So we'll see if it backfires on me on this one, but he should be there. His ADP is 130, and I drafted 115, so we're 15 spots ahead of ADP to grab Stribling here. But if I grab Stribling and Debo with Metcalf and DJ Moore and McLaurin, I'm feeling really good. And then Jonah Coleman after that, I'm feeling pretty good about the overall balance of this team. You know, and Debo Stribling's pretty decent to have rotating with Metcalf at least if Metcalf doesn't do what we think he could do. Ron, you're the Pittsburgh Steeler veteran here. What do you think the line would be for DK?
For the year?
Yeah, like what's his stat line look like? Catches, yards, touchdowns. Give me all three.
Let's say 87, 1150.
Whoa.
9 touchdowns.
87, 1150, and 9. That's good. I hope you're right. and while I don't think he'll have 1150, I think he can have that. Like I said, 1090, 1010, and then like 7 to 9, and then like 82 to 90 is possible. And it's like McCarthy is. We're just sitting here envisioning this, you know, Pittsburgh Steelers team. We don't really know what to expect. You know, we think we know what it is, but McCarthy's, you know, when's the last time McCarthy didn't have a high octane offense? And you hear Aaron Rodgers and see it. It's not just hear it, that he's throwing the ball well and he's throwing it downfield. It's not like he's limited and has this like 20-yard, you know, distance that he's got to stay before Zach he goes haywire. He looks really good.
Yeah, he is looking really good, and you know what's encouraging is the fact that if something were to happen with Rodgers, God forbid, but
Aller.
I was impressed with both Howard and Aller, even though I was more impressed with Howard because he actually faced everybody's up, you know, going off on how Howard had 3 touchdowns, but that was against lower graded players than what Howard had to face, and plus Howard executed that 2-minute drill perfectly. So I don't know. I'm biased to Howard.
Hammer, yeah, I know you like college ball a lot.
I love Will Howard's an absolute gamer.
Okay,
like,
so you like
I
Howard.
think he's like he showed up big and like he took shots down the field like in that playoff stretch in the national championship game. Like that's when you know you have a guy. Like Drew Aller has like all the talent in the world, but the guy just couldn't do anything. Never put it together.
I think Aller, he's either going to like rise up fast and take the job right when Rodgers leaves, or he's going to be out of the NFL in 2 years.
Yeah, that definitely feels like
where Howard, I think Howard can have a career whether it's as a starter or a backup. I like Howard a lot. I mean, I love the upside of Aller. You know, put it this way: if Aller ends up being the starter of the Steelers, Ron will be very happy because he's going to be good. But
yeah,
you know, I'm not. I like Howard better, but I mean, whatever one happens to be, they both did good. We'll see how they do in the next game. I mean, they could do exactly opposite. So we'll see. It's only preseason.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it will be interesting to see how it plays out. I went Keith Mitchell. I went Stribling. I went Debo. So really, really good squad here, I think. Right. The Stribling, Debo, Metcalf, it's pretty good.
Question for you.
Yeah.
And if it happened, shame on you for not telling me because I would have wanted to know, because I'm finally happy. I heard, a birdie told me that somebody took me off of the all-time donation.
Yes,
Did that
Luis.
happen?
Yes, Luis. I'll show it to you. Luis dropped. Luis went a little wild.
He is a unicorn.
Nice. It's about time. How many years have I been waiting for somebody to beat me? Take me down.
Yeah, it was a wild night. It was exhausting. I'll tell you that. He was exhausted. Everyone was exhausted. It was what was it? How long was it? A 5-hour show, Travis? What was it?
It was.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I missed that one.
Yeah, it was over 5. I was watching.
There. It was a 5-hour show.
It was wild. Luis, if you're out there, speak up in the chat at least. And
congratulations! Yeah. I've been waiting for that. I thought it was going to be like BBQ or somebody like that for a long time, but nobody, or Perps or somebody. But it's finally
all night. But we've had a lot of
for somebody to step up and beat me.
We've had a lot of amazing people this offseason carrying it. Like Hammer on the line right now. Hammer's been dropping like consistent drippage of goodness. Ron, you were carrying the a lot of the offseason stuff the years past. BBQ's just like a faucet, like Hammer. BBQ and Hammer are just a faucet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I'm grateful.
I see them both donating every time I'm in here.
Yeah, a New Age Outlaw. He's always coming around doing that stuff. But BBQ for sure. Appreciate all of you guys. And Luis, thank you. Appreciate all of you guys keeping this show. You are the oil in the engine. So appreciate you guys. Real quickly. So Hammer, you say Howard, right? How far off is it? Like, do you like if Howard wasn't it, Aller can be it? Do you still think Aller could be it still?
It's not even close for me. It's Rogers personally was meant I even made the thing on it, like Rogers really likes him a lot and took time out with him, but also just again what I saw in college and him actually win a national championship and play at a high level when it mattered. I'm going with him.
Travis, do you I almost went Hunter here because Coleman's ADP is 154 and I have a 150 pick in the 13th round. But because I have Harvey, I didn't want to risk it.
Yeah,
and I liked Hunter, but Hunter's not going to make or break my season. So, all right. So yeah, Hammer says it's not close. Travis, do you like, if you had to guess now, Aller or Howard more? Then I'll go over to Rock Out. Then I'll go over to Chuck Nasty for quick answers on this question.
I'll say Howard only because he's I really like what he can do. He's almost like a poor man's Big Ben at this point, the way he plays and stuff. But it's 60-40 for me. I think it's close because I really do think Aller has a small window where he can just rip it, and if because he's with McCarthy, he could tap into that maybe.
Yeah. Rock Out, you like Aller or Howard more?
Give me Howard. I like Howard, but I like Howard a little bit better. Howard definitely got intangibles, but I'll take it, Howard.
What's so crazy is that the Cardinals have Beck and they have Minshew and they have Brissett. You've got, Miller and Sam Darnold. You have all these situations where there's multiple quarterbacks.
Sam Darnold got hurt, he wouldn't get his job back.
Yeah, Milroe. We've always said on this channel the phrase is when Milroe goes in, he will not come out. And I think Milton is also very misunderstood by people with INTs and everything because people just think he's not any good.
He is an absolute cannon. He just lets it rip.
But the problem about that is when he lets it rip, these inexperienced wide receivers that are not named Pickens and Lamb, who would catch everything Milton throws to them, these guys are just letting these balls fly over the place and they get intercepted. And they're running wrong routes, and he's playing with janitors and hot dog vendors out there. The moment we see Milton finally play with Lamb and Pickens, his inaccuracies or whatever you want to call them, because I don't even think they're really that. They're just him firing this missile
Velocity.
down. We're going to see him become more accurate and more dangerous because Lamb and Pickens won't allow a ball to go past him. And Milton would go to the other freaking moon. And I know everyone's going to say he's trash. You've seen him play with a bunch of backups. He's not meant to play with backups. This is just one of those players that you'll never know what he is unless he gets his shot, because he's not going to be a good practice player because he doesn't have the opportunities. He's not going to be a good preseason backup player because he's playing with a bunch of scrubs that are not on his level. And Milton could throw a football, Brett Favre, and maybe even way harder the way that he throws the ball and how far downfield he can throw it.
After Hendon Hooker left, like, he came in, and again, to run Josh Heupel's offense at Tennessee, like that, like you're not like an average quarterback. Like you were like an elite level player now, like, and he ran Josh Heupel's offense. Tennessee had a really good year. So again, I know you all don't like to take college, but again, that's kind of all really you have to go off of. So.
Well, and also, granted, it was the last week of the year, but when he was with the Patriots, he started that one game, and Kayshon Boutte was his best receiver, but a competent NFL wide receiver. Kayshon Boutte had like 100-something yards, and he went 22 for 79. 22 for 29. That's 76% completion, 240 yards. Like, so he's shown when he has competent receivers, like you said, that can catch the ball. You know, there's something there.
Yeah, I like him. I think he's really, really good. Best ball, this is a puppy. Do I go with Zachariah Branch or Tesla?
Branch. He's number 2 there.
Yeah, I like Branch. He looks good. I hope I didn't mess up. I should have maybe taken Cyrus Allen there, but he should last. His ADP's another round after my next pick, but it's hard to tell if these people are going to, reach on him. Aldi says, but Smitty with the megaphone, I thought this draft was terrible. You know what's so funny is, like, Tate and Tyson don't look good right now. But right now, that's one game. Tate didn't catch anything, and everyone's ripping on Ward, and it's preseason, so that narrative is going to change, by the way. Tyson's injured now, but even with all of that, Stribling, Cyrus Allen, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, this like draft class, if Tate and Tyson end up coming around, is going to blow the expectation out of the water, just like we said it would. And everyone's saying that this draft class sucked. There's so much firepower in it. Not to mention all the quarterbacks that are popping up here, and you're just, you're wondering like what's going to be made of the. It's going to be interesting. I mean, Beck like came out of nowhere, and it's like, this guy's pretty good. Haynes, who knows what that's going to be too. Like there's so many crazy things that could happen between now and let's go Cyrus the Virus.
Isn't that crazy how that happens? Well,
what?
Every time they come out and it's like it's supposed to be, the best quarterback draft or the best wide receiver draft and all that, and it goes opposite that way.
Yeah.
Then when they say, "Oh, it's not very good," and this and that, that's when you get your best players. That's when you get the best position players. When they say, "No, nobody's good in this class."
And there's no shame
Funny
in
how that works.
No shame in liking like Zach Wilson in college. There's no shame in liking Johnny Manziel in college. There's no shame in not liking Tom Brady, because that wasn't telegraphed at all. No one can argue at all that you knew Tom Brady would become Tom Brady, because his stats and his play weren't even close. It was kind of like Jordan. Jordan was really good, but when he came out of North Carolina, he definitely went high in the draft, but there was no sense that this would become the best, player to ever play in the NBA. Like, sometimes you just can't see that potential till they get in, and sometimes the potential doesn't translate. Like Johnny Manziel, how does that fail? He's the best college football player maybe ever. But think about like Zach Wilson, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, and then, T. Law up till this point. It's been wild how that quarterback class just Fields. I mean, that's just crazy when you think about it. And on the fantasyfootballshow.com, if you go to the rookie rankings, you can sort the rookie rankings by any year now, which is really cool. And so if you're trying to figure out something and go looking into like a deep dive into the rooks, you can look at you can compare any rookie class with another rookie class. So when you go to it and you hit the customize button, let me just draft real quick. Hold on. You click the customize button, you can uncheck rookies, then it zeroes it out. You can select sophomores, you can select 2024 class, and then you can check as many of them or uncheck as many of them as you want. Essentially meaning you could take the rookies down to the 2019 classes as far as I go, and you can uncheck or check any of those if you want to compare classes. But like if you throw what year was that?
21.
Yeah, 21. Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones, Trey Lance. 2020 was, God, look at this one.
2022 is awful.
Some of these classes are wild when you look at it.
There's no QBs left from the 2022.
2023 is insane. Just insane. Look at the 2023 class. Let me throw the 2023 class on screen. Just in general, the 2023 class. You've got, this is from the fantasyfootballshow.com. JSN Puka C. Is this right? JSN.
Yeah, they were in the same class.
Wait, what?
There?
What do I have checked here? I might have a bunch of things checked. Oh yeah, I meant to. Sorry, let me uncheck those other options. I had too many things checked. I'm like, what's showing up here? What year was JSN?
Same year as Addison, wasn't it? Both in the same class.
I think 2023.
Yeah, so I have it right, but I have too many checked on here that are thrown in with it. So let me get the new.
Yeah, 23.
Okay, so here's the 2023 class: JSN Puka Nacua, Rashi Rice, Zay Flowers, Parker Washington, Michael Wilson, Addison, Josh Downs, Gibbs, Bijan, Achane, Chase Brown, Mitchell. This might be, and look at the quarterbacks: C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young. Nothing there. This might be the best running back class we've maybe seen ever. I mean, that's crazy, man. That is a wild.
Yeah.
Smitty coming back for a tight end at the end?
Yeah, I messed up.
I was going to say QB tight end. But...
Yeah.
JSN Ohio State was something to behold. It was awesome to watch.
Look at that running back class, though. Gibbs, Bijan, Achane, Chase Brown, Keaton Mitchell. That's crazy. And Keaton Mitchell's just getting going, too. Puka, JSN, Rashi Rice, Zay Flowers, Kraft, Laporta, Kincaid. That is just such a good draft class. All right, let me circle around the phone line again real quick. I'm going to put the timer up. Hold on one second. I'll swing back around. Let me put the timer up. Hammer dropped $100 super chat, so that's 25 minutes that I'll put up. And then I got a couple of super chats I want to answer real quickly. Ray G, appreciate you, my guy. Hammer, thank you for extending the 25 minutes. And Hammer, think of after I answer these super chats, think of a topic that you want to kick off your 25 minutes with. I'm sure we'll cover other stuff, but just think of a topic, even if it's we talked about doing like DJ Moore versus like receivers, if that works for you. But whatever you want to do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a lot higher than most, so I think that'd be interesting.
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the Steelers' offense will surprise us, says Rhino. I believe you're right. Chuck Nasty, I'm sorry I didn't see the extender till right now for whatever reason. Chuck Nasty dropping another extender on the
5-minute
chat.
Extender.
The show has just been extended 5 minutes.
Chuck, thank you. That puts us at 29 minutes and about 25 seconds. So let me fix that. I thank you, Chuck. The crowd thanks you. And you said extender, love all of you boys. Thank you, Chuck Nasty, who's on the phone line. I'll be right over for your answer to this question. I'm going to go to Hammer first since he extended it, then to Chuck Nasty, then to Travis, then to Ron, then to Rock Out, and we'll go around. I think Scotty do.
Can you let me off first? Because I'm getting sleepy, so I'm just going to call it a night, Smitty. I appreciate you. Appreciate you guys. Take care. Have a good night.
Okay, thanks, Ron. Call him tomorrow, Ron.
Ron. All right.
Later, Ron.
Later on.
Have a good night, guys.
Later, bro.
Later on.
By the way, I think I timed out on my last pick. What did I time out on? I only have 2 quarterbacks, 7 and 9, and only 2 tight ends, 14 and 11. But the different bye weeks are at least there. I have 32% Jonah Coleman exposure over 100 drafts. Says HD. Appreciate you. I think my number is going to be higher once all these drafts complete, but right now it dropped to 66%, but I've had it at 72, 75. It was at 78 at one point. And it's not that I'm down on him by going from 78 to 66%. I'm just trying to get a lot of different variations, and I've got so much Jonah Coleman. But the thing is, I feel like I'm drafting these teams that I don't have, that need Coleman now. So I'm picking it back up because there's such an opportunity to have him with Harvey right now in these builds that I'm trying. But congrats on the 32%. Don't let anybody tell you can't have exposure like that to a like when people say you shouldn't be over. You do whatever you want. Is DJ Giddens a good sleeper underdog pick? I don't know. I don't think so right now, but I reserve the right to change my mind. I think you could cuff him, to JT, but I don't know that that's like a great
there too.
Pick. Yeah, and if JT went down, I think they just let Warren run. He'd be running back 1. They give Warren like 5 goal line touchdowns. By the way, Danny Dimes' inability to run, or I shouldn't say inability. He's going to try, and he's going to do pretty well. But the cautious, version of Dimes this year will make them, when they're on the goal line, maybe use Warren, who did it in college. Tyler Warren could have like 2 or 3 tush-push touchdowns this year. That wouldn't shock me at all. On top of everything else he's doing, that's what could make him just all of a sudden, where we're walking to 2027 drafting, and people are like, Warren's a cheat code. Well, we're telling you now he's a cheat code. And you might get 1 to 2, 3 touchdowns that have nothing to do with his receiving production. All right, let's do this game here. I'll circle around the phone line. Start off with Hammer. Let me get Jeremiah Love. Sorry, Jeremiah Love off screen. Get our boy DJ Moore on screen. And let's kick it off with, so I'll give you the criteria. Like I might ask you in a vacuum, not trying to draft per se, or I might ask you a player that's sitting right next to that player. So obviously you're going to try and get away with what you can get away with on this question, Hammer. And I'm pretty sure I know your answer, but we'll go around the phone line. You're going to get away with what you can get away with. And I don't know if that even really means anything with this particular case here, but Waddle or DJ Moore, who outscores the other this year?
DJ Moore is not even close.
Yeah, I figured you would say that. I figured you would have answered quicker, but okay, acceptable.
If they both stay healthy, I'd go Waddle, maybe.
Hammer's like that guy
on
the Family Feud where he hits the button before the question's even asked. I'm like, okay, DJ Moore or hold on, Hammer. I might say AJ Brown. He said, doesn't matter.
Yeah, Jamar Chase.
Okay, so by a lot. Travis, which side?
DJ Moore.
I agree too. I agree with both of you, and it's not even close to me either. And I know a lot of Waddle people are going to be pissed off, but you know who Waddle people are besides your Aunt Edna and your grandma. Waddle people are, the people that are taking Devontae Smith in the 3rd round. Waddle people are the people that hated Achane. Waddle people are the guys that think Monty is a problem for Gibbs for so many years, and now Monty's going to flourish over in Houston. It's a type, and that is what it is. Let me go around the phone line here, though. Hopefully I didn't offend anybody that's about to say Waddle. You can speak your mind. 282. Yeah. Who is 282 again? Or 262? Sorry, 262?
Eric.
Mm-hmm. Eric, thank you for waiting so long. Eric, do you like Waddle or DJ Moore? No offense to this if you are going to say Waddle.
If they're both healthy, probably Waddle. But I mean DJ Moore might have more receptions. I don't know. I think it's closer, but
okay.
Waddle.
Sorry.
Get another extender.
Sorry if I offended you on that. Oh, Hammer
extended again.
Hammer went 50 wad.
Big dog.
50 wad. This guy wants
Thanks, Hammer.
Thanks, Hammer. So that's going to put us at 10, 12, 15. Got my math right now. And the double because it's 2 in a row. So that'll be, let's go, 33, 38, I guess. 38. 38 minutes is where we're at. Hammer with the extender. Boom.
5-minute extender.
Okay.
The show has just been extended 5 minutes.
Not that I won't ask Rock out and everybody else on the phone line this question. I want Eric to give me... Eric, stump me. Give me another name. I'm going to put Waddle to the side for now. I will, like I said, address the rest of you. Give me one that you want to know my honest opinion on that might be like kind of a controversial one. You know, don't say like Josh Downs or something. Like we're going to pick DJ Moore. Like give me something that's going to maybe test my resolve or you know, something you're genuinely curious about.
DJ Moore and Christian Watson. I like Christian Watson more. I'm not trying to troll either. I don't know.
I don't hate Christian Watson. And I think, you know, the ADP, to be honest with you, is probably like a little closer than I would have it personally. But I mean, clearly the rest of the world does like. So DJ Moore is here at 5.7 and Watson's 5.10. So this isn't a crazy question. I'm going to go DJ Moore, but I do like Watson. Is Watson capable? Sure, but changing offense. And you could say DJ Moore's offense is changing, but he's changing into a very, very DJ Moore friendly environment. Like that's like basically saying, hey, you're wearing size, 11 shoes and your foot's a 13. You're DJ Moore. You've just been sitting there. Now you're going home to a coach that coached you, to a coach, the play calling monster in Buffalo that people think isn't a play calling monster because they don't know what they're talking about. But Brady, essentially the architect of Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who all, if I remember correctly, had like over 17 touchdowns each that season.
Best college team of all time.
Yeah, I think even Clyde Edwards-Helaire was like 18 touchdowns, I think, if I remember correctly, total touchdowns. Yeah, everyone was like over 17 touchdowns. Chase was, JJ was, Clyde Edwards-Helaire was, Joe Burrow was at, 70,000 touchdowns that year. Like Brady is the architect of that, and he hasn't had a weapon. Brady also coached DJ Moore in Carolina, where he had his best year, and Brady is also architecting what will be, especially with DJ Moore, but has been one of the better Deebo Samuel usage rules, which DJ Moore is the prime candidate for. So DJ Moore is just in a much better situation than Christian Watson. Christian Watson has Jordan Love, who is, I believe, one of the most overrated quarterbacks in the league, like Hammer said, and Josh Allen, who's the number one quarterback in the league. Christian Watson's in an unknown role, changing offense. I do believe in him. But DJ Moore is in a new offense where he is the guy. And he's also an extension of the run. And he doesn't even need to know the play calls. You could literally just say, he's smart. He definitely knows it. But I'm saying he could come into the system like last second if they, let's say, had traded for him. And you could literally do what Mahomes did with Damian Williams and other players and go, blue 32 hatchback left on 7. DJ, you're doing a little 5-yard slant. like that he's going to be used so much closer to the vicinity of Josh Allen. It's going to be cakewalk stuff for him, and it's an extension of the run.
Smitty, what I think you should do is when you do your opinion, maybe write down how many receptions DJ Moore will have compared to Watson, or maybe the guys we bring up, yards, touchdowns, maybe.
Well, yeah, we were doing that all last night. I might do that in a minute, but I'm trying to rapid fire around on different names. But I appreciate you throwing out Christian Watson. There was a good one. Let me go back. What, Travis?
Even Terrace Marshall had 13 touchdowns that year.
Jeez.
So,
yeah. And people don't remember that or know that about Brady. They just think Brady's some like one-dimensional, doesn't want to throw. Just let me just have Josh Allen score 15 rushing touchdowns and then have, Cook run for 12 or 15. And he's really underrated. I don't think people realize what's about to happen.
I mean, DJ Moore's coming from inept quarterback play to play with Josh Allen.
Oh, it's crazy.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, it's not even close when they're not even on the same playing field.
It is inept quarterback play that he's coming from, because that's how he feels, and that's what DJ Moore has essentially said. DJ Moore couldn't stand catching footballs from Caleb Williams. It was clear as obvious. He'd throw his helmet down. He had to endure the Caleb Williams before Ben Johnson, and he had it with Caleb, and that's why he fell out of favor. And they didn't even use him. Caleb didn't even trust him. Caleb stopped throwing to him, and then Caleb blames him on the route at the end of the game that ended their playoff run. And DJ Moore left. DJ Moore just did an interview about 4 days ago, really kind of crapping on Caleb. So he does believe, whoever said that he doesn't. I don't know if that was Eric. Eric, was that you, Eric?
Yeah, didn't he have 1,300 yards with Caleb and 100 receptions
But
and 8 touchdowns one year?
Caleb
no,
is
that was Fields, wasn't it?
Yeah, Caleb is. Yeah, Caleb is not. He hasn't
my
been,
point.
But Caleb has had the most bad throws in the National Football League. Caleb had the most worst completion percentage out of all the starters. So much so that you can't even sort 32 quarterbacks. You got to go to like 37 to find Caleb. Because if you just say who are the 32 worst completion percentages, Caleb won't show up. He's too far down. DJ Moore could not stand Caleb Williams. And it was so clear by the interview just 4 days ago when they go, Caleb Williams, and he goes, he's getting there. He's coming along. And then Kyle Brandt was like, what do you mean he's coming along? And he's like, Madden cover, all this stuff. And he's like, yeah, no, kudos to him. Like he was just not having it. Like DJ Moore was disrespected. Let's just be honest. He was misused. He wasn't used properly. And that misuse is making people think this is who he is. And he's no longer the guy that he could be. Josh Allen's going to feed him. It's going to be a wild ride. Let me real quickly rock out as quickly as you can, Waddle or DJ Moore. Don't feel pressured after all that to say DJ Moore. If you really believe Waddle, it's fine.
Give me DJ Moore. I don't think it's a full-on conclusion that Waddle's the number one.
Yeah, I agree. I think Sutton is going to probably equal to Waddle. I think Sutton will be equal. Skeleton, my boy, dropping a $20 super chat extender. Thank you very much, Skeleton. He says
5-minute extender.
He says let's bring this into another 5-minute territory here. 35-25 roughly by the time I hit this. Eric, I don't mean this in a bad way. I appreciate you. You seem like a really good dude and likable guy. It does seem like we have a lot of differing opinions, though. Okay, no matter what I say, I can hear you in the background going, he's not that bad. Waddle's not going to. I like Waddle.
It feels like you might have liked Deontay Johnson.
Well, I mean, if you look at it this way, Bo Nix throws like the longest deep balls in the league. He's one of the guys, and Waddle's one of, when he was with Tyreek, they were both going deep. I think Waddle's going to get a lot of yards, big plays.
I don't hate Waddle.
I think DJ Moore is going to be dink and dive over the field, maybe more of a PPR. But I said it was close.
Why?
I mean,
DJ Moore goes deep. Look at when he was with. He averaged,
yeah. If you don't think DJ Moore goes deep, if you think DJ Moore is
14 yards a catch when he was with Fields.
Yeah, DJ Moore is definitely, he does it all, bro. The only thing is we're saying is he's going to get a lot of the shorter stuff because of the way that the Bills are going to run him because they've been using Shakir that way. If you had to guess, what did Cortland Sutton do, Eric, last year? Don't look it up. Just tell me off the top of your head. Catches, yards, touchdowns. Go.
900 yards, 70, 80 catches, 14 touchdowns.
14?
I'm not looking.
14.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
no.
looking. I don't know. I think he had a lot, didn't he?
Devontae Adams had 14 and led the league. But okay, 74, 1, 0, 1, 7, and 7. I think a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't know, except for Eric, that he had this
so I had
line.
the touchdowns wrong. I was pretty close on everything else.
Yeah, actually, you were on the other ones, but you're double on touchdowns. But my point being, other than Eric, most people don't. They think Cortland Sutton had like 500 yards and like 4 scores. Because a lot of people will say it, though. It's like a misnomer, miscategorization of what his season looked like last year. People will say things like, yeah, Sutton wasn't getting it done. You know, you hear a bunch of very, very, you can say lazy analysts and people creating content saying they needed to go out and get somebody that was consistent and could do the job. And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, Sutton had 1,007, and he's consistently had 1,000 in like 7 to 10 touchdowns. And to suggest that and I'm not saying Waddle's going to be bad. I think Waddle's an amazing football move. And Skeleton, I'm going to read this in 1 second. It's an amazing football move. Okay, amazing football move. And it's gonna really open up things for Sutton too. But Sutton pulled his weight and has been. Like, it's a weird thing people say about Cortland Sutton. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? So for somebody to like, you know what's so weird is the order of questioning the psychology. This is why I study psychology and loved it so much, because of the way the human beings react to groups of people and different things and scenarios. If, let's say, Cortland Sutton was not on the roster and Jalen Waddle moved over to the Denver Broncos, everybody got excited, and then they made a trade for Cortland Sutton, or they say they signed him, he got cut, and they signed Cortland Sutton, Waddle's value would tank because of the addition of Cortland Sutton. But
What
the
has Waddle
order
done,
of
really, I mean, he was barely like a true wide receiver too. Like, if we're being honest.
But do you know what I'm saying? Like,
reason why
the
they-
addition would make people think psychologically that this is going to go downhill from here. It's just like when a running back gets added to back up another running back, and they cut like Najee. Let's say a team had Najee, they cut him, and then they draft a rookie, and it's like, oh, or they bring in somebody. Oh no, they brought in somebody. It's like they have to have a backup. Like, people are so fickle when it comes to this stuff, and everybody's acting like Sutton's nothing. If Sutton got brought on, people would be running away from Waddle. Waddle is a good player. It opens things up. He's so dynamic downfield, speedy, but fantasy-wise, he's not a lock to outscore Sutton. I'm not saying he can't, but he's not a lock to outscore Sutton. He'll be good in spots, probably be pretty inconsistent, but he's one of the more injury-prone wide receivers. Let's be honest. And then you're going to cry about injuries if you're like predicting big things and then come back and say what? Oh, well, if you didn't get hurt, that's part of the problem. Go ahead, Hammer. What were you going to say? And then Travis?
Yeah, I've kind of said all along, I don't really, he had maybe one season. He hadn't really done it. He hasn't proven anything to me. Like, yeah, he's athletic and fast, but what does that actually mean? What have I seen? What does that translated to? I do feel like when I'm talking about DJ Moore, I feel like it's like you're disrespecting Josh Allen. It's like the guy literally had Kincaid this entire time as his only option, and they don't want Allen. They don't want Allen to run the ball. They don't want him to have those
Diggs. Look how good Diggs was. People forget that part of his life. They're like, oh, he's moved on from that, or he doesn't do that anymore. Like, Diggs was a monster.
Crazy.
So, I agree, Hammer. I agree. And to me, this one's easy. And then this one real quick. Saquon, Lawrence, thank you for the super chat. Or not Lawrence. Skeleton. He's got Lawrence. Skeleton, thank you. Lawrence, Achane, Saquon, Higgins, Buka, Parker, Washington, Tootin, Loveland. Have as my starters, Algier, Omar Cooper, Stribling. I like the team. I'm just not the biggest Barkley guy this year. I know I'm not. I'm everyone on the phone line's different on this topic. I'm not against him. I don't think he's a bust candidate per se, but where he gets drafted, I like 5 or 6 running backs more than him and 3 or 4 wide receivers. And so it's not about hating Barkley as much as it is that there's just not a shot in hell that I'm going to pass on these other options. And I just take Bigsby standalone. You're already hearing, and it's early. It's not like week 1 yet. So this stuff is, some of it's resting Barkley. Some of it's, they're not telling people what their game plan is. Even if people are getting it wrong, they're not in the business of correcting the media saying, Bigsby's only getting half the work now. That's going to change. They don't want people to know their game plan. But there is a lot of, talk about how Bigsby's been getting 50% of the work and they're doing a rotation. And they have kind of talked about wanting to do rotation. And then all the mileage that Barkley had, maybe he healed up. He didn't get hurt per se last year, but he definitely didn't look the same at times. And then sometimes he did. But I'm not taking Barkley over Genty, over obviously anybody up in the first round. Chase Brown, Achane especially, AJ Brown, I'd even take Bowers over Barkley, and I know that's not everybody's choice, and Pickens, I'd take Pickens, and Neighbors is getting there. So it's just like Barkley is just a round too early for me, and I know I'm not stupid and think that he's going to fall to the turn, but that's just about where he'd have to go for me to say I don't want George Pickens over Barkley. George Pickens could be a top 4 wide receiver this year. I think Pickens deserves to be in like the end of round 1, but I'm not going to tell anybody that. I'm going to act like this is where he belongs so they can stay there. Achane just proved, a little bit, it's still preseason, but that this team's going to use him like crazy. His head coach came out and said he's going to have 40-plus touch games sometimes, and people are still doubting Achane? How? Because what? They don't have wide receivers? They do. Because they don't have a quarterback? They do have a quarterback. Don't think so? Good. Tell everybody you know. Can't wait for Achane to keep getting slept on. But Achane alone would be if you say, give me one reason why I'm not taking Barkley, because Achane's so far past him maybe not in like Yahoo and Sleeper. Achane's like around the turn now. But on Underdog, there's a 0% chance I'm taking Barkley or Achane, and Achane's like a half a round down. So that's why there's an almost 100% chance I'm never going to draft Barkley. But I don't hate him. He's not a bust candidate per se, but it just seems like a risky situation. So I like everything but that pick. And if this is a league you can trade him, you can just trade down to Achane or trade down to Chase Brown or trade down to Jeremiah Love, who I'd rather have than Barkley. I know some might think that's crazy, but I'd rather have Jeremiah Love. So if you could trade down to Jeremiah Love or trade down to Chase Brown or trade down to one of those players and get something in addition, like something nice, because you deserve to do that, that's probably what I would do with your team. And then this one right here, Panda says 10-man PPR starters are Goff, Brown, Javonte. So Chase Brown, Javonte, JSN, Pickens, Andrews, Devontae Smith, bench. Okay. Brooks, Adams and Evans on the bench is crazy. I feel good about that. Yeah, that's great, man. 10-man. Not much you can trade right now, but once maybe Devontae Smith, because you got Evans. I'd rather have Evans or Adams in your lineup and use Devontae Smith to upgrade Goff. Easy call. That's it. That's the move. And if you got to use one of the bench receivers with it, like Evans, do it. All 3 for an upgrade at quarterback. That's the only move. Don't touch anything else. Great team. All right, let me go back around the phone line here, and I think we got everybody's opinion here. Let's go with another receiver. Hammer, throw out another receiver that you think might shock people that you're going to say DJ Moore over.
Garrett Wilson.
That one's interesting because
unfortunately, I love Garrett Wilson.
I like that too, to be honest.
It's a tough one for me because in a of course you're gonna. This topic came up earlier, and who was it that brought it up? Was you, Eric, or who was it that brought this up?
No, it was someone in the chat. I read it off for whoever.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So, just up front, this isn't something you would draft, because you don't need to. So everyone needs to know this is in a vacuum or a cost of entry, meaning that Garrett Wilson goes, where's Garrett Wilson? He's going at 4.4. DJ Moore is going at 5.7. So you can easily get away with taking Garrett Wilson and then taking DJ Moore next or whatever. I guess where it would become problematic if Garrett Wilson fell and you couldn't come back to get DJ Moore and you're in like a best ball scenario. Do you just draft a different player here? Or actually, do you draft DJ Moore here and draft a different player here that you would rather have? Like, let's say let's say you could replace ETN or Scat with Bucky and just switch it and say, okay, I'll go early DJ Moore at the end of 4 and then get Bucky. I could understand it like that. So the context with what we're talking about, don't think because we're bringing this up that you would draft DJ Moore over Garrett Wilson, because technically speaking, you don't need to do that at all. But in a vacuum, who outscores who? I think this is a dead heat.
Tap McMillan also.
Dale, we'll do that one next. This is a dead heat for me because I do think the quarterback limitations will kind of hurt Garrett Wilson's draft capital opportunity, and DJ Moore's extra rushing attempts and extra wide back work on top of the receiving role will just kind of sum total be safer. But I don't know. I'm torn on this one. I could go either way. I think I could split this one when just talking about who will outscore the other. Travis or Hammer, real quick, did you have anything you wanted to add to it? And then I'll go to Travis, then I'll go around.
Yeah, it's almost like the Jets did such a good job drafting that, like, in a sense, it kind of like lowers Garrett Wilson, unfortunately, for me. The situation got worse.
I will say we haven't seen the impact of that too much yet, though. Like Omar Cooper Jr. Doesn't really.
That's what
but
I was say.
And Sadiq hasn't really. It could eventually.
Wilson, and there's an ocean between Wilson and everyone else there right now.
I do think they'll also saturate him. Like everybody else might hurt, but maybe. But in that, Travis, do you still think that DJ Moore could still outscore? Like aside from that,
I'm kind of with you where it's like I'm very torn on this because I could see like DJ Moore, his best year as wide receiver 6. Like, in a perfect world, could he be a back end top 10 wide receiver? Sure, and so could Wilson if things go perfect for him. I think what you said, DJ Moore is safer though. Because, like, to me, DJ Moore's floor is way safer than what Wilson could be if things fall apart there.
So let's say you were going to draft your round 4 player and your round 5 player, and normally DJ Moore's there, but you're saying to yourself, I could get Garrett Wilson here, so G Willie, and then your 5th round player would be Tootin, let's say, but in the other scenario, you could go in round 4 ETN, and then you can get DJ Moore in round 5. And Hammer, I know you don't like the ETN, so you can think of another running back for your example in a second. But Travis, would you rather have Garrett Wilson in 4, Tootin in 5, or ETN in 4 and DJ Moore in 5? And chat, vote on it.
It's funny because, like, to me, that's like the Wilson Tootin situation. You're going for ceiling. ETN, DJ Moore, you just want the safe players. I'd probably roll the dice on Wilson and Tootin, but man, I mean, ETN and DJ Moore just feel really safe, don't they?
Yeah, this one's a tough one. I think I'd probably say safety, ETN, DJ Moore, high risk, high reward, Garrett Wilson, Tootin, because Tootin's got risk but huge upside. Garrett Wilson's got risk but huge upside. And I feel like these guys are really, really safe. So no matter what, they'll do.
I was going to ask you, like, who's my wide receiver 1? Because if it's like a JSN or a Chase or something like that, I might just take the DJ Moore, just to, Whereas if I'm like waiting on a wide receiver or something and don't know if they're going to be a top 6 or 7 or 8 wide receiver, I might go with G Willie because he can drift up into that area too.
Yeah, Greg, stop worrying about what stat sites say about the Dolphins O-line. The Dolphins O-line is going to be top 15. I hope you know that. Don't go off last year's stats. Don't go off any. And they're probably going to be top 15.
Stacking the box.
Yeah, they can't stack the box. You're pulling a lineman off. Don't look at offensive line grades for everything, because this offensive line will produce a lot more efficiently because of Malik Willis's their inability to stack the box against them, and HN's going to explode. They literally could be middle of the pack, just like the Raiders are going to have like the 15th, 14th, 16th best offensive line in the league. right in the middle of the league. They're not going to be bottom cellar dwellers. People are off their rocker when they think they can extrapolate last year's data, and they don't even look into the personnel changes. Miami's really secured up a nice line, bro. Their line is actually really, really good. I feel very comfortable with Achane in that offensive line. 100%. They're not 25th, bro. Those numbers are trash. Hammer, who is a running back? And I'll go around the phone line. Hammer, who's a running back?
Williams.
Okay, Javonte in this fourth round instead of ETN. That makes sense. And sometimes he goes earlier, but sometimes he definitely falls there. So that's a good one. Travis, you love Javonte. Dude, does that change things and make it this an easy call?
No, because
okay.
In terms of production, ETN and Javonte, I could either one. I think they're going to be similar.
All right. Rock out. You like G. Willie Tootin or Javonte DJ Moore or ETN DJ Moore?
What? Say all that again?
And Greg, I didn't mean that in a negative way to you, my boy. I hope you're not mad at me for that. I'm working on my bedside manner and my resting face. Hi, Greg. Greg, I appreciate you. I'm working on it. Okay. We're gonna probably call a shrink here on the show sometime live, and I'll do a session right with her. I don't know why I yell all the time at everybody. I'm sorry. Rock out. I'm sorry. Who'd you say?
Yes, the list them.
What was the name?
Oh, Garrett Wilson, Tootin, or Javonte DJ Moore. Let's start there.
I'll go G. Willie Tootin.
Okay, what if it's instead of Javonte, it's ETN and DJ Moore? ETN, DJ Moore, Tootin, Garrett Wilson.
ETN, DJ Moore.
Okay. Yeah, I like ETN a little more than Javonte, but like I understand like why others would not. And no, I'm not calling him Achane. There's only one Achane. Achane got there first. Achane's quicker. ETN,
to simplify
DJ.
my take on DJ Moore. If you look at the board, I'm taking him ahead of, like, my cutoff is like I'm putting Ladd and I'm putting Buka in front of him and Mike Evans. Like Zay Flowers, Waddle, all them you can yank out. I have DJ Moore finishing ahead of them.
Yeah, I think DJ Moore outscores.
Ladd's a good one.
Yeah, Ladd I like, but I think DJ Moore outscores. I agree with you. Waddle, Zay Flowers, and Devontae Smith. I agree. I'm not saying you draft that. Again, listen to what I'm saying.
No, don't listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, yeah, but don't draft them. You don't need to over them, but I think you're better off going with a running back in round 3 instead of Devontae Smith and take DJ Moore later. You're better off going with McBride over. I mean, to take Devontae Smith or Flowers over McBride is just asinine. I don't even understand how. Greg, you had a good comment. Greg says I tune in a lot, but I don't normally comment. And here I'm blasting his stat that he's like, I'm going to drop a stat for the first time. I'm ready. He types that. I'm sorry, Greg. This one's for you, pal. Greg to the moon. Greg, do me a favor and comment more. Please comment more. I'm sorry. I'm working on myself. Comment more, Greg. Please don't let that deter you. I just give you a standing ovation. Trey, why would I be surprised that you don't agree with what I'm saying? I don't think you outscored Smith or Flowers. I would expect nothing else from you, honestly. You're kind of my North Star. If you agree with what I'm saying, I need to reevaluate what in the hell I'm talking about. So thank you very much for the confirmation. See how nice I'm being? Thank you, Trey. I appreciate you. Trey, the appreciation's all on this side of the table. Chuck Nasty, would you please vote on this? Garrett Wilson, Tootin, ETN, DJ Moore.
I'll do probably do Tootin, DJ Moore, but I think DJ Moore is a little bit safer.
Tootin, DJ Moore.
The upside for Tootin could be.
This guy's making up his own. This guy's making up his own thing.
Was it?
No,
Sorry,
Garrett Wilson and Tootin or ETN and DJ Moore.
Oh, ET and DJ Moore.
I mean, you could go Tootin and DJ Moore if you want. I mean, you could do that. But vote on this one, though. Vote on this one. Garrett Wilson, Tootin. Which one?
ET and DJ Moore. Easily.
ET and DJ Moore. Okay.
And then coming back, because I didn't get to comment about real quick, sorry, about the DJ Moore versus Waddle. I think DJ Moore, just because, I want to see what he can do with, the best quarterback in the NFL. My argument for Waddle, and this is my homer side away, is that he could run really hot on touchdowns, but I just don't see him staying healthy for the entire year. So
yeah, touching on that, I would take DJ Moore over Waddle, but that's why I said if they both stay healthy, I'd do Waddle. But Denver also threw the ball the most last year.
And I get your point. I need to, put away my side here, my Broncos fandom, because I just think DJ Moore is getting an insane upgrade. He's going from incompetence to literally the best quarterback in the NFL, and there is no one in that receiver room besides Shakir and Coleman.
Yeah, it's going to be, and he's going to be like a running back too, which is the crazy part that people aren't really. I mean, he's going to be Debo. He's going to be a wide back. People don't realize that Brady's running a wide back. He's running it out of Shakir, and people don't realize it because Shakir is like a watered down version of Debo, and it's like, oh, he's really in the top four and in those short yardage situations. All right, Hammer, you brought Ted McMillan, which I think is a great topic, but I think I'm going to dip away from DJ Moore because we can only do so much of that. Ted McMillan or Burden is a really good one right now because Burden's injury, which isn't really going to affect his week one, we don't think. I mean, anything can happen. He's got to get reevaluated. It's not like the doctors have looked at his imaging and said, oh yeah, this one exactly will be ready for week one. It doesn't. The world doesn't work like that. The body doesn't work like that. So there is still a chance. There's still a chance. Well, hold on. He's still a chance that McMillan or that Burden goes out there and it's like, oh God, it's still there. I mean, look at Tyson. So. Hammer, you said who?
Tet.
Okay. I'm going Burden, and I like Tet, but I think Burden is. I love Burden. I don't like Burden. Where Burden was about to climb before his injury. His injuries kept him down, so I really still love him. I do think he's going to have the potential, I think in a worst case scenario, to have like 1,200 yards and like 8 touchdowns feels like his floor. I feel like Burden's floor is going to be like Ted McMillan's like medium to high, not his high, but his ceiling, but in between his median type of season and his high. I think it'll be Burden's floor is right in between, like right at the medium stage for Ted for me. There's some overlap, and Ted could have 10 touchdowns in 1 year. This could be that year. It's certainly possible. But I just think Burden was about to soar over Ted in ADP, which I wasn't going to like because I didn't want to pay that. But I think the injuries really helped us. Okay, but Hammer, before I go to Travis on this one, is there any particular reason why? Is it the injury?
I also like people, I don't know, like people on the phone line, like just for context, like I'm a like season ticket for like Panthers, and I openly kind of shit on my own team. And it's just because unfortunately it's had nothing to root for. I'm just very brutally honest. But I actually trust Bryce Young with Tet over the crowded room with Caleb.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I can't blame you guys. Honestly,
I was Tet a little overburdened in the first place, but again, that's more of like me leaning towards a safer play. I'll take the slightly lower ceiling for it, but that I can recognize that Burden could blow by McMillan.
Mike says Wan'Dale Robinson will outscore Garrett Wilson. Okay, Mike. Mike, welcome to Fantasy. I know it's your first year. I wish you well. And I'm here for you if you have any questions. I would be glad to help you.
Also,
That's wild.
Don't cuss in the chat either, because it's just gonna get deleted.
Yeah, don't curse in the chat if you want to stay. Whoever's is Mike doing that? Is the same Mike doing that?
Yeah, I gotta delete something.
Yeah, Mike.
If you want,
Mike, don't do that.
If you want a hot take, I think a Doomsday might be the number one there, personally.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time. I mean, they could rotate. It depends on Burden's injury.
McMillan is definitely the one where he's at. So
well, let me ask you this question, Hammer. If I could say to you hypothetically, obviously this can't happen, but let me just say hypothetically, if you could have a Doomsday and Burden in best ball, well, I guess you could do it in best ball. A Doomsday and Burden in best ball, or just Ted McMillan for that one spot, meaning optimal scoring is going to throw the right one in there for you. Or actually, let me take that power away because that's almost too much power. I give you a Doomsday and Burden, and it doesn't cost you anything extra to have that player. You do have to make the decision each week. Do you feel like you would have the better player than Tet if you had both of them?
No, because I think Loveland is going to be, if anyone emerges, I think it's Loveland is the guy to have.
Yeah. Aldi says Adunze as the wide receiver one is not a hot take. It's just facts. There are a lot of people that like Adunze more than Burden, and a lot of people like Burden more than Adunze. It's like a torn conversation. And we've broken it down before. Like the numbers aren't good for Burden when you're talking about who's been better. Like Adunze is blowing him out of the water. But there is a lot of thought that Burden's taking that step forward, and there's nothing wrong with liking a Burden over Adunze or Adunze over Burden, or liking Burden as a top 12 wide receiver quietly, All right, let me throw another one at you. Ted McMillan, rock out real quick on that one. McMillan or Burden? Burden, McMillan.
Give me McMillan.
Okay, Chuck Nasty.
Give me McMillan.
And Eric, you said what?
McMillan.
Okay. I'm surprised I'm like the only Burden one on that. Okay. Let's go with this one. JMO or all right. Actually
I don't want any part of Jameson Williams.
Is JMO versus what are the ADPs? Let me find his ADP compared to Tet.
I agree a lot with Rock Out. I'm finding out on the phone now.
3 point. That's not Rock Out. McMillan versus
who outscored? Yeah.
Let's see here. Let me find one.
James was wide receiver 12 last.
Okay, I got one. Yeah. I guess I could ask this one first, then I'll go back to the other one. So McMillan versus JMO in a vacuum. There's about a round ADP difference, or a little less than a round. So JMO can go a little bit later. But does anybody want to say JMO here? Like just in a vacuum? Like I get that I get him later, but anybody? Let nobody speak up unless your take is actually you like JMO more than McMillan. No one. Okay. Am I the only one that thinks that this could actually be a thing? I love JMO. I love JMO.
I'll actually stand up for. I think Ted is better than. I'll take Ted over JMO, but I think JMO is in the better offense. A lot better.
I'd rather have JMO.
And if God forbid if something were to happen to Amon-Ra, he'd just be top 10 receiver.
I think JMO's as good as talented as Ted, but just having Amon-Ra in front of him and everything else, Laporta healthy and getting so many touches. I'll just take, again, the safer guy who's a wide receiver one.
But the question I would have, though, I hear that. It makes sense when you say it like that. I guess I would say that, though, Bryce Young being a little bit more of the number one. I think Coker's more in a position to take from that I'm the king of the mountain like label that McMillan has. I'm not saying he overtakes him. I'm not trying to say that, but Coker's certainly going to impede on that unanimous, this is the for sure, like every week it's Tet and it's every, like, I think that having Young as the quarterback, having Coker in play there, and the offense not being as potent, although he gets a lot of the work, he gets enough work. It's not like he's like, begging for work, but, and then you talk about just a much more high octane offense where JMO can do kind of like, in Dallas, you have two players, but, going somewhere where there's one doesn't necessarily mean they're going to outscore Pickens or Lamb. I just think that the Carolina Panthers is such a limiting situation to me anyway, that I think that there's an argument to be made that JMO's in a position, especially with what he did. I mean, what would you say? What wide receiver was he last year? He was
12. Wide receiver 12.
And as I keep saying all the time, that he's got that special package in switch, that if anything ever happened and he had to get relied upon more, that switch would turn him into a top 7 wide receiver. And I mean, these numbers from last year where he was very inconsistently used, which you could say is a problem. You could bring that in as saying, well, that's my point. And I'd understand that take, I guess. But I do believe he'll be used more this year, especially with the fact that, like, I just think he's getting better. Like he still was, every year he seems to be getting stronger, better, and they trust him more. But 65, 1117, which was 9th in the league in yards, tied for 15th in touchdowns with 7. This to me feels like a line Tet would get anyway. Like if Tet was, I think this is probably, Tet might get more receptions, but I think this is probably Tet's likely yardage and touchdown line if he has a good year. So I don't know. I might be off on this one. I'm not trying to say I'm ultra confident in this call, but I'd rather have a running back where Tet goes, or a tight end or whatever, quarterback, and then get JMO 1 round later. But the truth is there's other players I like more than both of them at the end of the day.
Yeah. And the one thing I'll say about Tet is I'm worried about the Carolina team with the amount of injuries they already have and injuries on the line. And like, I don't necessarily know if they pick up where they left off last year. I know a lot of people think that can happen, but I think there's a way that they could be drafting like in the top 5 next year.
Yeah. Okay, real quickly, Hammer. Let me throw one more at Hammer. And, he's done a lot of extending. I'm sorry if I'm leaning on Hammers for a lot of the questions, but I'm trying to, and Hammer's such a generous person. He's like, no, go to the other guys. But I want to ask Hammer these questions because he's been extending the show. Is there a world? This guy needs to be talked about. We don't talk about him enough, and he's a moon man. We love him. And he needs more conversation among some of these middle range guys. Parker Washington, who is just continues to get rave reviews. And let's throw Tet back on the board. Tet McMillan or Parker Washington. Granted, Parker Washington goes later, so you have to use, your creativity here in saying cost of entry. But does anybody in a vacuum say to themselves, like, I do think Parker Washington outscores Tet McMillan? Because I kind of feel like that's going to happen too. I feel like JMO and Washington they're overachievers. Sometimes they get overdrafted and we go in and we scoop them up because they're in a little bit of an inconsistent situation with all the mouths to feed, but they're both high octane surplus offenses. And I'd rather fight for touches in a very high octane touchdown rich environment than have what Travis just said, a little bit worry about getting into the red zone. And then you got to rely on what? Bryce Young to get you the ball? Like how many touchdowns can you get?
Put a big extender there from Hammer.
Hammer dropping what is that? Another 50 watt? 50 watt from Hammer, which puts.
I think he wants you to read it too, because there's he typed
the
same thing.
Oh, it's just He's like, Smitty, you didn't read the last one, because he's telling me. Yeah, Tyler Warren. Okay, that could be the next topic then. That's a great one. Yeah. And as I just said about Tyler Warren, like people aren't even realize he could have 2 touchdowns rushing like this year. So we'll put that right here. Let me extend the show. So that's 10, 12, 12. Let's put 12. If I'm off on my math, I apologize. 12:30. Okay, I'll put 12:30 on the screen. Extender, double time on top of that. Okay, so Travis, Parker, or Ted McMillan, who I get the cost of entry is different, but who outscores the other in a vacuum?
Just real quick on Parker Washington, is it starting to feel like it swung for a while? Like beginning of offseason, it was all Parker Washington. Then BTJ crept back in the conversation. Does it feel like that pendulum is kind of swinging back to Washington in the way that they're just? It
100%.
seems like they're using them all over the place.
100%.
Yeah.
Even the comment I think that Hunter made today that was about like he wants to be the first person in the door, but Parker will be here first. He's there when the lights go on. He's there when the lights go off. Like you start hearing everything's raving about him, and again, for anybody that doesn't know, he's on the Moon Man list. We added Parker Washington on February 2nd as one of the earlier ads on this list. We have BTJ there as well. And there is a world where they're certainly both going to eat. Again, high octane offense, lots of touchdown opportunity and equity, whereas Ted McMillan is going to have to do a lot of it by himself to get to 7 touchdowns. Parker Washington could get the same JMO line with ease and probably way more receptions. I think 95 receptions or more for, even if it was like 11-20 and nothing crazier than that, or 10-90 or whatever, just a lot of short stuff. And then he could easily get 7 to 9 touchdowns. And I don't even think that's like ceiling numbers at all. That's just like a very efficient, very well-used player that's just amped up and dialed in. And more importantly, Trevor Lawrence and his head coach love him. Just love him. So the design plays will be there.
My logical brain and like, take the safe route, take the wide receiver one in his offense, says Ted McMillan, but like something in my gut tells me to take Parker Washington.
Hammer?
Because like you said, that
95
receptions just makes it so much
I'm going
easier.
Parker Washington. It's not close.
Okay, I like that. Travis, what did you just say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call in Hammer first.
I'm just saying you're good. Where he can get like 90 plus receptions, and he has that rapport with T-Law, as opposed to McMillan, who, like you said, is going to have to do a lot of it himself. Like, there's a world where McMillan, because of his situation, gets turned into like a DK Metcalf when he has so much more versatility than DK, but he's only able to just do it on his own and get balls and make up the touchdowns. So, I mean, if it keeps tracking this way, Parker Washington,
Hammer, give me a Parker projection. Receptions, yards, then touchdowns, and then Eric. I appreciate if that's the same Eric on the phone line. Did you super chat, Eric?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Says thank you for the convo, Smitty. Thanks, Eric, for that. Hammer, I'll come back to you, Eric, in a second for your projections. Parker Washington, Hammer.
I think he has 1,100 yards off of 90. No, I think he has 100 receptions.
Woo. Okay, so 100, 1,100, and then touchdowns?
6.
Okay. So 100.
That's funny because I have the exact, except I had 90 receptions. So Hammer almost said exactly what I was thinking.
Travis, God, I can't even write. Can't even think tonight. Travis says 111.
90. 90 for me.
90, that's right.
Receptions. All the rest are the same.
1,190 and 6. And then Eric, what are your Parker Washington projections, my boy?
I think he's a boomer bust player. I think he's going to get you 700 yards or maybe 1,300 yards. I really don't know about the guy. I mean, I know about him, but
700.
My projections, I guess, would probably be 1,000 yards, 80 receptions, 5 touchdowns. I'm a little lower on him.
Definitely don't
I
think
like
7.
Kobe Myers there a lot, to be honest. I think I called you about that like a month
Eric,
ago.
I feel like Eric and I just like if.
So,
Eric, I love you, pal. I don't want you to take it the wrong way. I just feel like Eric and I would be sitting there And we'd be like, so you want to go eat teriyaki chicken? I'd rather go get sushi. I don't eat seafood though, bro. You're like, well, yeah, Eric and I couldn't go five steps out of door. You want to go mini golfing? I really only play tennis. It would be constant with Eric and I. Eric, it wouldn't work out. But that's okay.
But it makes for good conversation, though.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
for the first 9 months, Eric. All right, hold on, Eric. Hang tight. Rock out, and then Travis is going to say something. But rock out, go ahead. And
yeah.
Then Trippy, I'll read your comment. I'm sorry, Trippy. Oh, Trippy. Actually, let me read Trippy's message real quick, and then rock out's trying to transfer his phone call off the moon, and it takes a minute. Thoughts on London? Trippy, you still here? I'm so sorry about the wait. Thoughts on London season with Tua as QB? I'm scared, bro. I've said it all off season. I love London. I love Bijan, but there's a reason why Gibbs is a 1,000% lock over Bijan. Not that Bijan's a bust, but it is a problematic situation that feels like you're going to get kicked in the sack on a couple Sundays here and there, bro. You're just going to question your life and say, how do you not use Bijan? How do you not throw it? You're just going to question Stefanski, who's one of the worst coaches in the league. I don't know how people defend him. Eric's going to defend him in a second. I can feel it. Have him as a running back 2 going into week 1. JT is my 1, but kind of got screwed on running backs. I don't mind London. I'm not saying but I do find myself wanting Pickens 100 times out of 100 right now over London. It's just think about the situations, man. You gotta draft players on great fantasy teams and in the teams that are going to live in the red zone. Like this topic right here, it might feel counterintuitive to say Washington over Ted for whatever reason, but the fact that Parker Washington is going to just absolutely thrive and get force-fed in an offense that's going to live in the red zone, you have to take Parker Washington. It's logical. And I'm not saying you draft him necessarily there. Like, again, it depends on you know.
Just like for quick context for Eric, he ended up with 847 and 5 on 95 targets. After week 9, he was only on pace for 113 targets, so not a huge jump. But he paced at 77, 1208, and 8 with only 113 targets. I mean, that's crazy efficiency.
Thank you, Trippy. Appreciate you. Rock out. Are you back from? Did the sound and phone bounce off the moon yet?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your projection here?
Let's see. Give me like 92 receptions. Let's see.
We're going to
1,020. And 9 touchdowns.
Okay. 2020 and 9. All right. Good topic, but now we're going over to Tyler Warren, which is what Hammer.
What's your projection, Smitty?
Oh yeah. Good question. I would say my projection for P. Wash, Moon Man Extraordinaire. It'd have to be something extravagant to be on the Moon Man list, right? Especially on the Moon Man list in February. He's one of the first people we added. Before the Super Bowl. We added him before the Super Bowl. Right? Didn't we? Isn't that what the date was?
Yeah, I think it's just before the Super Bowl or right on it. Yeah.
What date was the Super Bowl?
The Moon Men dropping loads in outer space.
Second week of February.
Yeah, so we added
February 8th.
Yeah, we added him 6 days before. So I mean, this has been a Moon Man baller all year. I would say that he's going to get 95 to 100. I like Hammer's 1,000 or 100 receptions, but 95 to 100. I think it's going to be 1,100 even-ish, and then touchdowns. Actually, I think I did write this down for a second, then I erased it. 7 to 9 touchdowns. I don't mean to give such a range. A lot will depend on BTJ. They're going to go deep, throw BTJ the ball. But I think if they don't use BTJ, mark my words, there will be a lot of trade inquiries and conversation And if that happens, then we're going to see a pacing change that would then put him on like a 115 and 1245 and 10 touchdown pace for the remaining games. Then you divide that or up, figure out what that ends up being.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a real strong chance that Parker Washington is so good and they don't get enough out of BTJ that they got to get that first round value still, which the Raiders offered a first round pick for BTJ in the offseason. If you don't know, some of you don't know that, you haven't been living here, and they turned it down. But that's still probably simmering in their mind if they end up getting to the drawing board, want them to do this and this and this, these receivers, and they can't get it, they're going to potentially say we got to jump on that. Travis, go ahead, and then we're going to go to Tyler Warren for Hammer.
And those numbers basically average out, or like the numbers you gave on the high end of the touchdowns would be like wide receiver 6 or 7. So you're talking easy top 10 wide receiver potential.
Yeah. And Isaac, thank you for the super chat. What's your take on Josh Downs? And if you have one bench spot, who are you taking? Keaton Mitchell or Cyrus Allen Stribling? Probably Keaton or Brooks. Probably Brooks, but I think Keaton Mitchell and Brooks. Depends what you need. They're all
Coleman
amazing.
Too.
Coleman too. Oh, jeez. I might say Keaton Mitchell actually.
You're definitely not taking Downs because he said I'm taking Downs over any of them.
I'm gonna say Keaton Mitchell. Thank you. No. Keaton Mitchell. If I had to in a vacuum right now. All right. Hammer, give me your Tyler Warren projections, kind sir. 10,000 yards.
I think he has 1,100 yards.
Okay.
105 receptions. And honestly, I think he has 12 touchdowns.
That would definitely win leagues for sure. I think you're not far off. I think 100.
This is look Hammer. At his numbers from.
Yeah, the touchdowns weren't there. If you extrapolate, there were like 4. I want to say we did it before, and it was like 4 or 5 touchdowns. Or we were unimpressed with the number. Although we're not disappointed in him. Just we were thinking
on pace for 5.
5, yeah.
1 to 10.
But that I don't think that tells the story. He's a rookie, you know that.
Nope.
I think we're looking at 100 receptions. I agree with Hammer. He's the best pass catcher on the team. I don't care if Alec Pierce comes back. It doesn't matter. 100 receptions, 10-10 feels like a line that I could see. And then I'm going to say 11 touchdowns. I'm not that far off Hammer's numbers. And this is why you shouldn't draft other tight ends in fantasy football 2026, because like this value's in between the later guys and much later than the top guys. So it's like if he
had over 800 yards with Daniel Jones missing 6 or 7 games. I mean, it's insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the extrapolation was it was only 5 touchdowns off of the Danny Dimes games, but it was the yardage was what, Travis? Do you remember?
Yeah, so through the first 10 weeks, because Danny Dimes got banged up like once and then went out for the season after. So through those first 10 games, it was 85, call it 1050, it rounds up to in 5.
Yeah. So as a rookie,
and
85
and off the rip from week 1. Yeah.
Yeah. On Hammer's game time frame, where he's talking about with Danny Dimes, it is 1050 and 85 as a rookie. So this guy is a veteran now. Like the difference between a rookie tight end and the second year, that's usually when the jump happens. Like Hawkinson did nothing his rookie year, and then he had like this unbelievable second year, and that's the way it happens. This guy had an unbelievable rookie year, and he's going to just go to the moon. So I'd say this feels like a really easy number for him.
I think 1,200 is in the cards for him.
Ooh, one upper. Travis is a one upper.
Well, Smitty, I agree with you on this one.
You do? Okay, good. Hey, real quickly before I go to Eric, Hammer, were you here when One Upper was here? You remember One Upper? Maybe you don't.
It
was a little while ago.
We called him One Upper.
We called him One Upper. He'd come on the phone line, and no matter what I'd say, he'd up it. Just everything. I'd be like, Gibbs is the number 1 overall pick. He'd be like, Gibbs is the -1 overall pick. Like everything I said, he'd try and one-up it. Everything. And so we called him the one-upper, and we just have to hang up on him because everything he said was just trying to up me, no matter what I'm saying. So if I said 100 receptions, he'd say 101. And he wasn't trying to be funny at all. Like that's what made it so annoying, is that he would like come in and try and like give this take, and I'd be like, yeah, I'd go through a whole spiel. Like let's just say it was Warren's gonna have 110 or 10, 10, and 11 TDs. He's gonna win leagues, and we'd be hitting buttons, jumping around, and then I'd go one-upper, you're live, and he'd be like, I think you're underrating Warren. He's like, you're sleeping on a guy. His name's Tyler Warren, and he's gonna have 101 receptions, 10, 20, and 13 touchdowns, and you're sleeping on him, and you're misguiding everybody. And it's like it was like I forget what happened to him, but probably got tired of it getting hung up on. All right, Eric, what's your projection for Warren?
I got him as a top 3 tight end. I got him behind. I know that's not my head, but McBride and Bowers. But I got him at 1,000. Or sorry, I should do receptions first. I got him at 102 receptions, 1,090 yards, and probably about 10 touchdowns.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think we all have him. Hammer's got him as his number 3 or 2 tight end. And so, yeah, that's not surprising either. I mean, he really is the best candidate to be the number 3 tight end behind McBride and Bowers. And, like, if someone gets overtaken through injury or just, let's say,
like, I genuinely think for me it's Bowers. And, again, I'm not, like, again, people that are on the phone or haven't spoke with me, it's like I'm not, like, I just have different... Like, I think with Jeremiah Love and the change, I'm not saying Trey McBride falls off. I'm not sure I'm going to see that season again. I think that's a very real thing.
Yeah, because of how much he ran, it was like 61% of his routes out of the slot. And if MHJ is healthy, like they're going to be moving him around, and there's just and that's on top of it, just to get that many yards. And I mean, every time he turned around, Brissett was dumping off to him and finding him over the middle. And so I don't think it's crazy to say Warren can be the tight end too. And I think we all agree if Bowers is healthy, like it's almost impossible for anyone to take over him as a tight end 1, right? Does anyone disagree with that?
Yeah. That's the reality. McBride lived in a world where he once didn't get touchdowns, but Brissett's there. But Brissett's also potentially a replaceable piece pretty early on if the Cardinals want to see what Beck can do. And while Beck looks good, maybe he doesn't feed. Maybe he feeds MHJ and Wilson more touchdowns. And so there's certainly a world where if this guy Warren's getting 100 receptions plus 1,100 and 1,200 yards, and he gets 10 touchdowns, that's such a big number that there's a real possibility that's the number 2 tight end. Or if Bowers makes 5 games, maybe 1.
Also is Jeremiah Love. I know someone was on the phone 2 nights ago saying that they're not going to use him, which was pretty wild to listen to. That you take a running back 3rd overall, and we're just going to sit him.
That was Michael from San Diego. He was saying that. Yeah, that he was saying that they're going to hold him back and they're not going to burn him out this year because they're. I think that was Michael, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was Michael, and then it was the guy who called in and said he didn't watch the game.
Oh yeah, that was the worst one. Yeah, Michael was less.
No,
Michael was still like. That was you.
The one that said they didn't watch the game.
Eric, remember when I said what did I yell at you about? That was the answer I was looking for. You said some other thing. That was what we were talking about. I was like, why did I yell at you? And you're like, because of I overcooked the pasta. No, I was yelling at you because you called in and said I don't think they'll use Jeremiah Love, and we're doing a Jeremiah Love celebration show, and then I'm like, can I ask you an honest question? Did you watch the game tonight? He's like, no.
I did watch the highlights after, and he did look pretty good. But what I was trying to say is there's 5 running backs that I'd draft ahead of him for sure, maybe even 8. Anywhere from 5 to maybe 8
Well,
running
it's
backs.
okay.
Have,
It's okay if
Yeah,
you'll draft
I
5
think
running
that's-
backs ahead of him. He's going into 25,
Yeah.
26 overall.
but
my
that
boy.
doesn't make him a top 5 for me then. That
But
doesn't make him a top 5 for me.
Okay. Well,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he
there's
can
like
be.
9 or 10 running backs I might draft before him, but he can
Yeah.
be a top 5.
Yeah, do you understand the
Yeah, but you
difference?
could say that about a lot of guys, though.
No, you could, and you'd be wrong.
You could say that about Garrett Wilson maybe this year. Being a top 5 wideout.
Eric, there's a difference between you could say it about a lot of guys and actually being an accurate predictor about it. Like I could come out and say if I wanted, Judkins could be the number 1 running back. Let's see, Pollard could be the number 2 running back. Just because I can say it doesn't mean like what is the track record of the person saying it? What's the history of it? Them saying it. If I'm sitting here telling you that Love at 3.2 could be as good as every running back on this board as a rookie, then aside from Gibbs, Bijan, and one of these other running backs, let's say it might be Taylor, it might be McCaffrey. There's injuries. There's a lot of reasons. Jordan Love could be the number 4 finishing running back this year, number 5 finishing running back. And you saying that you take other running backs ahead of him doesn't take that power away. That's why we draft, Eric. We're drafting home run ability, and you got to keep that in mind. No one's locking it in. Otherwise, you'd be going 4 or 5 overall. So how can I steal somebody away and lambaste my league by them miscalculating this? And it's Jeremiah Love. That's one of them. That's one of the guys.
I think because the title of the video was so definitive. It was Jeremiah Love is the top 5 running back.
He is.
That's
he
why.
is. He is, though. Eric, you got to understand, he is. In my mind, he is. But does that mean I move him in a territory where I don't need to? Like, why would I move? And I won't stick on this too long because Hammer just extended and I want to go to his topic of choice. But like, he is a top 5. Like, Eric, I'm creating the content. It's my opinion. And I'm saying he's a top 5 running back. I'm not speculating. I'm not trying to get clicks. He's a top 5 running back this year as a rookie. But because I'm not drafting him in the top 5, you don't think it counts or something? Like just because I can get away with it.
Not to be a smart aleck, though, but if you thought that, wouldn't you draft him every time in the second round at least?
And I do whenever I see it, Eric.
No. But not if he's going in the 3rd. Not if you can get him in the 3rd.
No, but
why would you?
No, but yeah, that's what I think that's what he's saying, Travis. He's saying when he's there at this turn, aren't you going to draft him every time? And my answer was yes. I am. I've been doing it all day long.
No, wouldn't you draft him at like the 2.7 or the 2.8 or the 2.8?
Why? Well, I do. I have done it when I can't. Like in best ball, you can't trade. So if I'm sitting there at 2.7, 2.8, don't you watch any of my content? I'll take Jeremiah Love in the second round all the time. But when you're talking about like trying to tell people where to value him, you got to stick with the ADP to a degree because it helps people take advantage of opportunity. And when you get them at the 2-3 turn like clockwork, or in the league, in my buddy league that I have, where I grabbed this guy in the 3rd round, deep into the 3rd round. If I was overzealous and I got him in the 2nd round pick, I wouldn't have this team that you're looking at. This is a 10-man, mind you. But I got Genty at 2.5. I got Jeremiah Love at 3.6. If I got overeager, if I'm an overeager Edward, and I take Jeremiah Love at 2.5, I miss Genty. Like, so your whole notion that like because I think that I should take them higher doesn't make sense. It's all about manipulating the ADP and the draft board, bro, to come out on top and have stuff you shouldn't have. You want to walk out of your draft with people saying, "Oh my God, how do you get that team?" That's the whole point. All right, hold on a second, Eric. That was hilarious, though. That we're like talking about Eric. We're like, yeah, some guy last night. You're a good sport, Eric. You're a good sport. Hammer, what's the next topic, my boy? We got 10 minutes and 15 seconds with your extender. Appreciate you very much.
Y'all can pick.
Okay, how about I go to Travis? Always, I not that I don't think you guys could also come up with good ideas, phone line, but Travis always does come up with a good scenario. So I'm gonna let Travis cook something up, and that way we can discuss it to try and make it like a meaningful conversation, which you will, but like something that like other people are gonna be like, really, or yeah, that is close.
I mean, are we looking for like a specific one
Anything.
Player versus another, or
anything?
Put me on the spot.
Why you think of it? You think of it real quick, and I'm just going to ask one question to everybody real quickly while you cook it up. Jadarian Price is gaining a lot of momentum right now, and it's not enough, though. He deserves more. There is a little bit ambiguity to his situation, similar to what I said happened with Henderson last year. If you guys can put yourself back in the same mindset you were in the preseason of last year, Henderson looked like the most used running back in the National Football League. The Patriots were running the hell out of him, and I know it was preseason, but it looked like a very big indication as to how they were going to use him during the season. It looked clear as day. It was telegraphed. It almost felt frustrating because we, Henderson believers from day one, were like, why has this got to happen in the preseason right now? Now everybody's going to bump him up. Everybody's reaching on him. And then the season begins and they don't use him. So there is a possibility, and Keon Coleman was the same way. You can laugh at Keon Coleman all you want, but Josh Allen couldn't get enough Keon Coleman. It was scrimmage after scrimmage. He was mossing people. He was scoring touchdowns. He scored like 3 or 4 touchdowns a day for about 4 or 5 straight days. Keon Coleman was a monster. And then when they got to game time, he was dropping footballs. He was running. Like, how did he not run wrong routes, drop footballs, get all in experience all of a sudden? Like, it was weird. And then Josh Allen hated him. It was like, what in the hell is going on here? So you have to keep that in mind with Price, that there's a little bit of that. We're going to see a lot of him now. He's been catching passes like a bandit in scrimmage practice, in camp, and they're throwing the hell out of him to him. They're just throwing the hell out of the ball to him. And there's a world where this could be different than we think in week 1. But all that said, is there a world where, let me start with Hammer, because you love Judkins, and I don't think you love Price, so this probably is going to be a quick answer for you. But is there a world where you're saying, in a vacuum, I get there's a cost of entry potential difference because Price goes at 6.1, but climbing, Judkins goes where? Is it? It's right around.
Judkins is 5.5.
Okay, so there's not that big of a difference. Hammer, are you team Judkins or team Price? With the ADPs being pretty close, maybe we don't have to do a cost of entry. Maybe this is a straight 1-for-1.
I'm going to go Judkins.
Mm-hmm. Okay. International with a $20 extender. Hammer, thank you for yours.
5-minute extender.
The show has just been
International dropping an extender real quick but let me read this real quick. We got another 5 minutes on the clock. Is there a value in these last 3 to 4 picks at the running back position for Spears, Sharps, Naylor, Judy, Hurst? These last 4 picks we don't talk about much. They're tough for me in these leagues to fill. Also love pairing Wicks to Lemon late. I don't want Lemon or Wicks, to be honest with you. No offense, don't take it the wrong way, but that's an awful strategy because you don't even know if one of them can be consistent. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want anything to do with Hurts as second and third wide receivers. You can get Cyrus Allen, Stribling. Stribling's going higher, but in grandma leagues he might not. Like I got Stribling in this buddy league I just showed you guys, and I feel like I took him a little early, but you've got guys like Kalen Black that are more attractive at that territory, the final picks of a draft. If I scroll to about 200, I would say is a good place to start rattling off names, right guys? About 200 seems about the right territory.
Tyreek Hill.
Might differ there, but like who knows what that could.
Well, no, I mean it's not that. I mean, if you're going at that range, I'm only looking for upside. Like, and that's with Tyreek Hill. Like, if he even plays, but if he comes back like week 7, like, and he goes to the Chiefs, like,
is that
I
even
don't know.
plan?
I think he can. I don't think he can play. I don't think he can play this year, Hammer, by the sound of what his legs like, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see. He's running right now.
Hurst is interesting. If God forbid Buka's toe turns into something more.
Yeah, Hammer, you're not wrong in terms of a late grab.
Well, no, it was just more like at that point, I'm just going for upside. I don't want someone on my team just to have.
Right. Go Caleb Douglas, who goes at 200. I'm going to go down. So it goes. That's the higher name, and then it goes down and down and down. Caleb Douglas, Branch, the other rookie receiver. Malachi Fields. Those are other players, much higher upside. Another player would be probably like, I'd rather have Chris Bell, who might not do anything until November, than that. Other players that come to mind, there's your Tyreek Hill. He's at like 215. LaQuint Allen, yeah, maybe. Even Malik Benson, LV's better, What? Who said that? Was that Eric? What'd you say?
Darnell Mooney?
No.
No,
me and Eric.
Two on the.
Me and Eric don't get
likely the two. Likely the number 2.
Malachi Fields, bro. Did you just hear me say Malachi Fields? my boy Eric. Those are all better names. And Cyrus Allen, I almost guarantee you, bro, your league has no idea about Cyrus Allen yet. Hurst is good though. Travis is right. Hurst is good. Thank you for the $20 super chat. And also Darnell Mooney. No, don't go. Hey, I'll be so happy, Eric, if you're right on that, and that we can come back and laugh on that. Darnell Mooney's tearing it up. That'd be great. Worldwide West.
Doesn't he have a big contract or no?
Well, I don't even care if they're. I have to look at the deal. I don't think it's like gonna guarantee
he's been irrelevant for years.
I mean, bro, Malachi Fields is just Malachi Fields dates his mom. Like that's how Malachi Fields is not to be messed with, bro. He towers over him. He's mossing everybody. Like Malachi Fields is a monster. He's the number 2.
Mooney has it's a 1 year worth up to $10 million, but it's a base of 1.2 with
he's got to earn
$7 million in incentives.
They don't want to pay him. You think they're gonna put him on the field? All right, hold on one second. $20 super chat. Worldwide
5-minute extender.
Worldwide dropping the extender. Thank you, pal. So let me put this back up on the board here. So that's going to be 7:30. I'll just put 7:30. Thank you, Wes. And Wes says, "Are you drafting Travis Hunter anymore?" Yes, I am. Are you taking scribbling? I'm scribbling a lot. Cyrus the Virus, 100%. Jacoby over him. I'm taking Cyrus and Stribling over Travis Hunter, absolutely. But I still like Travis Hunter. There's room for all of them. I'm pumped for their Jaguars this year. Duval, or as Caleb would say, the Bears. All right, Indiana Bears. Okay, thank you, World West to the moon. Wes, I didn't press Wes's button. He loves when I hit this. Hold on one second. Let me just smash Wes. Yeah, Wes does have a pretty good one. This one's good. World is yours, Wes. Got a little echo there. Sorry, I fixed it. Okay, what were we talking about before Eric derailed the entire show with that Darnell Mooney comment? Just kidding, Eric.
What were you asking? You were asking something. Oh, price. Price.
Oh, price. Yeah, and then you're going to come up with something. Thanks again, International. You're a boss. I like Sharps, by the way, too. That's actually a really good one because you can put them on IR. So you draft them, put them on IR, then you pick up Malachi Fields. So it's like a perfect move. International, do you have IR spots? Because that's the move, bro. Grab them, put them right on IR, and go to the waiver or go to the ad drops on your sleeper app and hit IR, and it'll show you all the IR eligible players if in your ad drop filter. So you can actually you might remind yourself oh crap, sometimes if you look at that throughout the year. So good list though, and Hurst is really good. I'd also say, it really comes down to Cyrus and Stribling and Kalen Black. Those are the guys that I think can be league winning. Claiborne is another one. And some of those guys. Okay, so we were talking about Price and Judkins, right? So Hammer said Judkins. Did you want to add any sort of clarifying additional piece of info on this particular battle? Is it because you don't like Seattle this year a lot? That's kind of why, right?
Yeah, I'm very again, if Judkins was on any other team, a competent offense, I think he would be like, I'm a huge Judkins fan, but like I'm gonna try and keep it as real as possible. I don't really want a running back on a team that's going to be playing from behind. So you're probably being like, well, why are you taking him over Price? I don't like Seattle this year. And I the Charbonnet and the splits, I don't know. I mean, Judkins still had like 900 yards in what was an awful system last year.
You know, though, Samson's so good at catching footballs, though, that and you got this quarterback carousel of just concern, and like when they switch it, the offense going to tank, and they're all going to get fired. Like, it's going to be so bad. I think ultimately, Hammer, I do think your fear of Seattle being worse than last year is valid, and I think they will be. But I don't know that it translates to the production, because it might be the perfect balance of Seattle getting a little worse across the board, and then it makes them throw from behind, and they're good enough to do that. And in as much as Kubiak was a big part of JSN, I get it. JSN still thrived there. You know, he's been thriving wherever he goes, and I do believe that he's going to be even better. And I do believe he'll stretch the field. I do believe that Price is so dynamic that he'll just kind of take over the backfield. I do think Charbonnet becomes a concern later if, let's say, Price gets banged up a little bit. They put Sharbs in, and then Price comes back, and they're like, sorry, it's 50-50. Like, that can happen. But Price is so talented, and he reminds me, like, when we saw Love run, and Eric caught up to this later, you just felt like this guy is from another planet, you know, and we saw it in college too. I mean, we've been screaming it how long, but when you saw him do it in the pros, it hits different because he's running against pro athletes. And he's better. He's worked, you know, he's a young kid that's getting better and you know, growing and getting stronger and lifting with trainers that, like, everything's leveled up. So he becomes better even now than he was in the college film. But when I watch Price, even though Price is not Love, he never will be. He's not. He still looks in a similar way, unguardable and like nearly hard to tackle. Like, his structure of his frame is it reminds me of Charbonnet. Like, Charbonnet came out of college as one of the biggest tackle breaking monsters in the league. If you ever want to see somebody never get tackled, go YouTube Zach Charbonnet college highlights. The guy just would not get tackled. It was insane. And I feel like this guy Price is going to be very, very... I feel like he's going to be standing in the end zone on almost all of his touchdowns because he'll slip by and you just can't get to... he's so good at catching the ball. And kind of like Tootin last year. Tootin scored a touchdown on every 13.9 times he touched the ball last year, which is just... It extrapolates to 21 touchdowns if you were to use that data across ETN's workload. I believe that Price was like the same number practically in college. I think 9 to 13 times he touched the ball. I forget what the number was. He scored a touchdown. And the volume was low because he played with Love. But you also have to understand that, like, he learned from him too. He, you know, like, I don't know, man. I think Price is going to be pretty damn good. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they did. The one thing I would say is that McDonald was in charge, right? And they didn't use Walker all year long consistently at all. And they just totally...
Yep. 1 out of 9 times he touched the ball, he had a touchdown. You're right.
See, I got it all up here. 1 out of 9 times. I knew it was there. I knew it was 9 or 13. 13.9 for Tootin. It's 9 times. Every 9 times he touched the ball, touchdown. But the one caveat, I think, here, when we're trying to describe how Seattle screwed up using their running back room all year, to the point where Walker was holding up a Super Bowl trophy and the NFL Super Bowl MVP trophy, and in his eyes you could see, remember when the GM was lit and he's like, hey, we got to try and keep, I don't know, or sorry, what did he say, something about keeping Walker, and Walker's, you know, trying to negotiate with them or something like that. And Walker looked pissed, and we're like, oh my God, there's something here. And even when he was holding up his Super Bowl MVP trophy, he knew he was gone. That's how much they disrespected Walker, didn't give him the ball. They finally did it. He gives him a championship, and he's just more pissed off about it. There is a little bit of that worry, but the one thing that gives me a little solace is that there's no talented running backs on the roster at all right now. And Charbonnet, while he's progressing very fast, it's still something to where he's at least 2 months away before he could come in and take the job back. And he might even get ramped up. And so, like, there's no one here. Sharbs and Walker were so good that was hard for them to decide one versus the other. But I think what it comes down to is you're going to be losing games if you don't get the explosive kid on the field that scores every 9 times he touches the ball. So I think that the sheer talent and output will make McDonald and all these decisions for them, you know. But that's just my take anyway. Can I ask the phone line real quick and then go back to Hammer for a closing comment or prediction or projection? And I know, Travis, maybe you could save your unless we get an extender or something, you could save your...
No, it's good. I did want to do one price versus before we go, but that's it.
Okay. Rock out any Judkins price as quickly as you can, and then I appreciate you being on the phone line.
I'll go Price. I just think he's the top dude up in Seattle.
Attaboy. Thank you, Rock out. Appreciate you being on the phone line, bro.
Yeah.
You're the man, the myth, the legend. Rock out. Any final thought? Any final prediction on the way out the door? Rock out. Hello. Rock out to the moon. Hey, Moon, this is Smitty. Over and out. Rock out. You there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Final prediction or any sort of projection, Rock out?
Do you know any status on Dell?
Yes. The status is high.
He's
looking smooth. Smooth operator. I mean, there's a lot of people saying like weird things in the chat, like he's been, grown in a lab, and this is like, something's not right about his legs. It doesn't make sense. Like, did they fake it? Like, that's how good he's looking. People are like, did he fake the injury? Like, there's all these weird, like, stupid, like, flat earth, combos about it.
Needed a year and a half off.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks real quick. And we got to remember, like, Nico and Dell would rotate. And in a way, Nico was better because of it. So maybe this is the fix for Stroud, too.
Dell had 5 for 145, 6 for 114, 8 for 149. Like, he was putting up monster games.
Yeah, this is the I'm not saying Stroud's going to be anybody I'm recommending at all, but like maybe this is what he needs to try and get back on track and makes him feel comfortable again. I don't know. Thank you, Rock Out. Appreciate you. Later, bro.
Okay. See ya.
Chuck Nasty. Final thought.
I would go Price over Judkins just because of the offense. That's all.
Attaboy.
But no other final thoughts.
All right. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you being on the phone line. Later.
Yep.
Rock Out and Chuck Nasty. And then my boy Eric. Eric, any final gems? Anything?
What do you think I'm going to say, Smitty?
I think you're going to say, what do you think about J.K. Dobbins this year or something like that?
So, I think I might go Junkins or whatever. He averaged 19 touches a game. I pronounce names wrong all the time.
That's right.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on the line though tonight.
What did you say? How much do you think he's going to do? What?
He was averaging 19 touches a game last year. I don't know. I just kind of like him better.
You know what's frustrating though is like if you owned him, and I had him in some leagues, it was like you would be sitting there and you'd be like, oh my God, this is he's gonna do so well, and then all of a sudden it's halftime, he's got 9 carries, and then it was like the middle of the third quarter, he's got 11 carries, and you're just like, what are they doing? And I know it's a new system, a new scheme, new everything, so that probably can't be carried over. But given that he doesn't catch passes, given Munkin doesn't throw to his running backs all that much, I mean, especially to a starter, and Sampson's so good at it when they do, and the quarterback concerns and all that, like I do think he's going to be one of the only running backs. I think even Henry's going to get a lot more receptions this year, hopefully. I think he's going to be one of the only running backs like in the top 20 that are the old school, different in PPR and then different in zero PPR. You know what I mean? Like in standard leagues, in the olden days, a PPR back could go to like from 4 down to like 15 if they didn't catch passes. Nowadays, everyone catches passes. He might be the one running back that falls with that kind of thing considered. I don't know. We'll see. I could be wrong on him. I like him. Like Hammer said, if he's on any other team, it'd be different, but he's not. You can't separate situation from player. And Judkins is a Cleveland Brown with as confusing of a QB situation as they come. So I don't know. All right, my boy. Appreciate you. Thank you, Eric. Call in anytime, bro.
I appreciate you too.
Later.
Have a good one.
Hammer and Travis, you boys have anything else at all?
I was going to ask both of you guys. Well, actually, this is a good one for Hammer. In a vacuum, who outscores who in 2026? Price or Brooks?
Price.
Okay. We found.
Hammer hates
he
Brooks.
hates Brooks, his own running back. He hates him.
It's my own team.
Hammer's kryptonite.
It's one thing you can at least say. I'm not like not going to be the person that is going to like no matter what Panthers. Like I'm not, and it sounds like I go against everything. I'm just like for instance, I don't want Bryce Young to get a contract.
It's trauma. Extension. It's trauma. I can't blame you. I mean, you've been traumatized. It's like asking a Phoenix Suns fan about like winning a championship. Like,
yeah, I mean, we traded away Christian McCaffrey again. I said it's the worst decision I've seen in almost sports. I mean, it was a good 1 or 2 years. Whatever, say what you want about Cam Newton, but
what did you get with the picks? It was for Christian McCaffrey. It was a 2, a 3, and a 4, right?
It was like.
Let's see, Travis. Can you Google that? What were the players that the Panthers got? Let's see what it was. It was a 2, 3, and a 4, I think, for Christian McCaffrey. It was so cheap. It was ridiculous. It wasn't even a first rounder.
Yeah,
and
I couldn't believe that.
It wasn't like
it was literally. It was right when new ownership took over, and they wanted to make a statement. And I said, "This is where everything," because for 2 to 3 years, like with Greg Olson, and we had a solid. I mean, we were formidable. I mean, we went to the Super Bowl, but yeah, no, it's just a joke of a franchise, unfortunately.
I'm curious what Travis is going to find.
I
could ask. Let me ask Kruger. We haven't done that in a long time.
Oh, they traded some away because it says they got the 2023 second, third, and fourth round picks, but in 2023 they only made.
Let me see if I can get Kruger to figure it out. Hey Kruger, who did the Carolina Panthers select with the picks that they got from the Christian McCaffrey trade?
It would have been like Kelvin Benjamin or...
No, it was after him.
The Panthers got 4 draft picks from the 49ers in the October 2022 Christian McCaffrey trade. A 2023 second rounder, a 2023 third rounder, a 2023 fourth rounder, and a 2024 fifth rounder. They immediately traded all of them away. The second rounder went to Chicago, along with DJ Moore and other picks, to move up to number 1 overall and draft Bryce Young.
Yeah, Bryce Young.
The third and fourth rounders went to Pittsburgh, so Carolina could jump up and take edge rusher DJ Johnson. The 2024 fifth rounder was part of the package that brought Brian Burns to the Giants, which netted Carolina a different 2024 third rounder and fifth rounder instead.
And who did they take with those picks?
They didn't draft anyone with those exact picks. They traded all 4 away. 2023 second rounder, number 61, went to Chicago as part of the package.
He's not listening to what I'm saying. Okay. Anyway, you're right, Hammer. The trauma. I think you're just traumatized too. I don't blame you for. for being like Brooks can pick rocks,
but in all seriousness, it's like Bryce Young, like again, being an SEC guy, like beyond productive, but he's not the guy. Again, like say what you want, but like Cam Newton to come in and like do what he did, again, being the number 1 pick, going to the Panthers. I mean, it was impressive. Like I know everyone probably like dislikes Cam Newton, but the guy performed.
I think that's safe to say CMC's outperformed Young.
Yeah, I mean, he's first ballot Hall of Fame. If anyone would ever dispute that, I'd love to have that.
I can't believe they traded all of them. Like, that's so funny. Like, we're trying to figure it out. Travis, like, started to figure it out, but we got to use Kruger more. He's pretty useful with that stuff, but
he's quicker.
I mean,
well, the crazy thing to me is that they went all in to get into the top of that draft. Like, Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, they were good, but like they weren't these like generational type quarterbacks. You know, it was like, oh, we just have to get a quarterback, which teams make the mistake with all the time.
Yeah, guys, we're almost at 20,000 followers on Rumble. We're like just a little bit away. We're at 19.9K or something like that. That's exciting. Go follow on Rumble.
Outperforming.
Price Brooks. Wow. I mean, Price is and ADP doesn't decide things. Like, I don't just auto draft and computer, let a ADP dictate what I think. But the ADP is still very far apart to where this guy's going 6.1, sometimes earlier Price, and Brooks is still he's climbing into 7 though, so he's kind of like 7.5 to 9.5 depending on the grandmas and corpses in your league. So I think it's still a very definitive price, but at cost of entry, I think it kind of levels the playing field to being the same to me, where I'm excited about this lower cost of entry and love grabbing them, and then I can get something else here instead of Price. But in a perfect world, you just drop both of them. But I'd probably say in a vacuum, if I had to project the yardage or something, I would say that Price he's better. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Brooks was better, but we don't know what Brooks is yet. So Price is better. Right. He's a more physical, talented player. But Brooks was really highly touted. We liked him a lot, and then it just didn't. It's not injury prone to me yet. I know that sounds crazy coming off a double ACL tear, but it was a failure ACL surgery, and that can happen. And I don't think you blame the player on that. So the freak injury itself that occurred was also an ACL tear, which is not something that a player gets, through wear and tear, soft tissue, like concern. Like with Tyson, you're concerned about what is this going to mean for his future. And, Christian Watson, you were worried about that, or concussions with Olave. So I don't think he's an injury prone player at all. The only thing that you would say is he rushing back, and could he have a setback by trying to do what Tyson did, get on the field as quick as possible, and maybe he's not ready, and then he tears his leg because of it. But that's not because he's injury prone. It would be because he's not prepared. But I do think
especially
he's ready.
Chuba's hurt. So, like, did they pile too much onto him?
That could happen, but at the same time, he's still so young, and you saw what Breece Hall did his year off of the ACL tear. They eased him in for a couple games, and he was running back number 2. So I think because Brooks is young, I don't think piling on is going to do anything. I think it'll be fine. But I would probably say this. I think Brooks has got a better opportunity on a 17-game season. Price has a better opportunity early. But what I said holds true. If Price gets banged up when Sharps is on his way back, they love Charbonnet. There's a little more inherent risk in that Price will be there the entire season, even though Brooks is coming off the 2 ACLs. I guess if I was in a vacuum, who has more points, I'd probably say, geez, man, this is a good question. I don't know. I almost don't want to throw a number down because I'm just saying it to say it. I'm not thinking it out like hard enough that and here's the other thing is, like, better offense, probably Seattle. But sometimes there's the right balance in an offense that makes this offense a little bit different, and it's actually better, even though the offense is not as good as a whole. And I think the evidence of that is what Rico Dowdle did. Rico Dowdle was producing top 5 running back numbers in this offense, which is why I'm always so shocked Hammer doesn't actually like the rushing attack, because we've seen
that's an outlier. Like that really is.
Maybe.
Like it's like that was like a.
Chuba's been doing good, but Chuba's been doing good for years. Like, you know what I mean?
I think Brooks is way more talented than Dowdle, like by a pretty good amount. Like I think Dowdle's closer to like slightly above average back. He's worked himself into being a good back, but like, I mean, Brooks
he
was
just
a
runs
true
angry
first round
downhill.
talent. He does. And like I can even see, like I said earlier, I fear that there's a lane where the Panthers fall apart and it gets bad, which might be good for them because they could get a new quarterback. But that being said, I could still see Brooks just taking the ball 18 times a game and getting 1,100 yards.
I'm going to say 1,200 yards for Brooks. I'm going to say
it feels kind of like that.
8 touchdowns on the ground. 8D. I don't even know what I'm writing, man. My brain is fried. 8 touchdowns. He's going to run in 8D. 8th dimension. And then I think, I don't know, reception-wise, I mean, I think they're going to throw to him. I think this could be like 41 receptions for like...
He's good. Yeah, he's good all around.
350 and 2 more touchdowns. And this could be like even if we put this at 7, just to make this under, I don't know if I want to put it at... Yeah, I mean, 10's okay, but let's just dumb it down to 7. 7 touchdowns. So he's at 9 total. This is a really good season for a guy that you're getting where you're getting him. Even though he's climbing to round 7, it's still a very good value. So what did we say? 2 TDs. So 9 total. Okay. Price is such a tough player to predict. He has, why I hate even doing this because I want both of them to thrive, and I think they both will. Mm-hmm. So I don't want this to sound like I'm not going to be pressing the price button and jumping for joy, and we're going to be. We told you because we are on both of these, but there's a greater chance.
Graveyard shift for numbers out there.
Yeah, this is a delirious conversation. There is a graveyard chance that Price, because he doesn't come from a long. I've got his player profile page here somewhere. Hold on. He doesn't come from a long line of resume success, right? Because he had 674 yards rushing in his final season, right? He had 11 touchdowns, which is awesome. 6 yards per carry, which is awesome. Only 6 catches, but he had 2 touchdowns on only 6 catches. Hence, he scored a touchdown every 9 times he touched the ball. But remember, he's also playing behind Jeremiah Love, who's the number 1 running back in this class and maybe top 4 or 5 running back. Depending on who you ask, Steve or me, he's a top 4 or 5 running back in the league. But the thing that's really promising is that look how he still scored 7 touchdowns on the ground, had 746 yards still. So the one takeaway I had in the offseason, if you remember, of me saying, is this resume so small that we have to be fearful that he won't hold up? And the one caveat to that was the back-to-back. Yeah, the back-to-back yardage here. This is still pretty good in the touchdown usage, and still getting active a little bit. But then the mileage that he took on in the special teams department, so that sum total gives him probably the wear and tear of like 1,000-yard even back, and that kind of is enough, mileage. Like it's not like he's a guy that hasn't been used. He was all over the field on special teams, constantly being used, and so he took a lot of hits and he endured and he stayed healthy. So like that's kind of where I'm at with it, and why I don't dock him for having a little resume. When someone does, they're not looking at the details. But in that, my final statement here would be there's still a lack of going through the motions at a full-time capacity that makes me say if I have to choose between the two of them, I think I'd probably take Brooks. But this is still a 900, and this could be like Sharps gets involved. This is still like a 900-yard rushing player, maybe 300 receiving. So that's 1,200 yards total versus, more yardage over here. And then maybe this is like 9 touchdowns for him total and like 33 receptions. So what's the difference really? Not a crazy number. It's pretty much going to be a little bit of yardage and maybe a touchdown or two. Like that's not a big difference.
You want to know something crazy? I'm looking at like his kick returns now too. If you add in the 12 kickoffs and he had 2 kick return touchdowns, that now drops it to 8.7 touches per touchdown. He's just a touchdown machine. It's insane.
He is. That's the thing I love about him. I think
15 touchdowns on 131 touches if you include the
New Age Outlaw just extended the show 5 minutes, by the way. Sketches is saying, I can't believe I missed the show. Well, we've been here for 3 hours and 44 minutes. So it's a big window that you missed.
New Age wants to call.
5-minute extender.
New Age, the phone line is open for you, young man. New Age Outlaw, my boy. New Age has been here for a while. New Age, if you don't know Hammer, he's the guy that always gifts the memberships. I'm sure you've seen.
I was in, dude, New Age, right when Rumble started last year. I was right in there with him and Landman.
Yeah, okay, yeah. New Age.
That's right.
New Age. The phone line's open for you, New Age. You got totally waiting for you. Okay, so Travis, did you come up? Is that the one you came up with? Did I said come up with something then?
Well, that, and then I was just gonna bring up Breece Hall because way back in the
that's a good
beginning of the off season, we did a versus with
Yeah.
him, and I think things have changed with him
They
a
have.
little bit because things look a little bit better there.
They do.
And so, like for example, Breece Hall versus Scatabo or Breece Hall versus Judkins, like those type of guys.
Hall.
And again, ADP is a little different.
Yeah, I'm taking Breece Hall over them.
Yeah. I'm back on the Hall train. Not that I was ever off the Hall train per se. It's just the cost of entry felt a little bit shaky with the other options on the board. He's never been a bust candidate. I've never said not draft him. But I will admit that for a string of months, I was much more preferring New Age dropping another $50 super chat. So that puts us at
I'm just packing
20.
up for bed.
Yeah.
Down.
Hey, Sketch is probably left, and he's like, I missed the show, I'm leaving. And then now there's another 29 minutes, I guess. I don't even know how to do the math at this point. I'm going to go over and just do it.
It's funny because he just said in the chat, he was like, I asked in the Patreon, said no show tonight, and like an hour into the show, I answered him and said we're live, but he had already fallen asleep.
I know there's a couple of people that said no show, and then they come back in the 4 hours. Let me get Rock Out in here. Rock Out hung up a while ago, and
if there's ever not a show, you always will post. You'll always post.
Yeah, in the Patreon. But hold on, let me get New Age in here. New Age, hold on 1 second, New Age. Let me merge you in. I don't think I can remember. During the season, I'd take like a day off every like 2 weeks or so, like a night. But I don't think lately I've taken a graveyard show off. I think it's been like 6 months or something, 5 months.
Yeah, no. Well, ever since we started the extenders with the Dynasty show,
I don't think I've taken a night off
because every night just kept rolling.
Yeah, we kept doing it. All right, hold on real quickly, boys, and you can interrupt at any time. Hammer, you've extended enough that please don't ever not interrupt if you want to talk on an extender show. You've earned that, and you don't have to feel bad about interrupting. That's the phone line. New Age, you are live, and then I'll go over to Rock Out. These are both spacemen extraordinaires. New Age, what can I do for you?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Appreciate
I
you.
just woke up, man. It's good to see you, it's still up when I'm up. But what I'm trying to do is get a group of the top 5 receiving backs together. So I don't know if everybody can give their opinions, and we can come up with one group of the top 5 receiving starting running backs.
Okay. Let me throw out a couple and just say Okay, let me just throw the names on the screen that we would. Gibbs and Achane, obviously, you're going to be in this mix. CMC, we can talk about whether that holds. Genty's going to be in this group right now. And we're going to have to start marking them off, but we got to throw them on here. Hampton should be involved. I think Love will be, but he, we could say until we see the receiving volume. Chase Brown for sure.
Achane.
Walker.
Oh, you got Achane.
Walker. I don't know. I don't know if Walker will be in the top 5, but they're going to use him. Yeah, they're going to use him more than Seattle.
Area.
Yeah, they're going to use him more than Seattle did. Tootin's a dark. We'll put him on here. We might have to cross him off, but we'll put him on here. And I like him, of course. I think he can be. Hendy, maybe we write him off, but this could be a year later on. You could argue that, but perhaps take him off the list for now. But I would say ETN maybe.
JT was JT was top 10 in receptions last year for running backs.
Genty's on there. Cook. Okay. So are we pretty good here?
Well, yeah.
Before we start crossing, because we got to narrow it down to 5. We got to narrow it down to 5.
Yeah,
So
Breece Hall hasn't gotten the catches he should the past couple of years.
Yeah, I think as much as people want to take one of the last names, like we said, Hendy and Tootin, they want to get someone that's behind them. We got to cut a line off because it's going to be 5. I think Hendy really could be. I mean, you got to remember how capable he is as a pass catcher, but I think we got to cross him off because his volume's not there yet. Tootin, we probably cross him off, but this is like a dark horse. He could be in this conversation and everyone oh my God, so I think we'll cross him off. The number 1 on this list, I mean, it depends how you want to define Christian McCaffrey's, risk and everything.
Oh,
of course.
Bijan's not on the list.
Oh, did I not put him on? I'm sorry. That was obvious.
I mean, I go Gibbs, Bijan, Genty, James Cook, and Chase Brown are my top 5.
I don't know how
can
we
can say Cook yet? Because Cook doesn't. So his receptions the past years have been 33, 32, 44, 21.
Okay, so I'll say this. Hammer is predicting that it will change, and that's 100% fine and cool. But I think maybe we do cross it off on term, just like we're saying Hendy can. Cook might have that change in his
I think he will.
usage. Okay, so but we'll say that's gonna be a hard sell if we're narrowing this down to 5, and this is like a upside one. Does anybody think Hampton is the lowest on this list, even though he's going into Miami Mike's system because of Keaton Mitchell, because of Ladd, and because we might see him become more of the Mostert than people realize, then have this Achane effect? I don't know. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it right now with Keaton Mitchell.
I think you can cross Hampton and JT off, probably, if we're looking at all these other names.
Yeah, because, I mean, I think JT could be in the conversation, but then ultimately you're like, these names are too big. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who are we booting out of Chase Brown, Bijan, Genty, CMC, Achane, Gibbs? I think this is where we vote. I think it's too hard to vote on this other stuff, but let's go around the line. Hammer, who are we booting? Is it CMC? You love him. This is tougher. Okay.
Yeah, I love CMC, but yeah,
okay. So Hammer says CMC. So I'll put a one vote up here for CMC to boot him. New Age Outlaw, this is your topic and your extender. Who are you booting?
What's Chase Brown's history on receiving?
Chase Brown?
So last year, and you have to remember, he got a slow start. He had 69 receptions. The year before, he had 54. So
pretty good.
He's a 60 to 70 reception guy.
Sketches. See, Sketches, you have control over. You missed the show and you're bummed, and now you're adding adding more.
5
There you go.
extender.
The show has just been extended 5 minutes due to a
I do want to make a quick thing on James Cook.
Okay, let me merge this call real quick and then go to Hammer for that. Let's take 10 seconds or 5 seconds. 1 second. Hold on. Let me merge you in here. Mute yourself if you could, and just keep it on mute. Okay, go ahead, Hammer. Sorry.
He has no injury history. He's only 26. Yes, they have DJ Moore, but he's on a great offense, and I don't want to get too cute with it. James Cook for me is a lock in there.
Okay.
And again, obviously everyone is my opinion, but
so who are you booting if we put Cook back in? I'm not saying we will, but who? Because we're going to leave it at this.
My 5 was Gibbs, Bijan, Genty, Cook, and Chase Brown.
So no Achane. Okay. Which I can understand the argument, but yeah, I personally couldn't put Achane out and Cook in, but I mean, look, anything, Hammer, if you called in and said 2 years ago, Cook is going to lead the league in rushing, or he's going to have 10 plus touchdowns for 2 straight years, we would have said, Hammer, he gets 2 and 4 touchdowns a year. What in the hell are you talking about? And then Cook goes on to become a 14 touchdown running back. So I mean, anything can happen, and Cook has certainly evolved. And I'm trying to get him on the show, by the way, which Hammer, I'll tell you when, so you can be on the line if you want.
I know Hammer doesn't take it personally if I push back. But my pushback with that, though, is that I think in order to be on this list, you got to be a 60 reception guy. And I just don't know if he jumps from 30 to 60. I think he's in the 50 range, though.
And even if he needs to be, I think it's correct that we won't have him on this list because I think we need everybody to want it, and I don't think everybody's going to want it. But it doesn't mean, Hammer, that he can't get there and be the surprise guy. But I think, to qualify, maybe you have to have already shown that, which he might show. Again, we were talking about touchdowns.
K9 too.
Yeah,
K9 can start drifting into that this year.
I'll write K9 on here, then cross him off just so we had him on the list. But K9 is certainly the Chiefs talked about throwing to him a ton. I don't know if they'll throw it to him 70 times, but okay. So Christian McCaffrey's getting booted by Hammer because we have to nail us down to 5. That was what New Age wanted. New Age, you said who? Who are you booting?
I agree. I agree with CMC. Too much danger there for me to deal with.
Stranger danger. Okay. Rock out. Who? You're live, by the way. I'm glad you're back. Who are you booting? We're trying to rank the top 5. We're gonna rank them in a minute, but we're trying to get rid of one so we have the 5 nailed down. You can't vote for any of the names that are crossed out. You can't vote for anybody that's not on the board. You've got to boot one of these off the island and narrow it down to 5. Who's getting the boot?
Let's see. Who's on the board again?
Gibbs, Achane, Bijan, CMC, Genty, and Chase Brown. Chase Brown?
Maybe Genty just for right now, but he can get up there.
So keeping CMC, okay. A lot of CMC owners are going to be happy to hear somebody's defending them. So Genty. So 2 votes for CMC, 1 vote for Genty. Caller that I just added you. What's your name and where are you calling from? 262.
It's Eric.
It's Eric.
Me.
Eric. Now, Eric, where? Who are you? Let me guess who Eric's booting. He's gonna boot Gibbs or something.
I would have to go with CMC because of the injury, but I was gonna let you know something, Smitty. I'm not trying to troll you at all, but I don't think you added the last 5-minute extender that you put on. I'm not trying to make you go all night or anything either.
I didn't.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
No. You're right. I didn't.
Yeah.
So that means we're at 22, 20, 25. Okay. No. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go CMC.
CMC. Okay, so 3 votes CMC, 1 vote Genty, and then who else is on the line? Hammer voted, Travis voted, Rockout voted, New Age voted.
No, I didn't vote yet.
Oh no, Travis. Okay, sorry.
So I will admit, for the CMC fans, it sounds absurd because he had 100 catches last year, but because I do not think he holds up off the 450 touches, I'll vote CMC.
Agreed. That puts him at 4. I'm going to put it as a 5. We got 1 vote for Genty, 5 votes for CMC. And Rome, you know, I get what you're trying to do here, but like, this is the easiest I can dunk on someone's take ever. Is you're banking on an injury, though anyone can get hurt. I don't think you're understanding what injury really is, because there's 2 different. I can't stand when people talk about injury, and when these, you know, MD Twitter guys say something about injury. You have 2 buckets of injury, bro. You have the random acts of God and the turf. let's be honest, it's God and turf. You have random acts that where the ACL is going to tear, where you're going to do something that's freak. You know, everybody's got some risk in that bucket, but that bucket's a completely different bucket, Rome, than the additional risk that has age in it, concussion recidivism, soft tissue recidivism, all these things that are actually calculated, and there's data behind it. There's the amount of times you can get a concussion. When you have one, you're more susceptible to the next. Having a meniscus tear causes an onset of arthritis so much quicker that it'll hit Todd Gurley when Todd Gurley's in his prime. Like, Todd Gurley's still like a top 15 running back at touchdowns right now. He's still accumulating, but he dropped off the face of the earth. There's so much that's involved in that you're not even considering when you say something like injury can strike anyone. That's a lazy take, Rome. I'm just letting you know. I'm sorry. I appreciate you.
So last year, he was coming off a 65 touch season because he got hurt 2024. Guess what he did in 2023? He had 422 touches, including the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he got hurt the next year.
So there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence in the mileage, and also what kind of injuries are there. CMC was diagnosed with chronic Achilles tendonitis. And while he did go to Germany and get the injections, and it works remarkably well, he's still delaying. And yeah, there's probably some good healing. And at some point with the tendonitis, especially, I don't know if anybody's ever had tendonitis before. No one's had it like Christian McCaffrey. No one's had it at a pro level. Like, we're peons walking around outside going for a walk. Like, oh, I've got tendonitis. People call in and go, Smitty, I had the same elbow injury that Patrick Mahomes had. I was like, stop. But tendonitis puts you to a halt. And if you remember Christian McCaffrey, how frustrated he was, tendonitis, it's through overuse, and McCaffrey just had 450 touches. So overuse is the biggest enemy to what McCaffrey has. And the fact that it's something that brings you to a halt where you can't even really move. It just shuts you down. Chronic Achilles tendonitis, and really a tendonitis in like your shin area and in your foot, it demobilizes you. You can't even do anything, and especially if it's chronic, it's not going away. And so the odds of Christian McCaffrey, staying healthy all year off a 450 touch season, and they've even said they want to dial him back. And, he's got tightness and soreness already, which he did last year, to be fair, but he also didn't have 450 touches the year prior. He's pretty, and he lives near the substation, which isn't a really good idea, but it is what it is. But I also don't care and think someone's wrong by saying, I think it'll happen one more time. Look at Henry. So anything can happen for sure, but it's all about weighing out risk. And it's all about saying to yourself, okay, Christian McCaffrey versus Genty, or Christian McCaffrey versus St. Brown, or Christian McCaffrey versus JT, who's also got injury risk, but it's not knocking. He's not knocking on the door like Christian McCaffrey is on destruction. So it kind of just comes down to where, again, like I tell Miss Smitty all the time, and it works out really well. You should try it at home with your wives. Even when you're wrong, you're not wrong. Because at the end of the day, you're drafting a player like Genty, like St. Brown, like whatever, And you're taking that into the argument at the end of it all. And if you're wrong, and McCaffrey, who won't repeat last year because Shanahan won't allow it, that's why Debo's taking half of his reps as RB right now, because they're going to lighten McCaffrey's workload for sure. He was also in the bottom 5 in the league of all starters in efficiency on the ground. He was awful, but it was sheer volume. And you could bank on the volume repeating, but you're watching Debo brought in, Debo playing running back right now, and the fact that McCaffrey said, or Shanahan said, we're going to dial him back. We have to keep him healthy. So it's just hard to imagine, especially with the addition of Stribling and the addition of Mike Evans and Kittle coming back and having Tunges there. If Kittle gets hurt, that there's going to be enough volume in the passing game for McCaffrey to replicate what he did last year. But I can't blame anyone for wanting to go down that road because it's a fun road. It's a fun road. But okay, so we got 16 minutes left. We've narrowed it down. We're going to take McCaffrey off, and now I guess we need to go around the phone line. Hammer. We'll do this a little bit more loosely and like eyeball it instead of adding it up. But Hammer, number 1 is who? Number 1 PPR running back. Gibbs? Okay, Travis?
Gibbs.
Mine's Bijan with a bullet. It's not close.
Woo! Okay. Mine's Gibbs. So 2, you said Gibbs, right, Hammer? Is kind of cutting out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Gibbs, Bijan, New Age?
I'm 100% Gibbs. But I got a question for Travis here. After Tua showing, what gives you faith that he can do it with Bijan?
Because to me, Bijan is, I might be alone on this, Bijan is CMC in Carolina. It's not going to matter. I mean, last year, Bijan had 108 receptions, or 79 receptions on 103 targets. So,
okay, because I can see it if Penix is in there, but Tua, I don't believe at all, and that's the only part that scares me. Where I'll have actually, Achane up higher, just because I believe more in Willis than Penix.
Yeah.
Or Tua.
I'm not going to argue with anyone on it.
You can't.
Bijan there. But you can't. It's splitting hairs. These guys are so good. But like Gibbs, I don't knock him because of his ability. I knock him because of the way they. I mean, I guess Monty's not there, so his receptions will pick up. But
yeah, and the notion
I just wanted to hear your feeling.
And the notion that Tua's the check down merchant and all that, like, there's some truth to that belief, and I think that there will be some truth to some of that. But what I think people don't consider with Tua and why I have Gibbs light years ahead of everyone, just Gibbs is Tomlinson vintage, wins your league as long as you don't screw the rest of your draft up. It's going to be 18 to 22 touchdowns. And then the receiving yards and everything is going to be just like, he's going to be 2,100 total yards, something like that. The thing that I feel like people don't consider with Tua is like, Tua did that, under the Mike McDaniel guidance and architecture. Mm-hmm. And I think without that and moving teams, this has a little bit more of a Russell Wilson to Denver or to Pittsburgh vibe than it does having some sort of success story. So my concern for people is that this thought that you're going to get this Achane peppered target situation going on, and having it last for 17 games is the real mistake. So even if he does check down a decent amount, like how long does he stay in there? One shot, he's out. He's going to look awful.
I feel that way.
And then
the reason why I think he will is just because I think he's very similar to CMC, where he's so versatile. He's just going to get the target.
I think the concern for me would be that Tommy Rees, we don't have any guarantees as to the volume he can architect toward Bijan. We also don't know if Stefanski's going to just make it impossible with decisions of, hey, let's do this. Because Tommy Rees will call plays, but Stefanski, you got to remember, Stefanski's a play caller by nature that's had his play calling duties ripped from him. Like he lost his play calling duties in Cleveland twice and he still got hired as the head coach in Atlanta. It's an asinine move. Stefanski's one of the worst coaches in the league.
Bijan's just too good.
I agree. I agree. Bijan's not anything but number 2. So I'm not knocking Bijan down at all. But there are more concerns that make this, me lean toward Gibbs when you're like, okay, how many times can Bijan get screwed? Like, remember Arthur Smith screwed him. Bijan got screwed by that. So Stefanski is more of a chance of taking points away that make Gibbs soar above. But this is not a knock on Bijan. Like, I know there's going to be somebody in week 5 that's going to be like, hey, you didn't like Bijan last year. Like, that person doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm just merely debating 1 versus 2. So,
okay. I thought you were going like
no,
4 or 5.
No.
And Gibbs is my 2. So.
Yeah, and like Travis should get no knock for having Gibbs too. It's just when you're debating all things being even, and you got Stefanski, who's the closest thing to Arthur Smith that could take points away from Bijan by his dumb decision making and not running the ball on the goal line, not running. Like, this is a guy that didn't. He decided to start Shedeur Sanders at quarterback and didn't even allow him to take snaps from the starting center until right before the game. All week long, he never took snaps under center. It's just, this guy's a moron when it comes to decision making. And so I'm fearful that even Tommy Rees can't control everything, that this play calling by nature, horrible play caller by nature, Stefanski, is going to take over more than we think in situations. It'd be like, hey, I want to run here, or I don't want to run here. I want to pass here, whatever. And I don't know. Also, the switching quarterbacks concerns me, because at some point there's going to be like a little bit of a hiccup, but I don't know. Bijan's still number 2, like in overall and in PPR probably.
Does with his running backs.
You what?
Like, we don't know what Petzing does in terms of throwing to his running back. Most he ever had was James Conner with 47 receptions, which is solid, but.
Yeah, but you know what you have though?
From just Gibbs is Gibbs. It's a different animal.
True, but you also have Campbell, the head coach, going to the podium saying we're going to test him and push him beyond the limits we've ever had, and it's like, okay, I got enough. I'll take that. I'll take that all day.
I hope that doesn't mean 300 carries. That's what I worry about with Campbell. Is he's old school, but
again, just to clarify, Bijan's number 2 for me. But okay, so we have Gibbs for me, Gibbs for Hammer, Bijan, and we're ranking number 1 PPR back in the league this year. New Age, what was your rank? You said what? Hello? New Age?
All right. I was dropping a super chat. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And then we have New Age dropping 50, and then Luis dropping 20. That puts us at, oh God, somebody help me with math.
50, 20.
I'm so tired.
17 minutes would it be?
17 minutes. 25. I'm just going to put, because I don't want to do the math, 27 minutes. I think that's right, to put the whole clock at that. Thank you, both of you, for the extenders. Appreciate you very much.
5-minute extender.
Yeah,
Gibbs, okay.
Thanks for your input, Travis.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's see here. Luis said, New Age, we are getting the Love Young videos. Yes, you are. I'm still working on it. I fell asleep and woke up to the show. Smitty never stops. Hardest work on the period. Thank you, Luis, for dropping that. And New Age dropped one that said last one. Thank you very much for extending that. Okay, rock out, Gibbs or Bijan, number 1 PPR running back this year.
Or someone else.
Hey, Gibbs.
Okay, Gibbs. And then I almost said Pete.
Eric.
Eric.
Peter.
I'm gonna go with Gibbs, but you were talking about injury concerns earlier. I think Gibbs being, what is he, 190 pounds? Yeah, I think I'd trust Bijan.
Come on,
more.
Eric. When are we?
No.
Eric, when are we?
He's over 200.
First of all,
Yeah, first of
he's
all, you're
listed
wrong.
Over 200, and he's probably
First of all, you're
10 now by now.
Oh, all right, I'm thinking of last year then.
No, you're not.
Well,
You're
I'll
not.
go
Not last year
get it.
either.
I'll go get it.
No, he was over 200 last year too.
Eric, what is
202.
going on? What is going on? Gibbs is one of the most fit, structurally sound bodies and frames for the NFL we've really seen since Peterson or you say Bijan.
Usually those 3-down backs are like 220, 230 though.
No.
Hampton,
It's a new age. It's a new age.
Yeah, you're talking about the 1990s, bro. It's not even the case anymore. There hasn't been a consistent 220 back trend in the NFL since literally 15 years. All these guys are around the same weight, 210, 208. Gibbs is the perfect size. 190, he's too small. He ain't too small. You heard that somewhere.
He's the only one.
In the league at 196
he's also the only one that can just run past people, just literally break it. Yeah, I mean, that's
Eric, you're on a run. Eric's on an unbelievable
I think
run.
he's one of the smallest backs on the list, though. That's up there, top three.
H-Hand smaller. Chase Brown's probably the same. I don't know. Wow, Chase Brown's the same size.
Everybody's smaller.
Gibbs is 5'9", so 5'9", 205, 210. That's just stout.
I mean, Genty's, I don't know. Okay, anyway.
Genty's 210.
They're all the same size, except for maybe Bijan.
Yeah, Genty's 5'8", 208. Okay, is what Genty's listed at. Gibbs is listed at 5'9", 202. So,
All right. Anyway, he voted Gibbs. He voted for the skinny guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Eric. Again, I appreciate you. I'm sorry I called you Peter. Is that everybody?
So Gibbs is one. We decided.
Yeah, Gibbs is one. Okay, so Gibbs is one. This is long-winded. Okay, can I just skip and say Bijan's two? We don't need to vote on it.
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree?
Yeah, if you disagree, you can.
Agree.
Okay.
This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting. And again, to clarify, I love Bijan Robinson. Bijan's my second ranked running. I just want to get this out there because one of you negative Noahs or non-listening, Negans are gonna come into this chat later and say, "Hey, Smitty, you didn't even like Bijan last year." I just like Gibbs more. It doesn't mean I hate Bijan at all. So you hear what I'm saying? Thank you. Bijan's the clear-cut number 2 running back in fantasy football and the clear-cut number 2 PPR back. I can't emphasize that enough. So that's number 2.
I even agree with that for redraft. So
yeah. Okay, so Hammer, I want you to nominate the next guy, and then we'll vote and see what everybody else says if they're 2, 3, 4. Who's number 2, and who are we voting on next? I think he's going to say
Wait. I'd say Chase Brown.
Or 3. Who's 3? Sorry, who's 3? Pete.
Chase Brown.
Pete, aka Eric. Hammer's voting on this. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right.
This is. I was gonna go Chase Brown, actually.
Okay.
Even though I love Genty, but I just there's a security thing for me.
Who is number?
I know it's.
Okay, Chase Brown. Okay.
I would agree with that. Chase Brown and Genty are close for me, but I would say Chase Brown as well.
No one's saying H-Hand, huh?
Nope.
I think it's so close.
It is close. I think from a PPR standpoint, we're not talking about total body of work yet. Or we're not really doing that at all. We're just saying PPR back. I think Genty's going to get fed, of course. I think Chase Brown's going to be fed. But I do think H-Hand, to me, is still the 3. But it's so close, like you said. Like, how are you going to argue, really? Like, these guys are all monsters.
I think we're going to see like an Austin Eckler type year from Chase Brown.
Yeah, we could, for sure. I mean, I love them all. I love all these guys.
80, 90 receptions. If Burrow's going to stay healthy, though. So.
He's already getting leveled, so.
They have Flacco, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just mean for Chase Brown to get like 90 receptions or something, I don't know if he quite get that with Flacco. But
Yeah, a little watered down with Flacco, a little bit. Not a ton, but a little bit for sure.
But the production would slide over to rushing a little more with Flacco, I think.
I think people are going to be reminded that, similar to what Hammer just said about Christian McCaffrey and how that's the Carolina. I think that, especially with how good Malik Willis is, especially with how underrated Caleb Douglas is going to be, and how good Bell's going to be when he comes back, and how underrated the Miami Dolphins offensive line is. We have people dropping that they're the 27th ranked offensive line. They're not. They're going to be like top 15. I think I personally love it, H-An. I think the fantasy football world will regret the day that they closed the books on the offseason with H-N in the middle of the second round. And I think people are going to say, damn it, this is Christian McCaffrey. Like Carolina. It's even better situation than that. So for me, it's H-N, but this is splitting hairs. Like, we're talking about maybe like 20-point difference in PPR between all these guys, potentially, from the PPR work alone.
3 to 5 is so close because like Smitty, you even said like it wouldn't surprise you if Genty had the most receptions for all the running backs.
For sure.
So it's that close, you know.
That's a great point.
We can do it, but it's almost pointless to rank these three.
And by the way, can you guys drop the new H-N emoji? I changed it just to get something different in there. I just wanted to get something different in there. Thank you, Luis, for dropping it. This new H-N emoji. I like it. It's kind of cool. It's a little different. Yeah, these are all. And Genty's just so good. He's so good. He's so underrated. He could have like 700 receiving yards like at some point like real soon. I wonder if this year he'll pass H-N, but I think in the next year after that he will. I don't even know if we can even do it. Like, okay, so we got one vote Chase Brown, a second vote Chase Brown, one vote H-N. Rock out. Who's your?
We had three Chase Browns, right? Hammer, me, and Eric.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric did vote. I forgot. Rock out.
What? Can tie it up.
H-N.
Woo! 3-2. New age. Are you?
New age, right?
He's gonna come down to the chat as a tiebreaker.
I want to say H-M, but I think it's going to be like James Cook because that
you can't use James Cook.
You can't choose him.
Yeah, he's off the board.
No, but
Hammer loves that.
I'm just saying Willis didn't look at him.
Okay, so who from the
for checking down? So I'm going to go Chase Brown just because that offensive line still is terrible, and he's going to have to check it down.
So Chase Brown wins.
Wow.
I thought you were going to say you just said H-N and then he changed it to Chase Brown. All right.
So what? Who's for though? Because I think me and Hammer said Genty next.
Well,
and again, like,
okay,
I don't know. I even question myself on that, but I'll say it.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and I'm gonna say H-N for 4, even though he's my 3. That's it. Let's throw that
too
in there.
close. I think we should just do like tiers to make it more sense.
Oh, we might as well finish now, Rockout.
This is the top tier.
On the spot.
Rockout wants to tear it all down. This is one tier. This is tier A.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. So who do you got, Rockout? Who's number 4? H-N, right? Because you voted H-N. Okay.
Yeah, H-N.
Oh, right.
I thought you went for someone else.
So me and Rockout are 2 H-N votes. Hammer, who are you? H-N, Genty, or Bijan, or no, Achane, Genty.
No, that's it.
Yeah, okay.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Genty.
Okay,
And
Travis,
Genty.
Okay, so you're 2-2, and then so
it's Eric and New Age.
Eric, Achane or Genty? PPR back.
Smitty, get the meatloaf. Go on A-Chain with you, buddy.
All right.
It's spinach. Meatloaf.
Eric, you're still wrong. It's spinach. He eats spinach, not meatloaf. Eric, you're on a roll, bro. You're on a roll.
I'm trying over here. I'm trying.
Eric can't get anything right tonight. All right. Go ahead, New Age. Are you going to tie it back up, or are you going to push it over for Achane?
Nope, I'm going to tie it back up with Genty 100%.
He just said Achane earlier, though, and then
it was between Chase Brown and Achane.
Yep, it's that close. It's just Willis didn't look at him at all in the preseason game, and it just threw me. But
what?
Oh, for one game.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean he didn't look at him?
He didn't look at him to check down at all. He was trying to make the deep plays, and that's what he usually does. But, I mean, he'll still check down, but they got to – I don't know if they were trying to protect Achane or what not, just giving him between the tackle runs. Well, I gotta say Genty's a lot safer for me.
Okay. I can't convince you otherwise. I mean, it was such a tough game though. Like Achane was busy with the plays he was on the field. He had 7 carries for 39 yards and a touchdown. So it's like it's hard to judge. Like, when you end up in the end zone, your drive ends. You know what I mean? So like, how do you? Okay, that's fine. My boy Achane's getting disrespected, and I love it. That's why he's the second round.
There were only there was only 8 completions for the Dolphins in the whole game.
That's right. I get it. Okay, so that is the rank. New Age is a great topic. From the phone line, PPR backs in the league: Gibbs, Bijan.
Number 5.
Oh well, it has to be Achane because you voted Genty was 4. You were the one that flipped it.
Gosh, I thought Achane would be 5.
He is.
So what is it then? Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's Gibbs 1, Bijan 2, Chase Brown 3, Genty 4, Achane 5 because you voted Genty over Achane.
I think we can say that after Gibbs and Bijan,
it's preference.
Yeah. To me, this is a harsh reminder, if I was to draw a conclusion, that Chase Brown's vastly underrated in fantasy right now, and that Achane is, because these guys are going in the second round later than they should be, and they're in contention. They're just very good values.
So Smitty, you would have it then, if your list would be Gibbs, Bijan,
Achane, Genty.
And then who's 4-5? Genty, then Brown?
Genty, then Brown. But that's not like a disrespectful thing. It's like it could be like 20 fantasy points. No. I just think that when it comes down to, Genty, I mean, he's just such him and Gibbs are the most explosive running backs in the league. And Tootin's going to be up there too, and I just think that they're just gonna flourish this year again. I'm not saying Chase Brown can't, but we have seen hiccups before in Cincinnati, several different ways to Sunday of how things can go awry. Slow start. Remember that slow start year? What year was that? 2021 or 2022, where the Bengals were trash for like 5 straight weeks. Remember that? We're like, what's going on? Remember that?
2 years ago. 2 years ago.
2 years ago. What was the Burrow line on that? And what was the Jamar Chase was like? Can we find that? Let me see if I can just ask Kruger if he can dig into that. Let's see how smart he is. Let's see if he can do this. This is a tough question. Let's see if he can get it. Hold on. Everybody be quiet real quick on the phone line so he doesn't get interrupted or he'll stop talking. Hey Kruger, there was a year, I think it was 2 years ago, that Joe Burrow and the Bengals started off really slow and Jamar Chase was very bad, didn't produce anything. It was like 4 or 5 or maybe more games straight in weeks 1 through whatever. What was? Can you find that year and give us Jamar Chase's numbers during that stretch? That's a complicated question.
2024. The Bengals started 0-3 with losses to the Patriots, Chiefs, and Commanders. Jamar Chase's numbers in those first 3 games. Week 1 versus Patriots. 6 catches, 62 yards, 0 TDs. Week 2 at Chiefs. 4 catches, 35 yards, 0 TDs. Week 3 versus Commanders. 6 catches, 118 yards, 2 TDs. That's 16 receptions for 215 yards and 2 touchdowns.
That doesn't seem right.
Week 3 was a solid outing. The first 2 were quiet.
Yeah, I don't think that's the year we're talking about, my boy. This is like a bigger stretch in the beginning of the year.
Chase last year was Chase.
Yeah.
People panicked and traded him.
2023.
I don't know about Burrow.
Bengals opened 0-2, then went 1-3 after the Titans loss. Jamar Chase's numbers through those first 4 games. Week 1 at Browns. 5 catches, 39 yards, 0 TDs.
This might be it.
Week 2 versus Ravens. 5 catches, 31 yards, 0 TDs.
This is it.
Week 3 versus Rams. 12 catches, 141 yards, 0 TDs. Week 4 at Titans. 7 catches, 73 yards, 0 TDs. That's 29 receptions for 284 yards and 0 touchdowns. He was catching plenty of balls early, but the production was quiet. No scores, and the Bengals offense was a mess.
What was Joe Burrow's touchdowns in those games? And don't give me the whole spiel. Just give me the touchdowns, like 2, 4, 0, 0. Like just read them off, Kruger. Come on. I just ended it.
I got
Kruger.
Burrow. I got the numbers on Burrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Hit the wrong button.
2023, right?
I think that. Yeah, I think it was 2023. I think maybe you'll look at the game logs and you'll be able to see.
Yeah, that's what I was pulling up. He had week 1 he was quarterback 31, 82 yards, no touchdowns. Week 2 quarterback 21, he had 2 touchdowns, but didn't put up much. Week 3 quarterback 26, 259, no touchdowns, interception.
You remember that, Hammer? That was crazy that year.
165. Yeah.
It was more so Burrow than Chase, but Chase did have no touchdowns in the first 4 weeks. But okay, my point is, I'm not trying to crap on the Bengals. I'm a big Bengals person, and I love the Bengals this year. I was just merely saying, all things being equal, Chase Brown vanished in the beginning of the year last year because of the Bengals. Joe Burrow is continuously getting hurt because of the Bengals. He's getting sacked already, so it's just a little bit of like a reminder that Joe Burrow can't do everything himself. The poor guy wants out if they can't fix it this year, so clearly he's frustrated. And there's just a lot of ways that it can go south for Chase Brown that has nothing to even do with him. So that just, when push comes to shove, you ask me why he's not 3 or 4 and he's 5, which is still very damn respectable. I think those are the factors, like the external stuff that I'm just so tired of watching Chase Brown get affected by, damn it. But I still love the hell out of him, top 5 for sure. But it's a harsh reminder of what we've been dealing with. I remember when Burrow got hurt last year, that live stream, I went live and I go, we can't do it anymore. I was so mad and I was emotional about it. Not that, but I was halfway just not joking, but halfway just being animated about it. But we're like, we can't do it anymore. Like, well, how are we going to trust Joe Burrow anymore? How can we trust him? And then we got over it quickly, but like, it has been a long, drawn out, like, a lot of disappointment stacking, for the Bengals. I hope it changes, man. I mean, I got this Jamar Chase autograph helmet. It's the only helmet I got in the studio here. But
even last year, remember, he had Chase to start the year, was wide receiver 76. Then he had a big game with Burrow. Then Burrow got hurt, and he was wide receiver 41 and wide receiver 53 before they brought Flacco in. So he had three of the first 4 weeks. He wasn't even a top 30 receiver.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. And Wes, are you still here? I'm so sorry I didn't read this one yet. Hammer, what are your thoughts on that? I know you're not probably worried about it this year, but I mean, is it a factor at all? Just that.
I mean, I think they've made acquisitions. I think also the biggest thing was listening to Burrow speak the way that he's spoken, which I've never heard him do.
Yeah, that's good.
And again, I still think, again, when healthy, which is what we're talking about, he, in my opinion, I'm not saying he's better than Josh Allen. I'm saying he's different. He can slice up any defense. I'm saying all things healthy, all that, he's on a different level. No,
I hope it comes together.
QB1.
I hope it comes together this year, man. I really do. I am on board. By the way, if anybody's taking that differently, I'm not saying. I'm just saying all things come to a head, and everything's equal, and you're having to decide, one thing like that over another. Like that's just a one small factor, one small factor to say that, okay, I don't think Genty's going to have any problems because they got Mendoza, they got Cousins. Mendoza's I just think he looks so efficient and good. Mendoza looks so good. I love the Mendoza haters and people like the Raiders they're going to be so bad. They don't have a quarterback or they don't have an offensive line. Like people that don't know anything about what's been going on at all. They're just checked out. I also think Achan's situation is completely different than people think. Wes, hopefully Wes is still here. Worldwide Wes had another question. One of my teams got Tootin as my running back 2. I'm shallow at running back. C-Rod is on waivers. Will you drop Naylor or Cyrus Allen? Don't drop Cyrus Allen, but I would drop Naylor for C-Rod if you don't think you'll ever use Naylor. I do like Naylor, but if you're never going to use him, it is probably more important to cuff the situation. And then Simi, thank you for the super chat. Where the McBride emoji go? I'll have to look into that. I don't know if I removed it to try and do something and then I was going to put it back or something. I'll check. But there's a chance it doesn't come back because I might try and refresh him a little bit.
Not make the cut.
And I love McBride, but we got so many other players that we want to be dropping the emojis for. I think there's a chance it stays off. But Simi, I'll look into it, see if there's any room. But thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. New Age and Hammer. Any additional topic while we have 3 minutes and 25 seconds left? Do either one of you have something that you want to bring up, or do you want me to ask you something? I guess we could talk Coleman.
My question is, who's the better backup, Tajay Brooks or what is that, Mike Washington?
Tajay Brooks.
Mike Washington.
What? Where? No. Tajay. Did you mean Tajay Spears? Or do you actually mean
for Cincinnati?
Okay, I didn't know if you were trying to. Yeah, but I don't. Mike Washington's a monster. Yeah, Brooks ain't nothing.
Okay, I didn't watch that game. Okay, I'm big on Brooks, but I think he has equal play as Chase or Brown.
What did you just say to me? What are the words that just came out of your mouth?
Yeah, it came out. I like him equal.
Oh my God!
So I have faith in him still.
I feel like this is just because we're delirious and it's late. I don't know. You like Brooks as you think he's as. What did you just say? What are the words you used? I don't want to make.
Sounds like an Eric cake.
No, the same, equal talent.
Equal. Is that Eric talking? I think Eric's even disappointed. I think Eric's disappointed in that comment. Actually, I think Eric's disappointed in your comment. Right, Eric?
You'll have that with me. I don't know what's going on.
Eric, tell me you don't think the backup running back in Cincinnati, Tajay Brooks, is as talented as Chase Brown. Give us something tonight. Give us a win, Eric.
No. I don't. No.
Eric's back in the win column. New Age.
I never left.
New Age. Can you please explain to us what you mean?
It's more of it isn't that big of a downgrade. Like, he has the skills to receive. He's a great receiver, a good blocker, and he the burst is a little questionable. But I'm kind of it's more my hoping thing. You know what I mean? That's like my hoping on Jordan Love.
Thing? Is this like a college football thing, or
How are we having this conversation when part of your argument is he doesn't really have any good burst? It's kind of disappointing.
It's hope. It's hope.
Let's dig into his college stats real quickly. For those that don't know who he's talking about, yeah, but let's just see what we're dealing with here, because it's even been a while since I've looked at.
No, he was legit. College. That's why I asked, is this a college thing?
Right, but let's dig into his college numbers here, because I don't even off the top of my head remember what lines he was dropping. Hold on, let me see if I can find the. My thing's not. I don't know if my internet's going down or what. Hopefully, we're still live. Travis, do you have his numbers, his college numbers?
Yes, and I liked him coming out as a cuff for Dramedy.
I remember you did, yeah.
So he was a 2-year senior. You know, he got the COVID exemption, I think. So his first senior year, 2023, he had 1,538 rushing yards for 10 touchdowns, 5.3 a pop. Didn't do anything receiving. Then his second senior year, he had 1,505 for 17 touchdowns in only 11 games. And then on the receiving end, he had 28 for 199. So he was good.
Yeah, I forgot about his college stats. I forgot about those. Yeah. But he wasn't that big of a prospect, though, that like he even when he got drafted, he was kind of like,
oh, we might have a cuff.
Yeah, it was kind of like, oh, his small school numbers type of reaction people had to his stat line. It wasn't, but it is actually kind of shocking when you see double 1,500 yard seasons like that, and you're like, oh yeah, he kind of did. But I think New Age, you're gonna have it's a tough sell to come in and say that he's even saying something remotely close to equal to a guy that is doing what Chase Brown's doing. We just voted him number 3 in the league in PPR work, but I don't know. It's a good laugh, but I appreciate you, New Age. I hope we don't take offense to that. I
don't take offense to any of that.
I think Chase Brown gets knocked sometimes because he was a 5th round pick, but clearly he's one of those guys that has, wildly exceeded his draft stock.
What did Brooks do anything?
You can't really hold that against him.
Did Brooks? Has Brooks had any chance? Like, I can't even remember how many chances he's had to do anything.
How did we get here?
I know. Well, New Age was just telling us.
Let's not look at that.
Yeah, he had in 2025 he had 16 attempts for 45 yards, 2.8 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Not that he's had a big chance, but
right.
He hasn't earned a big chance.
I guess you could say this. You could draw this conclusion. He's a more decent backup to Chase Brown than we probably give him credit for, because he does have such a good resume you forget about. But it was almost it was blasphemy, but it's okay. It's late. Yeah. Oh, when he said that, I was like, he did just say that. He did just say that.
He was the 23rd ranked RB in the draft.
All right, let's circle around the phone line.
average athletic traits.
Yeah. Big numbers, though. I forgot about him. All right, Eric, final thoughts. Eric,
you did say something about Tajay Spears.
Oh boy,
I do like. I know. Well, you thought that's what he said at first. I do like him taking the starting job next year for people in Dynasty. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's not the worst take I've heard you all night. That take next to your others sounds like a home run. So that was a good job. All right, Eric, appreciate you calling anytime, bro.
All right, thanks for the laughs and the good time. Take it easy.
Rock out. Final thoughts, young man. Appreciate you.
Who's this year's Keon Coleman?
You mean like a disappointment?
Yeah.
The night on a high note.
Like does it have to be a
rookie that was like rising in training camp but didn't do nothing?
Can it be Keon Coleman again? Because he pissed us off so much. Does it have to be a rookie?
Yeah.
Okay. God, I don't know. I guess I would say Lemon. But I mean, I'm not high on him, so it's not a disappointment to me. But yeah, Lemon. Lemon's gonna be a lemon.
If it was gonna be someone we're high on, it would have to be like a Tate or something.
Yeah.
Someone that people are really high on.
I guess Tyson because of the injury, like that could really take him out. I'd say Tyson. And I'm not saying that I think he's going to be. I'm just saying if I've got to find the most concerning piece of the rookie class because I don't think, I mean, I think we're going to have bad news tomorrow. My guess is he's for sure going to go on PUP. And the fact that the news today, if you missed it, is that they're still collecting information and they want to get second opinions. That is what I predicted the night before. I said the next thing you're going to hear is they're going to want second opinions. And once you hear that, you don't get second opinions when you get good news. So this is probably going to be a surgery type of situation, which could 6 to 8 weeks into the season and then a ramping up period. Or maybe he goes on PUP and that's where they wanted to get the second opinion and it's just a resting thing. We don't really know, but I think the best case scenario will be 4-game PUP. That's my guesstimation at this point, given the verbiage and trying to read between the tea leaves. But so that definitely is disappointing, but that doesn't mean he's going to be disappointing in Dynasty. And it certainly makes him so cheap that in redraft, you'll be able to draft him at the end of the draft and put him on your bench and sit him there and put him on IR and do the same thing with Charbonnet. So he might become more valuable, really, in a way, because people won't want him, and he might be a monster when he returns. And I was like, the final 4 games does what St. Brown did. If you remember, St. Brown was one of the first Moon Men, and there was no one, you could try and prove it to me. There's not a single person, I think, in my opinion at least, that was talking about St. Brown like we were on this channel, because we were analyzing all this, the data and stats from his final 6 games, I believe it was 5 or 6 games, where he was the only wide receiver better than him in his final 6 games of his rookie year was, I think it was JJ. And I think he was number 2 wide receiver. And it was 6 straight games. And so we walked into that next year going, this was a league winner last year that people didn't sometimes start or play. And he just won people leagues if they put him in there. And he's going to be a league winner moving forward. And I think that Tyson still, even though we're disappointed and he has that chance of disappointing, he still could be a league winner at the end of your draft. And Dynasty, I'd buy a low, honestly, because I think if he has surgery or goes that route, his Dynasty value drops to like 4 or 5 overall, probably in trade value. I would guess people are going to get so disappointed and they're going to freak out and feel like I got somebody that's not going to stay healthy. Let me get rid of him. So that's a good question. All right, rock out. We'll see you later tomorrow, my man.
All right. See you.
Yeah. New Age, final thought, then Hammer, final thought, Travis, final thought. New Age, go ahead. Thank you for the extenders, New Age. So glad to see you in here tonight.
Yep, morning for me. But
me too
thanks
now.
for everybody's input. It's good to have all the opinions, and if people disagree, make sure you still take in the advice and other people's thoughts to help make your judgment clear. So, all right, thanks, y'all. Y'all have a good day. Night.
Thanks, New Age. Appreciate you, New Age. Thank you. Hammer, when do you sleep? Because you're always on the. I know Travis has weird hours like me, but you like function as a normal human being on the world. So what are you doing?
Now I go to sleep for like 2-3 hours. and then hit it.
That's it?
Power naps. Power naps.
Yeah, power naps actually.
Do you normally do that, or is it
One of my
only
things.
this show that's causing that?
Oh no, I've always been like that.
Okay. I just see Hammer like sleeping in a chair for 2 hours.
No,
It's
I really can't sleep that much. I'm pretty much wired.
okay. Well, hey, it's great to have you here. It's it's late for me. I'm 3 hours different.
Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, 3:28. It's my time. You guys are at 6:20. 6:28 Eastern.
6:30 in the morning. Yeah.
This is a 4 hour and 48-minute live stream.
Yeah.
You did it live.
All right, boys. Appreciate you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good show.
Buddy. Later, Hammer.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Good show. Good show. Good show. Appreciate you all. Honestly, real quickly, I'm not feeling. I know it's early, but I'm not feeling the best right now. I'm going to call the doctor real quick, if you guys don't mind, on the stream, the live show. Feeling like I got some sort of virus. So.
Dr. Rogers' office.
Yeah, I'm not feeling real good.
First and last name.
Him, he is.
Can you describe what you're experiencing?
Little tummy problem. Feel like might be catching the Cyrus virus. Live Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Viral, I don't know what Viral is. He dropped these super chats last night trying to get in, and I couldn't get him into the phone line. And then after I cleared it, I tried to get him to call in. And so Viral, I'm going to keep calling you out till you call in, because I want to make sure you're good and taken care of. I appreciate all those super chats. You were trying to get into the phone line. It's all you wanted to do. I felt bad after, too. All right, see you all tomorrow, a couple times tomorrow. World West, there's Wes. Wes, thanks for the super chat. Sorry I made you wait on that other one. Wes dropping his right here. He says, I'm going Waffle House in 30. You know what? It's 3. All I have to wait is 3 hours to get breakfast. I think I might do that. I'm going to Waffle House in 30 minutes. Awesome show tonight. All-nighter for me. Worldwide West, if you were in Arizona, I'd go meet you at the Waffle House right now. All right, see you all later. Appreciate every single one of you. I'm live Monday through Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm live at midnight Eastern almost every single night. I don't think I have missed a midnight Eastern show 7 days a week, midnight Eastern. I don't think I missed one in like 6 to 9 months, I would say. Maybe 6 months. I don't know. And we're live at 8 p.m. Eastern every single Monday through Friday. Pretty much every single Monday through Friday. I think I missed like one this year, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not this year. I got sick last year, and I usually go live even when I'm sick, but I do a shorter show. And then I'm live whenever big news breaks. See you all tomorrow. Luis, thank you for the extenders from the shadows. Luis, my boy. Thank you, Hammer, for the super chats. Hammer, New Age dropped to 50. New Age dropped to 50. Hammer, or New Age dropped to 20. Hammer dropped to 50. Hammer dropped to 50. Hammer dropped to 50. Hammer dropped to 100. Hammer dropped to 50. 20. It's unbelievable. Hammer, I got to add that up and put that on the pony board, because I got to see that's a pretty good haul there for you. And then wanted to just thank everybody. Luis dropping the $20 chess sketches, dropping that $20, which, you know, he said, I'm sorry I missed the show, and that was like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. We still stayed live. Wes, thank you for the $20 super chat. Thank you, International, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Skeleton. Thank you, Chuck Nasty, for the 20. Thank you, Kiko. Appreciate you. Thank you, Wolfman. Thank you. Wolfman, did I answer yours? Cyrus, Alan today, Cyrus, Alan tomorrow. Yes, I did do that. Okay. Ahmad, appreciate your 20. And Husseini, who kicked it all off. Husseini, standing ovation for Husseini, the first $20 super chat. Don't forget to get on over to thefantasyfootballshow.com. Year-round rankings, bold predictions, trade calculators, draft simulator. It's all right here. And then don't forget to get on over to my Patreon 24/7 365 live chat group. I'm going to go check out the messages now, see if anybody, posed a question, and I just kind of linger around there. That's Patreon 24/7 365 live chatting. It's just such a great community. And then here's the fantasyfootballshow.com rankings, bold predictions, trade calculators. Boom, right there. So check out that link right there. See you all later. Appreciate every single one of you, especially tonight. Not excluding, but especially Hammer, New Age, Luis, and all those Worldwide West. All of you $20 super chatters. I just can't thank you enough. Chuck Nasty, appreciate you. And then Kiko and the usual suspect. Kiko, thank you. And Travis dropped a $20 super chat the other night. Travis said, I didn't say thank you specifically to you after that. I appreciate you dropping that. And I don't know. I think I'm done. I'm done. See you later. Thank you, Simi Valley, for moderating. Aldi and Simi Valley have been sitting in the Rumble chat for almost 5 hours. Travis, thank you for calling and moderating. Thank you, Blackbeard. Blackbeard to the moon. DeBalt. Vampy. Simi Valley, Aldi, DeBalt, Vampy, Blackbeard, Sick Nasty. Sick Nasty, I appreciate you, Sick Nasty. Sick Nasty out there? And then Travis, thank you. See you all tomorrow.